budget presentations. Wednesday, June 5th, 2024. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Council Member Arias.
Presente.
Council Member Maxwell, absent at the moment. Council Member Chavez.
Here.
Present. Council Member Bredefeld.
Here.
Council Member Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi, absent at the moment. And Council President Perea.
Present.
We have a quorum.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
I have received no changes to the agenda, and just a quick announcement, our online translators have asked if our council members and staff could speak just a tad bit slower so they can continue doing a good service for the public that is listening in. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda? Okay, I got a motion by Council Member Esparza and a second by Council Member Bredefeld. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. I mixed up the order a little bit. We're going to go back and do the Pledge of Allegiance, administered by Council Member Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand? All right, before we jump to the fire department's presentation, we're going to take public comment on all the departments we'll be hearing from today. That will include the fire department, police department, parks department, personnel services department, convention center, and the Department of Public Utilities. Is there anyone in the chamber who wishes to provide public comment? Please come up at this time. I'm going to start with Jackie Grazier.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to start by letting you all know that there is a group of people outside that's protesting these hearings, and they're your constituents. And they're not happy because they don't want their street names changed. And they're trying to get your attention, okay? And the council has spent the last 2 days reviewing the budget, and there appears to be a $40 million gap, give or take, in the general fund. Just think about how much money could be saved if you didn't change the street names of Kings Canyon, Ventura, and California Avenues. $1 million. How many trees could we plant for $1 million? How much litter could we pick up? How many children living on the streets or in their cars could get housed for that money? I think the real cost of changing our street names is the damage that you're doing to our community. The wedge you're driving between us. For what? It's not necessary. I'd like to read from the resolution that the City Council adopted in 1993. Whereas the City Council, after taking appropriate public testimony, has found that the names Kings Canyon, Ventura, and California have special prominence and significance to the culture and the history of the city of Fresno. What's changed since 1993? Nothing really. These streets still have the same significance to us today. A 124-year-old Armenian church, Holy Trinity Armenian Church, sits on Ventura Avenue. That's the church that my father was baptized in 1912. That's why I care about this. A 143-year-old street named California, the red line for the black community. They were not allowed to cross that line. We stand on their shoulders. You're really going to change the name of that street? Or how about Kings Canyon? The most ominous, prestigious, awesome canyon in all of America. How many of you have hiked the Copper Creek Trail? I have. I drove down Kings Canyon in Ventura to get here today. These are our streets. Can any of you say that you drove those streets this morning? Why the need to change these names? Think of your own name. What would it feel like to change your name? your own name. That's your identity. You can honor Cesar Chavez. You can find a better way. You can be creative. Don't erase our history. It's okay. You can make a U-turn. You can fix this. On June 18th, there's an injunction motion before the judge. Is it too much to ask?
Thank you, Jackie.
Until after then? You're looking for
Up next is Tom Lang. Up next, we have Kyle Lopez-Schmidt.
Good morning, Council. Great to see you 2 days in a row. Kyle Lopez-Schmidt, Executive Director of the South Tower Community Land Trust. Wanted to raise a number of issues on the different departments. Related to the fire department, fires are rampant in the South Tower and Lowell neighborhood. We've seen many structure fires from single-family homes to multifamily apartments to even businesses like La Tapatia. We need more proactive fire prevention in our neighborhood. We need those resources within the fire department to do inspections and also hold slumlords accountable. There's numerous slumlords active in our neighborhood that have vacant properties that they aren't securing, that they aren't preventing from people entering and causing fires, and they're doing great harm in our neighborhood. And we need something like a vacant property registry like the city of Detroit does, and like begin to extend that protection to our neighborhood. Related to the police department, takes the lion's share of resources within our city, and with that level of funding, we need a higher level of accountability and measurable results. Was kind of shocked recently with the Office of Independent Review. Our organization has an active Instagram account and saw them regularly viewing our Instagram and liking it, and it's odd that the Office of Independent Review is having this level of kind of surveillance on community organizations and PR-related energy that they're putting, that those resources need to be not directed towards PR staff, but actually reviewing accountability for the police department. Related to parks, ties into the police department, the park rangers being managed by the police department. I've witnessed things happening that just on my way home from the session yesterday, a park ranger pulled in front of Dickey Park. I live right by Dickey Park. Parked there for 30 minutes, never left his car. This isn't even good practices for community policing. When we voted for Measure P and the park rangers, we wanted interaction. We wanted people educating people. We wanted people engaging and keeping our parks nicer. And multiple times I've seen the park rangers just sit outside in their car for 30 minutes and leave to the next park. Also on the speed of projects, we advocated for Broadway Park since 2017, and we just had the construction contract approved about a month ago. That kind of length of time for parks projects to be implemented in our neighborhoods is just unacceptable. And the last thing I'll mention is public utilities. We're looking at increasing the rates on those, but I'm seeing a great amount of inefficiency in how private and public trash service is happening. We have trash service come through our neighborhood on Wednesday and Friday. The private haulers on Wednesday, public hauler on Friday, and they're picking up the same type of cans. There's great inefficiency in how we're delivering trash service, and that's why you're looking at increasing rates. We need to look at how those private contracts have been implemented and look at bringing those back into public. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Up next is Herman. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Good morning, council members. My name is Herman Quillones, also representing South Tower Community Land Trust. Just a few things to raise, and I wasn't here yesterday, so bear with me. I want to discuss two topics that was discussed yesterday as well. First, we would like to see public works funding to enhance the Belmont corridor in Fresno. Revitalizing this historic artery is crucial for improving accessibility and opportunities in surrounding neighborhoods, particularly in the South Tower boundary. This should be a top priority for capital investments in the city of Fresno. We hope to ensure that the Belmont corridor is connected to the new Broadway Parkway development and the upcoming high-speed rail. It's essential to make this a priority for the neighborhoods that will benefit from these improvements. Additionally, we urge the Planning Division to provide more flexible resources and support for early-stage initiatives from emerging community developers like Kyle and I, who are Black and Brown and LGBTQ. Focus on affordable housing is crucial to avoid strict guidelines and instead offer resources that allow for innovation. Lastly, we strongly believe that Measure P funding should only be used for its original purpose and intention and not redirected to other expenditures. Parks money should go to park improvements and new parks development. Thank you for your time.
Up next, we have Brandy. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I ask, sorry, I'm trying to, looking at today's agendas, including parks, I want to stress that a key to greater safety in the community and reduction in crime is services and resources identified by the community, and it's difficult to see that programs are being cut and that as you evaluate and please protect programs and resources that provide an opportunity for quality of life that uplifts the community. The Parks Commission spends years listening to our community to come up with a budget requests that support our community, and I ask that these be fully heard. Things such as the $3 million for the Francine Apuda fund to help nonprofits and others working in here, the Urban Forester program. It is concerning to me that Parks money is being allocated to other departments such as the Park Ranger program when it can go to these, and ask that we invest the money towards uplifting our youth and community. As well, yesterday I shared about how HEART, outside of any efforts of hope, is impeding the reduction of homelessness and causing greater harm to our unhoused. You have heard from people over the years. This money would be better reinvested into programs that serve, especially as the questions persist, where do we go? And the only answer seems to be not here. After all these years, we are left with people who are exited back onto the streets from the shelters or cannot get into housing and shelters because there is no housing. When we have people trying to get back on their feet and there's impediments, we have people trying to make an effort just to speak for 3 minutes, but have the wisdom and expertise that can help overcome the barriers, like having a lived experience, and as well as oversight board that would ensure that our unhoused have a voice and that programs are actually meeting the needs of people. I ask for services instead of displacement and the forced throwing away of people's belongings and the other things that come with HEART to serve projects such as more housing, that there be to implement small managed safe camps to provide for the other needs that people are asking for, including job programs. I know so many people who ask me, like, how can I get a job? But also they need to know that their things aren't going to be taken if they do, but connecting people. And it makes me think that last year on the hottest day of the year, the HEART team, when I was giving out waters, the HEART team was throwing away someone's belongings, all of the remaining belongings of his mother, and he was crying and asking, why can't I have those things? And he was angry. And there was another lady sitting on the church steps across the streets crying when every protection, all their food, all their water on 110-degree days was gone. We can do things that would help serve our community and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment?
Yes, first up we have Bob McCloskey.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, thank you. I just want to reiterate, and it hasn't changed, the Urban Institute's most recent study on income inequality and racial equality in the city of Fresno. It ranks it at 219 across the United States among about 257 cities. So Fresno ranks low in inclusivity, income distribution, ranks high on poverty. You need to keep that in mind as you go through this budget. I just want to remind people that as you can see, the participation rate of people commenting, I hope there's a lot more e-comments, and I will put in a more comprehensive one because I can only address one topic today, is low, as Lisa and others have mentioned. We need to do more outreach to the community on this. I don't think it meets the requirements or the intent of what the Brown Act is looking at on big budget decision-making issues. As you can tell from other testimony and many homeless people, we have a lot of written testimony, video testimony, and documentation that HEART is abusive out there. They're not doing what they say they do, which is to oversee compassionate response. That's in the mission statement to the unsheltered, reduce and manage street homelessness by providing compassionate response, lawful and effective outreach. What they do a lot of unlawful stuff, like illegally search people. They throw people's property away. Some of the people that work in public works, sanitation, public utility, they throw the stuff away gleefully and they brag about it, give people high fives. Why do they have to go that far? Some of the HEART team members rush people through it. They're very rude. They don't treat people with any sense of compassion.
The only woman.
So, you know, one of the only women on HEART quit some time ago because she couldn't take it. What we need to do is allocate, not fund HEART. Let's allocate those dollars to an oversight board comprised of advocates and unhoused people to ensure that people are getting the wraparound service that they're not being provided by Turning Point and Elevate RH Community. Additional funding, we create policy change and budget allocation to allow for vacant lots, safe lots, a place where people can stay temporarily. We need to develop those 2 tiny home villages and the temporary shelters until they become permanent housing. Everybody's misleading the public about creating these temporary villages for tiny home villages for shelters, but they're not. Phil Skies told me that they're going to be permanent housing to be sold, I assume, or long-term leases. Of course, we do need low-income housing, but let's try to address the current crisis.
Next, we have Miss 5250.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Miss 5250, crazy for justice. And to the public out there and the people in the city of Fresno, if you would like to, if you have comments that you're afraid to make to the city council, please email me at onefresnomyass@gmail.com, and I will voice your concerns. Thank you to the woman that notified everyone that there are protesters out front. I'm curious as to why the protesters aren't inside the council chambers. Are they not being allowed into the chambers? That's a concern. As to the HEART team, we hear these homeless advocates week in and week out telling you guys the same things over and over again. I don't see any safe lots. I don't see any safe camps. I don't see any of the actual recommendations from homeless efforts that are working. And I do see resources being wasted. The California Lifeline cell phones that are provided to the homeless, HEART has no problem throwing them out because they can just go get another one. Well, who pays for that? The taxpayers pay for that. The state of California pays for that. Every time they have to get their license reissued, their social security cards reissued, their medical cards reissued. That is taking up time and resources of the Department of Motor Vehicles, the Social Security Department. You are just shuffling the problem around. When I was in manufacturing, they were encouraged to try to, cut costs and time in their area, but it didn't count if you just passed that down the line to another department. That's not how it works. And all of these organizations and trade institutions that we are members of, we're not following their best practices. The League of California Cities specifically uses budget hearings as an example of what is not ad hoc committees. But the city of Fresno thinks they're above that. If we are not following best practices, why are we members of these organizations? For networking, for political gain, for you guys,
Next, we have Toby A.
You're going to be there. Go ahead and speak.
If the art team would give us a little bit of time to grab our stuff, lucky if we get our shoes and our animals not threatened, or they're going to take us to jail, or we don't leave our animals, they're going to kill them. This doesn't seem very friendly and loving to me. We have a lot of youth growing up and wondering where they're going to go and what they're going to do next. So what do we do about that? So we get some funding for them, some centers where they can go to and have a safe place to do their homework, or anything at all for them. And I don't know about the art team, but they're not showing me any love or anybody that I know. So really, who's doing what? Is it like really real? Can somebody prove it? Anybody out there on the field really watching everything? No secret spies to see if they're really doing what they say they're doing? I think it's a real country and a real town, and we do need a lot of help. Hopefully we get it. Keep it real and honest and true and fact, because I would not ever abuse my town or my country or anything like that, never. But I want our kids to be like that? Heck no. So help us out. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Toby. We have no more speakers online.
All right, that will conclude our public comment portion for today's budget hearings. You ready, Chief? Yeah. All right, up first, we have the fire department. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Council President, members of the council. Let's see if this works here. Oh. All right, so before you is the FY25 budget, and go through each slide here. So the first one is our FY25 total budget. I think Ruthie's going to add something in here at the end, but I'll just go through the personnel line. We obviously have a little over $1 million reduction in the personnel line, a little over $1 million reduction in the non-PERS, and then an increase in our ID charges for the budget being just over $2 million shorter than it was last year.
Thank you, Chief Alcorn, and good morning, Council President and members of Council. As this slide reflects, the total budget for the fire department for fiscal year 25 is proposed at $128 million. However, this slide includes Fire Station 12, the construction costs at only $3.1 million, because at the time that we prepared it, it was pending value engineering and construction estimates. And at this time, currently, currently, we are farther along in the process now, and we will be before council with a reimbursement resolution at the next council meeting. In fact, if the total estimated cost of $14.9 million had been included instead of the $3.1 million at the time that we produced the budget book, the total fire department budget for fiscal year 2025 would have been $139.8 million. So I wanted to make that clear for the council. And we'll go ahead and let Chief Alcorn continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think one thing to note here is we did make some changes in our to fully fund the shift replacement, premium pay, overtime pay. We've kind of had those numbers off a little bit, and we are hoping to get that right in the FY25 proposed budget. I'm sure we're going to come back to the reduction piece of it, so I'll kind of get to the I'll get through the presentation, then come back to the reductions. So when we look at positions, we've kept the same amount of positions in this year's budget, so 428 total, 375 of those being sworn civilian or sworn staff, and then 53 of them being our civilian staff. The biggest thing here, though, is we'll be defunding roughly 13 positions to meet our budget adjustment plans. So. I think one thing I wanted to add here, and just to make note of, is oh no, that's going to be in a couple other slides here. So the operational impacts, a lot of these are just carried over items. We had an small increase in our contractual obligations with county dispatch, small increase in PG&E with utilities this year. The big jump was a couple years back. Our lease agreements went up, and that was due to the purchase of our SCBAs. We had to replace all of our self-contained breathing apparatuses this last year, and did that on a lease purchase. Supplies, we've got 110 for PPE. We've got our gears expiring, handful of our gears expiring, so that's got to be replaced. When I say gear, turnouts, the personal protective equipment that we wear. And then we have hose that has either been damaged or reached its expiration date that we need to replace. Technology, we have just increasing technology costs with softwares for our records management program, the training program, everything we do through our RMS database. Some of the grant funding that we have aside, or that we have in here, is our SAFER grant, and I think a thing to note here is that the first round of SAFER expires October of 2024. So between July and October of this year, we'll still have that funding from SAFER, but it rolls off in SAFER, and I believe that's about a $4.9 million that is being captured in this budget. But I think it's important to note that in our next budget build, the second SAFER grant will roll off in March of 2026 with 20-plus positions on that as of this time. Kind of our strategy right now as employees leave. Like recently, we had an employee resign and go to another organization that was on SAFER. We're just not filling that position. Those positions, whether they're relief pool or whatever, we're just not filling those positions at this time. Moving down to some of the state grant funding is the Regional Training Center. Obviously, we had $25 million, still working on that project. The Homeland Security money, that's money we get from the operational area. Every single year, we get an allocation, and that goes and funds things such as our specialty team equipment, specialty team training, and then OES, the $160,000 or $163,000 in there. That's really primarily funding our hazmat program over the last couple of years. So that's been a huge bit of money that we've been receiving from OES, and there is a training exercise in that dollar amount as well. On community outreach, I do want to hit this because we pretty much have presented a budget with not a whole lot of growth. It's just a lot of maintenance with some reductions. But I do want to talk about everything we've done with community outreach because I think that's an area that we will not impact. So in FY 2022, we added a community outreach specialist to our budget, and I think that position's been phenomenal for our organization. The partnership between the community outreach specialist and the PIO have allowed us to do so many things, and I'd like to hit on just a couple of those programs that we've enhanced over the last year. And it's our ride-along program, and that's really getting youth in our community to do ride-alongs to, what does it take to become a firefighter, experience what it's like. That's been awesome. We're getting regular participation, and then we're doing a post-evaluation of the program. How can we do it better? We've really increased our public education program. That was a goal last year. I say coming out of COVID, but for 2 years, 2.5 years, we really didn't do any engagement with the schools. And so we've really gotten connected with the schools again, the faith-based organizations, and gotten out to different community groups, just doing speaking engagements, engaging with the children, doing fire safety education presentations, and just really increasing our public education program. We've established a pretty good partnership with Fresno Unified, working on their CTE program, their Career Technical Education program, with the vision of you receiving your EMT and your Firefighter 1 junior and senior year and actually graduating high school with all the requirements that it would take to become a firefighter. And they're incredibly excited about it. They've purchased public education material for us. It's been a really, really good partnership. We've done mock interviews and coaching exercises for them, some of their senior students. It's just been an outstanding engagement, and one of the things that they want is they want to help expand our Explorer program. Right now we're completely at capacity. It's really housed out of Station 3 in downtown Fresno, and they wish we could put more Explorer posts throughout the city. That's a goal. That's a goal. So we'll see what we can do there. Recruitment. We've really been trying to increase our recruitment, not increase our recruitment committee, but our recruitment efforts, trying to have a focused approach on getting out and doing recruitment. One thing that we're doing new here, starting probably next month, is we're going to do a thing called Fridays with Fire. I didn't come up with it; our community outreach specialist did, but it sounds kind of cool. But once to twice a month, we'll go out and we'll meet the public either at a fire station or at a local coffee shop, and the goal is to listen to them. What do you want from your fire departments? But we'll also talk about maybe some topics that are going on right now. Right now, we're seeing an increase in vegetation fires throughout the city, so that could be the topic for the month of July. But it's really the opportunity for us to hear from them and just engage with our community in another way. And then taking a lot of our public safety messaging that we have right now and doing multi-language messaging. And once again, our PIO and community outreach specialists have had regular meetings with community groups in the Spanish community and the Hmong community, and they want to expand that program to really put our education material in different languages. So I believe that concludes my presentation. I do want to thank the folks behind me for coming. I've really challenged this group here to do the budget a little bit differently, specifically our internal budgeting process. We've gone through a lot of changes over the last 12 months, and this team behind me has been outstanding, and I'm really here. They're really here to answer the questions that you guys start asking, so no, I'm kidding. But anyway, so thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Up first, we have Council Vice President Karbasi.
Good morning, Chief. How are you?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I was going to bring you a support blue towel, but you're good today.
I'm good, right? Well, my buddy over there has got me taken care of, I think. So yeah, there it goes. Yeah.
No, we love you, Chief. We really do.
Sorry.
Can you guess what I'm going to ask you about?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to talk about Station 2. Now, in the last budget, we talked a lot about Station 2, which is one of the 2 stations I have in my council district at Herndon and West. And I've always expressed to you my concerns about a grass fire, a fire along the bluff, and that obviously just spreading. And your department has been fantastic about creating fire breaks, having a water tender truck out there in anticipation of anything like that happening. But when I heard that we were going to go from 4 to 3, that did raise a red flag with me. Now, I understand the mayor faced a very large budget deficit and still managed to give us a budget that was balanced. So now we have to just, look at priorities and see what we can move around to make it balance. So in that light, have you come up with anything regarding how we can address the going down to 3 firefighters at Station 2?
So I want to start with, there is no good budget reduction plan. It's probably one of the most challenging exercises I've done here during my time in Fresno. Every move you make has some other type of impact. Sure. So I will tell you where we're at today. But I want to preface it with, there isn't a good solution. So yes, council member, I've got the ops chief behind me here. We pulled a ton of data, went through response times again. Initially, we focused on call volume, right? And I'll use Station 17 for example, up in the northeast end of town. It's got the lowest call volume, but it's really on an island by itself. So all the other resources coming in have extended response times. So we really started to have those discussions. We truly believe
that typically happens north of Shaw, though, correct?
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
Okay.
And then, the squads have made a tremendous impact. The squads have really done exactly what they were supposed to do, and they're a fantastic resource both for the medical, piece of it, but also fires. They put 2 additional people at scene on the scene of a fire to participate in whatever assignments are needed. And so, I just want to touch how valuable those are. So our plan right now is to downstaff one apparatus, and right now we're on engine 16, and I'll let Chief McGuire speak about that. Closing down one squad, shutting down one squad, which would be Squad 9, which puts the BC battalion chief that had to leave Station 9 back at Station 9, and then downstaffing the safety officer position, which is 3 captains. And we would still freeze the 2 fire prevention inspector positions. And with those, that is just over $2.5 million in budget savings.
That would restore Station 2 and
17.
And 17.
Yeah. And in full transparency, because Council President Prey is going to ask in a minute, is those reductions do occur in District 1.
That's why I want to ask you about that. So let's go through, we're reducing a fire inspector position, that's one.
Two of those. Yeah.
Okay. We have how many squads? 4 squads?
4 squads.
How much will we save by eliminating 2 squads instead of 4 in order to offset that and bring some of those positions back online?
Roughly is about so each squad is about $1.1 million because you have an engineer and you have a firefighter on each squad.
Okay, so if I was to, let's say, make a motion, and I want to discuss this with administration as well, to reduce 4 squads to 2 squads so we can keep 4 firefighters at the 2 stations and not reduce the positions in Council President Prea's district, including a fire prevention person. That's a big deal. What would that look like?
I mean, we could.
Comments?
Yeah, I mean, once again, we can make the numbers work, but when you look at the data and you look at everything that the squads have done, I mean, there is value, but can it be done? It can be done. Yeah.
I only ask because remember I asked you the last hearing, can an engine do what a squad does? Can a squad do what an engine does? Yep. I love the idea of the squads. I think it's very important. It does save us money, it saves time, and it's more efficient. But at the same time, if we're facing a tough area, you got to make those tough decisions. I'm thinking about making the motion. I just want to get any feedback from administration on that.
Yeah, I think and to your point on the value of the squads, you know, one of the things that we have heard, I think from the membership is, you know, why we went for the SAFER grant was also firefighter fatigue, right? For the sheer volume of calls. These squads have taken 7,000 calls, 7,000 calls off of the plate of the stations. So I just want to make sure that it's very, very clear if we are going to reduce 2 squads, we are going to put those same calls back on the plates of the stations and the engines, putting more wear and tear on very expensive apparatus and adding to fatigue since we're going to be increasing the volume that the engines are going to be going on. So while, you know, I appreciate that, you know, it appears as if, you know, that's like, not your words, but it's, you know, oh, well, we don't really need the squads. The squad, I think when we went into SAFER, I think this whole issue of the 4th firefighter, frankly, I can tell you, I have learned so much in the last 2 months about the 4th firefighter issue than I've ever known in my entire time here. And I think when it comes to actually the facts and how other agencies and best practices operate versus the perception of what we believe, I think those are 2 very different things. And you know, what I've learned is, you know, the national standards, you know, there's lots of national standards for police, for fire, that we just simply can't afford. And while the 4th firefighter is a great thing and definitely desired, 4th firefighters is very rare in the fire industry. And from what Billy has told me, the times that you see 4th firefighters are in agencies that have revenue, additional revenue sources coming in, or very wealthy communities. So once again, can we use a 4th? Yes, but when it comes to how agencies operate, this sort of like thought that, you know, the 4th firefighter is something that all agencies, that's what I thought. That's not true. Right. And so, we had that in isolation of the discussion with the squads. I think the squads, in many instances, have really, if we were just talking about removing a fourth without squads, I would be definitely more like concerned about, no, we can't do that. But the fact of the matter is, squads can fill in at fires. 7,000 calls a year. That is huge. So if that's the path that you all want to go down, that what I hear Billy saying is looking at what the call volume, looking at where the stations are located and the ability to backfill stations. What I want to make sure is if that's the path that we all choose to go down and eliminate 2 squads, and 6 months from now, I'm hearing about the increase in call volume and how folks are getting fatigued now because of the increase in calls they're going to have to go on, we're going to need to have a conversation again. So I'm not going to be the judge of what's the best to firefighter, but what I do want to make sure is share the knowledge as to sort of this false narrative is too strong of a term, but false impression that this is what agencies do, because in looking at what surrounding agencies do, it's not a common thing to have 4 firefighters on each apparatus. Did I say anything incorrect, Billy, that you need to correct me on?
No, I think we should always strive for additional staffing. There's no doubt about it. Does 4 people make things safer, better, all those things? Absolutely, but I personally believe it comes down to what can we afford. And so, no, I think you were fairly spot on.
So let me add a couple things. That's okay, Chief. Unless you want to.
Can I give you one thing real fast? And it's just and I want you to know why we talked the squad thing real fast. And then Chief McGuire's got some stats to kind of show some stuff. But Station 4 has a single engine there. It's got a single engine. We placed a squad. Station 9 has an engine, a truck, and we placed a squad there.
You did.
So
okay. So 9 has, okay, gotcha. So there's a squad that if there's a fire, if they're not on another call, they can roll out and help.
And I go back to resources, apparatus resources. So Station 9, engine, truck, 8 people, squad, 10 people now. Station 4 has an engine with 4. Now we had a squad there, 6. Okay. So if we took the one away from the squad, or took 9's, reduced the squad there, you still had 8 people there, where you take the squad away from Station 4, and the squad at Station 4 goes to a considerable amount of fire calls. But anyways, it can be done.
Understood.
And if you, So.
Let me go back to what the city manager said. I absolutely hear you on the issue of fatigue, and I don't want to have that come back and be a conversation we have later. The 4th firefighter, one of the reasons why for Station 2 it's so important, in that part of town, it's pretty much one of our most northern stations, and I don't expect North Central to ever bail us out if we're waiting for another unit. They're out there on a fire right now, so I don't even know if they're at the station at Bullard and West. So having a 4th firefighter for me, that may very well be the first engine on scene. And those homes out there, some of them are rather large. I mean, it'd be comparable to, I don't know, what kind of other kind of structure fire? Maybe in a small apartment complex? I mean, if that gets out of control, it will spread, and then you'll have a lot of devastation. I know we don't always go on fire calls, but that's my worry. I mean, I think that station does a lot more medical aid calls, which makes sense to have the squads. But if there's a fire call, it's bad. And that's kind of why I'm just harping so much just for this station specifically. Maybe if we're talking about Polk, I may not feel the same way, just because it may not be this apples to apples. So I hear what you're saying, City Manager. I still have that concern. I kind of want to hear from my colleague on this as well, but here's what I'm going to do. If we eliminate the 2nd squad temporarily till we can get more money and come back, about how much you gave us a plan of what we get 2 more firefighters, but we'd be cutting what were the positions we're cutting again? 2 inspectors.
So you're saying if we did the 2 squads?
Yes.
So if we did the 2 squads, rough math here,
roughly,
it's probably $2.2 to $2.3 million. We could probably do the 2 squads, the 2 fire inspectors, and that gets us to our 2.5. Roughly, that gets us to our number. That puts a safety officer back in play, and that puts a 4th firefighter back at 16.
So I'm going to make a motion to restore 4 firefighters at stations. Was it 9 and 2?
For the only one that's dropping a firefighter would be 16s.
Okay. And restore the positions of the, could you repeat them again?
The safety officer.
Safety officer.
That would be it. It would just be the safety officer.
Not the inspector?
Well, I mean, so the squads, like I said, 2.2, if I have a $300,000 gap, the gap is going to have to be those prevention inspector positions. So the math we did, the rough math, is downstaffing an engine is about $550,000+ in savings. Downstaffing the safety officer is about $660,000 in savings. The squads are about $1.1 to $1.2 million in savings. And so if I do 2 squads, I'm at about $2.2, $2.3 million. I've got a $200,000 to $300,000 gap. Those 2 inspector positions gets us close to that $2.5 million.
Okay.
Where if any of those other ones now but
we'll have to come back and see what we can do. So, and I'll send the language of the motion. My motion is going to be then to reduce the squads to 2 so that we can restore 4 firefighters to stations 2 and 9 and also restore the fire safety officer position. And then we'll see what else we can come back to. And then that's my motion, if anyone wants to second that.
Okay, I just want to be clear real fast. So Station 2, we that got the 4th fight. So last time I came here, we talked about three stations. It was 17s, it was 2s, and it was 16s. This new proposal, 17s has 4, 2s has 4. It's just 16s that would be reduced. So if I hear you correctly, you're saying...
Oh, that's with 3 squads.
That's with...
With 3 squads, you can restore the 2 firefighters, like you said in the beginning, but you said we'd have to cut certain positions.
Correct.
I think, Councilmember, you said Station 9 would, and I think that's 9 is not in play, I think is his point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
9s is the squad that would be that we recommended shutting down.
Okay.
I think I hear what you're saying. You're saying 2 squads and put other positions back. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
But if I make that motion, before we actually vote on the motions, I'd like to hear from the rank and file if they're concerned about fatigue. I'd like to know if they, if you can communicate that to them and get back to us if they have concerns about there being more fatigue. Or do they want those positions?
Okay.
No, I didn't get a second on that one.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, next question. I got a memo recently. There was also some money set aside last year, fiscal year 24, motion 50, for some tenant improvements at our Station 2, but the memo says that that's no longer necessary. There is enough space now for a 4th firefighter. Is that correct?
Well, our plan was to do a whole entire remodel, bedroom enclosure, et cetera, but as we worked through that process, we upstaffed to a 4th firefighter there, so we had to make it work. So we put an extra bed there, put some, it was either half walls or curtains that we put up there. So I mean, they're there.
But it's not really co-ed friendly.
It wasn't what the original plan was, I should say.
And that would not have been sufficient funding to do the type of remodel, so they found a way to make it work within the existing space. So if it's what that funding, it requires a lot more work than I think what perhaps you originally envisioned.
Correct. Okay, then what I'll do is I'll request some information on how much funding it would take. And I'm probably not going to make a motion in this budget for the full funding just because we're facing a tough time. If we can get through it, we will. And until we know we have a steady income stream where we can sustain 4 firefighters, then I'll probably try to get that money. So if, I'll send that to Henry as well. Almost done here. You have been a great partner to the San Joaquin River Conservancy, which I'm able to serve on as the mayor's representative. And there has been talk in the past about, we were trying to get the Conservancy to purchase a boat and let us house it there that we can use for mitigation and work and training along the river. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so initially when we had those discussions, it was going to be the partnership where we would go out, try to do some fuel reduction programs, training for folks out in that area. And the Conservancy was interested in buying a boat, right? Buying a boat for the fire department to utilize, respond to. At that time, we were having a ton of water rescue incidents in that span, in that area. I don't know why we never got the funding. There was a change at the leadership position. It never came through. We continued conversations. We've done a ton of work out there for them with fuel breaks, with fuel reduction plan. We've actually incorporated our annual wildland training out there so we can help with those natural fire breaks and fuel reduction. So the partnership's good. We're utilizing the property. We're doing a bunch of space. It is a fire hazard threat out there with all that dry vegetation, but we did not get anything.
So I'm going to go back to, now the Conservancy's recently spent a lot of their money on dedicated towards the River West project, which is in Fresno. I'm going to go back and work with them to see if we can get the board to support that, especially if they're going to house it there. That'll save us money as well, but it'll be an added benefit for both entities. So I'm going to make a motion to allocate $25,000 at, like, matching towards the purchase of an apparatus that'll be sufficient. Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate that. And then regarding the issue of income, I agree. There was a comment made earlier that we don't have maybe the tax base to support fourth firefighter. I think at some point as a community, we have to have a very serious conversation about how we can augment our need in terms of safety and responsiveness for police and fire and even our roads to be able to bring in more revenue. Unfortunately, we can only approve so many economic projects and they're not coming in fast enough. So that's something that we're gonna have to bring forward soon. So be ready for that. Last question, your slides. I think it was slide number, the first slide. If we can go back to that. That shows personnel, non-personnel. So I want to get some information on how interdepartmental transfers, it went up a bit, about $500,000, just under $500,000 in 22 to 23, but you're talking about $2.4 million. That's a lot. I mean, that's the money we would need for keep the squads and keep the staffing. What is that? Why is it so high?
So I know, I've got Yvonne here, but I think right off the bat, we had the centralization of ISD, so we had employees move over to come under ISD's payroll. What we learned in the ISD process is, as we went through and kind of looked at all these lines, is essentially every time you add people, your costs are going to go up. You know what I mean? Costs for licensing, costs for this, costs for that. We've gotten more iPads in the department. Those iPads have a cost associated with them. And so just by the sheer nature of adding the number of people that we've added over the last couple of years, that cost just increased.
Wait a minute. So these are costs you're paying another department because we are hiring more people because of the SAFER grant and things like that?
Correct.
How many people are we talking about? That's a lot.
I want to make sure I'm speaking
Sure, of course.
correctly.
We'll get you some more information, but my initial response will be that Yvonne is here, but I believe it has to do with the fleet charges that were centralized initially. No? Billy's saying no. Okay, thank you.
You want to just come back? I'll wait. You guys come back to me and give me an answer
You
on
bet.
that.
Thank you.
Did you want to provide anything? It's up to you guys.
So you are speaking about the ID charges right now?
City Manager, how do you want to do that?
The increase from 23 to 24, Yvonne.
Roughly, I think it's roughly $2.4 million more in 1 year.
I mean, looking at the sheet, I think the biggest ones are going to be in ISD and they're going to be in fleet. Those were the two big. I'm sorry, not fleet. Facilities. Fleet actually went down.
What do you mean by? Tell me about facilities, for example.
Can we go back, since we're talking about the previous budgets? Well, can we get back to you?
Yes.
Previous year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. That's all I have. Thank you.
Up next, we have Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. So for the record, I have no background in firefighting. So a lot of the acronyms that you're using don't make any sense to me. Apparatuses, teams, things of that nature. But I do want to focus on a couple of items that are of interest to me. First off, I think it's fair to say that for about 20 years, the vast majority of our city resources from the general fund went to the police department. Partly, I think the charisma of our former police chief just winked his eye and the council approved everything at the shortfall of the fire department. You were one of the lowest staffed fire departments in the country while being one of the busiest. This council and the previous council made huge strides against previous administrations to fund more firefighters. What sold me was not only the volumes of call services that you guys had and the fact that you were one of the worst staffed fire departments in the country, but also the fact that we had a runaway train in the form of overtime. And at that time, I was convinced by the fire folks that the reason you had a runaway train in overtime was because we weren't staffing full-time positions. We weren't providing you, full-time officers. So everyone was being worked to the ground and everyone was, working overtime. So I expected the cost of the fire department to increase because whenever you add bodies, as you noted, you add computers, you add equipment, your PG&E bills go up because we've added more bodies and more stations. But I'm still struggling to understand why is it that your overtime budget seems to be the only budget in the city that continuously goes over the approved amount by this council. Can you walk me through in a non-firefighter talk, why is it that the fire department budget seems to not be able to be better managed?
Yeah, I will do my best on this. So
without looking at the city manager.
No.
He had to give us a whole PowerPoint and non-firefighter talk.
It's taken 12 months. It's taken 12 months, and I think we're getting closer.
I want that, but in the reduced version for the general public to understand.
I think what's important to understand is so the numbers we use are a little bit differently, but I think what the council has heard over the last handful of years is at one point we had 81 firefighters on duty per day, and then we went to 95, and then we went to 103. Is that a fair assessment to say? And so we've added essentially, and the number I use when I speak with the mayor and George Ant, city manager, is 110, because we have 110 positions on duty per day that if somebody takes the day off, it has to be backfilled with overtime. And so when we added those 22 additional people on duty per day, we essentially increased our overtime liability by 22 people per day.
Because there's 22 people that can take the day off.
22 additional people that can take the day off by utilizing their earned benefits, their
Correct.
accrued leaves.
And remind me, are our firefighters allowed to take the day off to work in another different jurisdiction?
There are rules in the MOU that state that they can utilize certain leave. There is certain leave that's allowed to be used to go do other work, and then there's certain leave that's not allowed to be utilized. And I don't remember the differentiation between the two. I'm not sure which one it is.
Practically speaking, our firefighters can go moonlight in another agency, and then we have to pay for somebody to fill their backfill through overtime.
Yeah, they have to fill out a form that basically, allows us to work a second job, allows them to work a second job. I sign it. It goes through the administration process and signs.
How many of your officers are authorized to work a second job?
I don't have that number.
Would it be more than 5?
I honestly
Can we
don't.
get that in a memo?
Yeah, we can get that.
How many officers are authorized to moonlight? And also, how many officers moonlighting is resulting in overtime? Whether it's, I know there's MOU language that allows it. I just want to understand how much of the overtime is being generated as a result of that MOU language.
Just the moonlighting portion or all MOU language?
All MOU language.
Well, but if I can be, just be transparent and fair. I mean, when a person takes a vacation day or they take a holiday leave or they take a CTO, I don't go follow up and see what they're doing that day.
No, I understand, but as you noted, when we had 80, now we have 100. 100 people go on vacation or get sick or have family leave. That's overtime, right? So we've increased the liability of overtime. So continue with the overtime situation.
I think that is probably the most basic way to say it is that as members, the more time members have on, the more leave they accrue, because that's all,
So for city manager, why is it that we don't have, when it comes to first responders in the police department, they have the same situation? They can moonlight, they get sick, they go on vacation, but their overtime budget doesn't seem to be so out of whack.
So, the police department is a little bit different in some of their shift trades have to be straight time for straight time. And while that is a portion, I think in reality, there's definitely more straight time for overtime that happens in the fire department versus straight time for straight time. The MOU is you know, for whatever reason, and I suspect, you know, and what I've heard, I haven't personally confirmed this, over the years, in many years past, when perhaps there wasn't the raises type benefits that were provided to the fire department, they instead got MOU language that, you know, kind of allowed an alternate financial benefit to them. And over the years, that MOU language
in
has
essence, instead of paying them a higher salary, we allowed them to earn more overtime.
We did, and different types of leave time and how to, you know, so.
And that historic language continues.
It did, and I want to make it clear, we all agreed, I mean, not us, but the city agreed to it, so.
That also exacerbates the overtime situation.
Probably, I think it's a fair statement that MOU provisions affect overtime. Is that accurate, Billy? You can say I'm wrong.
No. I mean, I think when people utilize their earned benefits, you know, when people utilize their earned leave and take a day off, if we say that we want this many people on duty per day, we have to backfill that spot. And when we backfill that spot, it's at time and a half.
So back to the minimum staffing ratio, this many people on duty that day. Who controls that? Is that an MOU obligation, or is that you as fire chief that can say, I'm going to reduce the amount of people required daily so that I can manage overtime better?
Yeah, so there is MOU language right now that sets a minimum people on apparatus per day. But as far as an overall number, I mean, I guess I would ultimately have that call unless it's negotiated in the MOU.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm still trying to understand, because we have 900 police officers, 100 firefighters. The guys in blue don't seem to be having this overtime situation as much as the folks in red. So that's the easiest way I can put it, and I'm still trying to wrestle with why can't we manage that better if that was one of the promises of us increasing staffing ratios, you know, for years now.
Yeah,
fair enough. The other, prior to the previous chief had made a commitment to relocate the Tower District fire station. Her assessment was that there needed to be a fire station on Belmont, and additionally, that there needed to be a fire station in the industrial development area of South Fresno, given the opening of all these distribution centers. I have only heard of new fire stations for suburb development, not for industrial development that is operational, or for the existing residential neighborhoods in the southern part of the city. Are those plans dead, or where are those plans on those two fire stations?
I'm going to ask Chief Simonius to come up since he's got probably the most historical knowledge on this, and I'll start off, though. The Belmont one was going to be an infill fire station. To my knowledge, it wasn't going to be a relocation. It was going to be a new station, additional staffing, et cetera. I think that conversation just kind of stalled due to, you know, financial issues, et cetera.
We asked the department to prioritize 12, 10, Belmont, and because we couldn't afford all of them, and we were told that the 12 and 10 were the higher priority than Belmont. Yeah, yes, Belmont would relieve calls off of other stations, but that these other stations were a higher priority for the department if we couldn't afford them all.
And help me understand, when you prioritize those stations, are you prioritizing the demand for new occupancy permits, or are you assessing the volume of calls?
You know, I believe the previous fire chief was still here when we did that exercise. So I'll speak from me is, you know, when you look at Station 12, which is a relocation, that's a 45-plus-year-old fire station that was supposed to be temporary for a very, you know, short period of time. We're there 45 years later, and so I think call volume, I think there's been a lot of development in that area. The plan was to put an engine truck and have that be the Battalion 4 headquarters was the new Station 12, and so I mean that was a priority. I think adding a squad at Station 3, and adding a squad at Station 3, squad at Station 9, I believe that has alleviated, not completely, but it's addressed some of that call volume in that Belmont area.
All right.
So I'd have
Can
to
we
get
get
stats
in a memo the call volumes per station?
I have that. Do you want it in a memo? Or
in a memo is fine.
I believe we provided that in a memo yesterday.
I think it just came, and it'll
Yeah.
be distributed through probably tonight after
Okay,
these meetings.
that's fair.
Yeah.
I just like to see, because when people ask me, I'm not going to, again, second guess the fire experts on where the stations needs to be open.
Yep.
But I do think we have an obligation to be transparent.
Yep.
And if we have the call volume in Northwest versus South Fresno,
Yep.
then that needs to be the case. If that's not the criteria you're using, then we need to also be very clear about, what criteria you're utilizing to make that determination. As it comes to the other question I had was, you have in your proposed budget $4.6,999,900 for leases. What are we paying for? What leases? Whose buildings? That's a lot of money in lease payments.
I did not pull that, so I'm going to ask Yvonne, but I think a lot of it is our SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus, that we just replaced every single unit.
So it's not leases in the form of buildings?
I don't believe so. The other ones would be apparatus,
The lease
fire
purchases,
apparatus.
equipment,
Okay.
vehicles.
Yeah, and I think the biggest majority is engines, trucks, and SCBA's.
That's fair. I just I interpret it as buildings.
No, it's year 6 of the department's updated 8-year apparatus replacement program.
Okay, perfect. The other question I had for you, Chief, and I think we've had these conversations for a while now around open fires. My understanding is we've gone this for months now. The city ordinances, no open fires. When somebody calls in a fire responds and puts it out. And is your rank and file clear that irrespective of whether the open fire is in Copper River or in Poveralo, that those fires will be put out?
Yeah, we actually put it out, and then we actually had captains meetings about 2 weeks ago now, where we met with, we probably missed 2 or 3, but we met with every single fire captain and reiterated our policy, talked about San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control. So if they are burning trash, debris, anything other than clean wood, the fire should be extinguished. And that has been the direction.
So somebody burning clean wood in the middle of Copper River Drive, that would be allowed?
Somebody burning wood, so like a fire pit type thing, as long as it's on an approved burn day, San Joaquin Valley Air allows for that.
So I can go on the sidewalk of the mayor's home or the city manager's home or
We
the
don't
city
have
street.
sidewalks up in our end of town.
I believe there's language in there that says something about private versus public. I'd have to look
So,
at that.
simple
piece, but-
question.
Yeah.
I can pick any sidewalk in Northeast Fresno, start a fire with clean wood. When the folks call the fire department, would they put it out or not put it out? Because I'm going to test this exercise.
I mean,
to be very frank, I might be charged by the DA
everybody
with
should be
arson.
treated regardless of where it is in the city. The intent is it's treated equally. It shouldn't be a different for North Fresno versus South Fresno.
Yeah, no, the application should be the same across the entire city. But going back to our conversation, though, I mean,
Just pause there. In full disclosure, I'm telling you right now, with all your captains and the administration, I'm going to put this to a test.
Okay.
I'm going to find clean wood, a sidewalk in Northeast Fresno, and set a fire. And when all the fire trucks come out, and whatever action they take, I'm going to judge that to what's happening on Santa Clara Street, G Street, Chinatown, and downtown and Tower District on a daily basis. So I want to be fully transparent with everyone.
Okay.
I'm going to put it to a test. Because as a resident of Fresno, I do this with police. I call 911 constantly to report a break-in, to report a fire, and they treat me like anyone else, and they respond.
Yeah.
So I'm now going to test out the apparatus of the fire system to be applied equitably across the city.
Please do it in Gary's district.
Could you wait till the winter months at least, please?
No, it's going to be the summertime. I literally just got a photo of an open fire when it's 95 degrees outside.
That should have been
right?
extinguished. I mean,
and it was not put out. And I have to explain to residents why it's not being put out. And right now what I'm hearing is it's clean wood.
It wasn't a cooking fire?
A bonfire.
I mean,
I'm not sure who does hot dogs on a bonfire magnitude, but just know that. With all that, Fire Chief, thank you again. In all seriousness, I've called 911 several times for open fires, alley fires, garbage dump fires. your folks have responded. They're always professional. The response time is good. So I will continue to be supportive of the fire department, but I am going to hold you guys to your promise that you're going to manage overtime, in a better way. I'm not an expert in the deployment system. I'm not going to, try and nickel and dime me for positions. I would also just point out that if we're going to do reductions, I prefer that whatever you're going to do with frontline staff, that it either mirrors or it's far higher with your management staff. So you might lose a captain or two, but I'd rather lose a captain or two than lose a firefighter on the ground who's actually responding to medical calls and fires. I won't go as deep into trying to micromanage what the ratios is being and what stations, but I also want to be clear that, as you said on the record and the city manager, we're a city fire department. I'm not going to be supportive of stealing from Peter to pay Paul. So I'm not going to support any arrangement where you take resources from one district to place somewhere else when the calls for service and the demand for services don't justify it. Yeah, so you're the expert, but there are some principles of being consistent and fair that I'm going to be looking towards. Thank you, Fire Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Up next, we have Councilmember Maxwell.
Good morning, Chief.
Morning.
First of all, you have my commitment. I will not be starting any fires in our city. So. I just have a quick inquiry for you, Chief. Do you know what percentage of your total calls are vegetation fires on the freeway embankments?
I can get that for you. I don't have it off the top of my head.
You have any sort of estimate how many times your guys are going out there on a weekly basis to put out those fires?
I just sent an email yesterday.
It was about 618 last year. When? 2021-ish, there was about 618, so we'll get the specific numbers, but just for the ballpark, that's the range.
That seems pretty high, Chief. Does that seem like a high number for you?
I just sent something the other day. I feel like during the summer months we have regular freeway fires. I feel like we have freeway fires often. So
we just heard about a squad that was able to pick up 700 calls for service.
Yeah.
7,000.
Oh, 7,000. Yeah. I mean, this seems like a pretty high number.
It is. Yeah.
When we had first had the opportunity to talk in my office, I know we had discussed some statewide grants that might be available to transform some of the landscaping to xeriscaping.
Yeah.
Have you followed up with that? Is there any more information about what we can do to make that a less prone place for fires?
Yeah, so I know, it's probably been 10 months now. We had a meeting with Caltrans to talk about just that. There was potential money available to do it. We still meet, but that conversation, at least for funding projects like that, has not come up. So I'm not sure where they're at with. I'll be honest. Like just driving the 99, driving through Fresno, the vegetation's incredibly high.
Yeah.
And as you get further north, it seems like they're mowing there. The vegetation's awfully low. So the conversations I have had with Caltrans is about. One time they didn't get a chance to put their pre-emergent down in the right time because of rain and stuff, so that's why we had issues. And then staffing. I'm looking at the mayor because I haven't met with Caltrans lately, but one of the comments is we don't have staffing. We don't have people to go out and mow. We're falling behind again. So that's what I've heard.
I know that the mowing they're doing it's almost like a robot mower. They're not even using people necessarily to mow. They're using, I don't know what the proper term, but it's kind of like a robot lawnmower.
And I'm guessing we're not reimbursed by CAL FIRE for any of the calls for service on the freeway embankments?
We do not receive reimbursement.
Is that considered city jurisdiction or state?
It would be city jurisdiction. Caltrans responsibility, but city jurisdiction.
Understood. City manager, city attorney.
Hold on a second. They own the embankments. It's within our jurisdiction to respond to fires.
Correct.
But so are private property homes. So it's their property. So we're keeping their property from burning down. So
But is it a legal obligation for us to respond to those calls? Because I know, Chief, that your guys don't have the opportunity to say no to calls, right? We have to respond to every call there is, but is that legally true for freeway embankments as well? Do we know that?
I think we need to look into that, and the mayor has already is already interested in that because of the number of unhoused people that cause fires on the freeways, and trying to get Caltrans to be more responsive to get those people out. Okay, Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wanted to just a little bit by way of history. When we had 650 plus homeless people on our freeways, it was the year that we had 618 fires. And when I met with Caltrans, met with California Highway Patrol and the governor's office, one of the things I talked about was the fact that our folks are out there responding to fires without compensation. And it's because they're allowing homeless people to be on the freeways, on the embankments. And that if they were going to continue to allow homeless people to be on the embankments, allow the vegetation to be 2-3 feet high, why would we continue to respond once or twice a day to freeway fires?
Agreed.
And in fact, this weekend, I sent an email to our staff that I started to see a few homeless people coming back on there. And that message was conveyed to Caltrans. And they immediately went out there and did what they should do.
But is that a one-time response, or do you feel confident that we're
I
going
don't
to
feel
continue?
I don't feel confident. I'm not at all pleased with the consistency of what is occurring on our freeways, which is, you know, I've always believed that we shouldn't allow another agency to determine our success, which is why I had funding in the budget to remove trash from the freeways. I'd hate to have to see us go out there and mow the freeways, but, you know,
Well, let
that
me
is
ask
a
you this,
responsibility.
Mayor. There's been a lot of back and forth the last couple of days about that bucket 5 for Measure P and beautification. I mean, I think there's been a back and forth. You would like to use it for litter abatement. Others would like to see it go towards the city. But is there a possibility for re-landscaping that to xeriscaping with those same dollars to make it a less conducive environment for homeless encampments and for starting fires as well? I'm sure it'd be expensive, but I feel in the long term that'd be a good investment for our city.
I fully support your idea or the concept of landscaping like they do in Arizona or Las Vegas, Nevada. You know, you go and they're beautiful freeways. Yeah. There is no vegetation. There are no fires. Yeah. And so I would completely support that. But again, that is a Caltrans decision, and maybe we should have a meeting with them to find out what their plans are in terms of that.
What is their decision?
What's that? We haven't had that meeting.
Okay, well, I think that our freeways are a blight on the city. I mean, they're terribly ugly. They seem to be constantly on fire. 600 a year is terrible. I think a healthy medium, if we're talking about those bucket 5 Measure P dollars, you know, talked about litter abatement. We talked about using those money for more trees inner city. I'd be open to the idea of keeping some of those money for the freeway embankments. Sure. If it's going to lead towards a permanent re-landscaping of those freeways to make it more aesthetic. You know, we've talked about other cities like Phoenix and other southern state cities that have that type of environment on the side of the freeways. I think it makes it harder to have encampments. I think it makes it harder to start fires on there. Okay. Just want to put that out there.
What we'll do is initiate a conversation or meeting with Caltrans, with Diana Gomez, find out what their plans are with the freeway embankments, and if there is a possibility for us to be able to partner with some type of a dryscape, landscape, or whatever they call it. And then we'll make sure we'll bring you into that.
We need their permission to re-landscape, but not to go clean the litter or to reduce the fires on their property.
We do need, we have an agreement with Caltrans on the litter abatement. And that agreement was that they would fund us, and then we put in some funding, and then we went out and outsourced it, contracted with ScrubCan to clean our embankments. They continued to clean the medians next to the freeway. That is their responsibility. So, but we can initiate a conversation with them in terms of how we might go forth with, a different type of landscape.
How soon do you think we could get those conversations going, Mayor? Because I may be open to leaving those Measure P dollars for the freeways if we're able to have a conversation and some sort of light commitment from Caltrans that we could partner to start re-landscaping part of our freeways.
We'll initiate a call today.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Do we have an agreement with them that we're going to respond to fires on the freeway, or do we just do that?
No, we don't need an agreement. That's an emergency, so we don't need an agreement to respond to fires. That's,
I mean, I think it's an emergency when we have like homeless people camping out there too.
Yeah.
Do we need their permission to go out there and take them and get them some sort of housing?
So Caltrans has been the one, and CHP are the ones that respond to the homeless people on the freeway. And then sometimes they request our assistance with with the trash that the camps leave behind, but they use their own resources or personnel to do the removal of the folks right now.
I appreciate that.
Billy, did you find the numbers on the
I
vegetation?
did, yeah. So just in 2023, we had a total of just over 1,000 vegetation fires, but that's citywide. Now, freeway, it was about 600, like you had previously mentioned. Just this year alone, we've had about 133 freeway fires. Getting off 99 in Fresno Street this morning, we had 2 resources committed at 7 o'clock in the morning to a freeway fire, just because, hotter temperatures, humidity's down. You asked a question, though, and I'll try to answer my best, is the reason we respond and extinguish those fires is just like the Bluffs. That fire takes off, and the exposures are your the city residences and the city buildings. Yeah, so.
I just think our guys are terribly overworked as it is. I would love to come up with a creative solution to where they don't have to keep responding to these freeway fires.
Yeah, we have a couple ideas, and I know in the past, years ago, Chief Simonis was telling me, is that we have tried to do cost recovery, and just Caltrans was not willing at the time to pay those cost recovery charges, and I mean, it's another conversation we can have. But
it sounds like we might have some funds available to us through Measure P, as long as Caltrans is willing to partner with us to make some of those improvements. You've been in your position for a year yet, Chief?
July will be an official year. The interim was March, but yeah, July.
I hope you're enjoying it, because we're enjoying having you as chief, and I appreciate the communication between you and our office. I feel like every time we reach out to your department for an inquiry, you guys are always on top of it, very expedient, always very professional. So I appreciate you and all the firefighters. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Up next, we have Councilmember Esparza. You're punched up.
Not sure how that happened. It must have been the cord here. No, I don't have any questions. I appreciate our fire department. I think the primary issue I was concerned about has been litigated already with respect to what kind of cuts are going to be made. So I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chief, I just wanted to clarify the conversation that Council Vice President initiated a bit earlier. In regards to the proposed plan to keep 4 firefighters on the engines, was that just for Station 2, or was that for the other 2 stations as well?
The proposed, or what the motion that you made? I'm sorry.
What you had proposed initially.
So yeah, the initial proposal prior to today was three stations. So just to come back, so currently we have 2 stations that are staffed with 3 people. It's Station 20 and it's Station 10. Station 20 is our Fig Garden station. Station 10 is across from the airport. The plan initially was to downstaff 3 engines. It was going to be 17s, 2s, and 16s from 4 to 3. We went back to the drawing board, said we'll do 1 squad, and that'll give us enough to keep 2 of those engines staffed at 4. And Station 16 was going to be the one that we had recommended downstaffing based off of call volume, resources available around it, all that type of stuff. So it was just going to be that one engine.
And then you mentioned to help close that gap, something about Squad 9.
Yeah, he had well, Squad 9 was part of the proposal too, based upon having 2 apparatus already at Station 9. So the proposal the council member made was, hey, go look at doing 2 squads and keeping all engines at 4.
Okay. So that would include Squad 9. We'd be losing.
It'd be Squad 9, and we'll need to go back to the drawing board, but based off our conversation, Squad 9 and Squad 4 would be our lowest call volume apparatus.
And which one
for
is
squads.
Which one is Squad 4?
Squad 4 is at the corner of, I got my little map here just so I don't mess it up, but Station 4 is on 3065 East Iowa. You got Engine 4 and Squad 4 there. It's a busy station, and actually he had the numbers. If we took the squad away from Station 4, I think Station 4 is probably the 4th or 5th busiest station right now. It goes back up to... 11th busiest. Oh, it's the 11th busiest, but it goes up to... The busiest. It would go up to the busiest with the addition of removing the squad. So.
Where is Squad 4? I'm sorry. What are the
Iowa,
cross streets there?
3065 East Iowa.
That's District 7.
First and...
Okay. And then I think I missed Councilmember Carbasi's motion. Do you remember that off the top of your head by chance, or can someone read that back to me? Yeah, that was a little confusing.
I was also confused. I think what he was saying, frankly, I think what he was saying and what the council member was saying were two different things, but I think what he's trying to accomplish is to keep everything at 4. I think that's what he's trying to do.
And then my colleague made a comment about robbing Peter to pay Paul. I just want to make sure I understand fully what the motion was, what we would be taken away in order to restore
Council President, can I also clarify, when you said 4 fighters, did that include the station in Northeast? Does it include everybody, or were some stations not being included?
So the initial plan was to put.
Did you object?
He objects.
Yeah. It was to keep 4-person staffing on everything but one engine, and that would be engine 16. So 17s would be at 4, 2s would be at 4.
Where is 16?
I don't think that's what the council member was suggesting.
No, it's not, but he was asking that other. So 17s is in your district, 2s is in Councilmember Carbasi's district,
So
16.
So there would be 4 firefighters
Correct.
in all of those?
Yeah.
Except for 16.
Well, with Councilmember Carbasi's motion, it was to downstaff 2 squads to keep every engine at 4 and keep the safety officer.
So when we say every engine, we're still not talking about 20 and 10,
Correct.
which have never had
Correct.
4.
Correct.
So
Sorry.
20 and 10 have never had 4. We've never proposed them to have 4. What the initial, when the mayor presented his budget, the chief's proposal was to downstaff 17, 2, and 16.
Yep.
Down from 4 to 3, okay? Since then, and hearing your feedback, he went back and did further analysis to look and realized that even though 17 has the lowest call volume, if we pulled that, the resources are so far away that if there was an incident, it would have a negative impact. So he then came back this morning and discussed a proposal that would be to only downstaff 16 from 4 to 3, to downstaff 1 squad 9, eliminate squad 9, put 9 on hold, and to do the changes and then defund the fire prevention supervisor.
Just a prevention inspector, 2 prevention inspectors.
2 inspectors. Now, Councilmember Carbasi, what we need clarification on was your discussion to keep all 3 that we proposed to go to 3, keep all 3 of them at 4, or just 2 of them at 4, as the chief talked this morning?
I would like to keep all 3 at 4. Oh, yes, correct. 3 at 4.
Okay, so in order to keep all 3 at 4, that would require us to possibly eliminate 2 squads? Or we don't know yet. You'd have to go back and look at the numbers.
Well, you got to get it from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So I mean.
So since a squad is $1.1 million, it would likely be, and by the way, I want to make sure you know, I'm not advocating, I'm just trying to untangle this conversation. 2 squads, which would be a savings of about $2.2 million, and it would be likely the fire inspectors.
Let me ask a clarification question. I know the squads are stationed in different areas, and maybe this isn't as feasible because it's so far north, but if there was a squad stationed at Councilman Rutherford's station, then he would technically have more than 3. He would have, what, 7 firefighters there?
He would have 6.
6. And they can assist on a fire call.
Well.
So, Billy, I need you to read the numbers of the spreadsheet that you have given us, because I think this is important to this discussion. So in 2023, we had 50,000 medical aid calls. No, we had 50,000 incidents in the fire department. 50,000 incidents. 30,000 of those were medical aid calls. 30,000 out of 50,000 were medical aid calls. So I just want to make sure that you have that in context of when we're talking about eliminating the need, if we want to keep all the fire stations, the 3 we were proposing at 4, it would mean the elimination of 2 squads, and instead, those engines would be responding to those medical
And let's
calls.
be clear, I'm sorry, one
Yeah.
thing. When we take away the squad, we're not losing personnel. They're going to be moved somewhere else. We're not laying anyone off or firing anybody, correct?
You're 100% correct.
Okay, sorry.
I just want to confirm what I understood, not a firefighter. The majority of the responses for incidents that the department engages in are related to medical.
Correct.
The folks are responsible for medical response are the squads?
All engines respond to medical calls. The closest unit responds to the medical call.
So what impact would it have to close 2 squads, and where would you close them from?
Well, the impact of, so the reason the squads went in service was to reduce the demand on the engines and trucks, apparatus wear and tear, fatigue on employees.
So the big trucks are not going to a heart attack?
Correct, yep.
So if you remove those, then the big trucks will be responding to medical calls
They'll
again.
just be going back to the calls they were originally responding to pre-SAFER.
And where are those squads located at?
Squads are currently located at Station 3, which is downtown, Station 5, which is on Shields and First, I believe. I'll give you the exact address if you want it, but Station 9, which is in Tower, and then Station 3, 4, 5, and 9, Station 4.
So just want for the record, Station 3 in downtown responds to all the high towers and all the elderly that are vulnerable and disabled and have a ton of medical calls. So we're going to remove squad from there?
I would recommend not doing Station 3 and Squad 3 and Squad 5 are running over. Squad 5 is running over 2,100 calls a year, and Squad 3 is at 2,100 calls a year. There's about 30 call difference between the two.
So. Yeah. Our job is, the fire's job is to save lives, not to save them.
May I suggest, instead of trying to hash this out, and let us listen to the rest of the feedback from council members, and let us regroup with the fire department and maybe come up with a couple options for your consideration. Once again, I'm not sure that I'm gonna these are options that we necessarily are proposing, but I want you to know what the options are, give you some menu items of how it could work financially, instead of trying to go back and forth on this, because I know it's very confusing. I think it would also be helpful if we provided you with the data that shows to the point of, majority of our calls being medical. So I want to hear the rest of the feedback by council and take all that feedback, go back, sit down, look at the numbers, look at the calls, and come up with a recommendation from the chief to circulate. We can do it by memo or however you want to do it, just a suggestion.
Okay, I appreciate that, City Manager, because right now it's District 1 taking the brunt of this, and I understand where something's going to hurt. It's just a matter of how can we spread it out to where it makes the most sense and to where we can still provide adequate service to our residents. Chief, can we pivot to Station 12? I believe we took out the 3 million, 3.5, 3.6 million from ARPA funding to help close this gap. The goal to backfill that is to go out for bonding. One of my colleagues mentioned something he wants to go out for bonding for, and I'm sure there's other council members that want to go out for bonding for projects in their own districts. But we only have so much capacity to bond out. And so if this council, for whatever reason, does not support bonding out, then we have no plan to backfill the Station 12 relocation. I just want to get your thoughts on that, because part of what we set aside for in the last budget was to just keep moving this project forward. And maybe this is a question for you, City Manager, but can you talk a little bit about, and what Ruthie mentioned earlier, can you just reiterate what our plan is for Station 12 moving forward?
So despite the 3 plus 4 million, 3.1 being, that was never going to be enough, obviously, for Station 12. So we were always looking at a between $12 and $15 million bogey. So if we were going to move forward with that station, bonding was always likely going to be in the mix unless the federal government dropped another pot of money on us. So I think, the only thing that specifically changed would be, like not bonding as much. So we were always going to bond, but by pulling out, the 3.1 million, we would just be budgeting enough for sort of the first bond payment. So I want to make sure that's clear. If we want to move forward with Station 12, whether or not we had that money, we were always going to need to bond because we never were going to have enough money to be able to pay cash for the station. Yeah, we already mentioned that we have a council item coming, which we've already spent money on station design, and it's a reimbursement resolution as we do. That would allow us to reimburse expenses attributed to Station 12 with bond proceeds when we go out to the market with a bond.
Okay.
Just to be clear, that would confirm the council's commitment to move forward with the issuing of the lease revenue bonds. We anticipate that we would be ready to do that and award a contract and establish the full appropriation amounts in July.
Okay. All right. Did you have a comment, council member?
I want to, so you're going to force us before we approve a budget to vote on bonding out for the fire station only?
Go ahead.
Please.
What we would like to do is establish a reimbursement resolution so that it leaves the door open that we can further so that we can make sure that as we spend resources that we will have the opportunity to reimburse ourselves when we issue the bonds.
I understand how that works, but are you bringing a resolution for reimbursement for the call center? And is that next week the day that we all bring our own reimbursement resolutions for our projects that we'd like to be bonded?
No, sir. We're just going to bring a resolution for this because now we have the full estimated cost. We didn't have that up until this point.
Do you have a full estimated cost for the dispatch center?
We don't. We don't. We're not far enough along yet.
Okay. What's our total bonding capacity?
We don't have our total bonding capacity, but we'll get it. We heard the request yesterday. This in no way takes our total bonding capacity. In fact, one of the things I was going to offer as well is that this project, along with several others, are also part of the Nexus study for our impact fees. And part of that trade memo will also mention that we do have some fees that we can, in that fund, and we will take that in consideration as well. It will be a matter of balancing all of the resources that we have available to us so that we don't overextend ourselves one way or the other.
Member Esparza asked for our total bonding capacity a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. We've asked for it in the last year. We still don't have it.
We provided it. We've provided 2 updates, actually, in
trade
memos.
What is it then?
Well, it changes, obviously. There are multiple considerations. The 2 main, because obviously as market changes, right, multiple levers, but the 2 main, without going into too much detail, are our ability to afford lease our payments, right, and our assets. And the mayor addressed this very eloquently when he provided the budget update several weeks ago. And as assets become available, they come out of our lease. And those happened in April. So we'd have 3 major assets that became available. So we do have some collateral just now. And those assets will provide some bonding capacity from that perspective. So that's good. But unfortunately, now, which was not the case 2 years ago, we are in a situation where we maybe are a little stretched from being able to afford. So the affordability becomes the issue. And those are basically the 2 main levers. Now, we're also in a different interest rate environment than we were just several years ago. That also becomes another big issue. So those things will be addressed in the most recent trade memo. But we have provided that update twice.
What's the last update of our bonding capacity? What was it?
So when the question was asked last year,
it was 0.
What our bonding capacity was, we had none. Everything was bonded out. As of April of this year, we had 3 assets that rolled off. One of those was Woodward Park. Second was a parking garage. The other was Selland Arena. That was $62 million, and that $62 million was the appraised value at the time in which the master lease, I believe, was taken up. So does that give us $62 million of bonding capacity? No. But it gives you a percentage of whatever those assets are appraised at today, I would imagine. So whatever that
Slightly
is,
more
I don't know.
complicated, Mayor, but yes,
Yes.
something like that, yes.
But it was $62 million is what rolled off.
Yes, Santino is working on that right now.
All right, Chief, and then my last question, I just want to make sure, and I think you mentioned this already, but as we're defunding positions, it doesn't necessarily mean we're losing those PARs.
Correct, yeah,
that
to my
correct?
knowledge, they're staying in there, they're going to be defunded.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I think I might have one more question, but I want to hear from Councilmember Chavez first.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chief. I think you're trying to kind of gauge the conversation that's going up here. I don't think anybody wants to be caught in a situation where there's a decrease of level of service. Obviously, we all remember what happened during the pandemic with our firefighters essentially being, that first line of defense for folks that got sick. And, our firefighters obviously had to take the brunt of that initially when nobody knew what this was. So I think that's what we're trying to figure out. So in that context, I'd like to make that a formal request. I mentioned it 2 days ago, City Manager. I'd like to see what the calls for service are for our fire stations, and whether it's a memo or however you want to do it. City Manager, that would be helpful for the conversation. We're kind of trying to figure out how to, allocate resources. And then the other request I have, Chief, is we used to have that map with the fires that were going on in council districts. I'd like to get that on a regular basis. Again, I know we chatted a little bit about it, but you're almost there a year. So we're trying to give you some space, but that will be helpful as we get calls for service, as we get complaints from neighbors. I think we just saw one on the local media today about fires happening, and hopefully Councilmember Arias doesn't begin to spread fires along other council districts. But that would be helpful. Those are the two requests that I have, and then I'll wait for that data to kind of make up my mind on how we should allocate those. Thank you, Chief.
As far as the data, Councilmember, what type of frequency do you think would be beneficial? 2 weeks, once a month?
I think the monthly one was actually helpful. Okay. I know it's summertime, it gets a little crazy, especially with what's about to happen here in about a month. And I know you're prepping for that because we did last year. The 4th of July, I think, is probably one of the craziest times for council offices. We get calls from folks sending up those fireworks. I believe you guys are going to be doing some PSAs along with our police chief on the enforcement piece. I think we still have those fines in place, right? Is it $5,000 or upwards of that?
Up to 5, yeah, for the
up to $5,000. So I'm sure you'll have your team ready to go, because I think last year we got a little bit of a late start on our end. I want to get a little bit ahead of it and make sure that we get that word out, that if you are, blasting off fireworks that go into the sky. I think I have that video from 2 years ago where a palm behind my alleyway was on fire. That was interesting, but along those lines, I think that's where that map will be helpful for us, Chief. So with that, thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Hey, Chief. So could you distinguish for us with respect to the conversation around cutting Squad 4 or impacting Squad 4? That's in my district in Iowa there. My understanding of that, and speaking to leadership in the department over the years, is it's a very, very, very busy station. So can you distinguish sort of the squad from the actual firefight? I mean, how does that work, and what kind of impacts are we talking about if we were to make potential cuts?
So I think if you go back to pre-safer at Station 4, you had one engine, and if I'm incorrect, you guys can let me know. But we had Station 4 with it was 4-person staffing pre-safer, right? Yeah, we had a few stations that had 4 before we got the safer grants. So Station 4 was one of those. When Chief Donis and the administration put together, if we got awarded these positions, what was the priority of how things would go. I think Squad 4 was the third squad that was to be filled, and that was based off of call volume in that district. We talk about a thing called Tier 2 calls, and it's how often does a second call occur in that district while the primary engine's out or the primary resource is out. And so anyway, Squad 4 was the third squad to be filled before we did Squad 9.
Based off the Tier 2 criteria?
Correct, and call volume. Call volume and the Tier 2 criteria, yes.
Okay, so with Safer Grant, I mean, what does it look like now filled? So pre-Safer was 4, so what does it look like now?
6. So you have the safety officer there. So you have the four folks on the engine. You've got 2 people on the squad, and you have the safety officer position.
And so which criteria led us to considering Squad 4 for cuts?
It went back to kind of how we grew and unwinding the growth, and then Squad 4 was not the original plan. But if we have to cut a second squad, it would be Squad 4, and that would be just based off of sheer call volume, EMS calls, fire calls. It was really due to call volume, call demand. So, and I'll let Chief McGuire speak if he's got anything else to add.
Yeah. Good morning, by the way. So actually, the Squad 4 or Engine 4 right now is number 11 ranked, and by cutting Squad 4,
by which criteria?
I'm sorry?
By which criteria? Number 11 according to what?
Call volume wise.
Okay.
So ranked number 1 would be the busiest on down. So right now they're 11 at just over 2,000 calls. With the exclusion of Squad 4, it would add roughly about 1,400 calls to Engine 4. So you're talking about 3,500 calls, and which would then place them number 1 in the city as far as the busiest apparatus by almost 500 calls.
So right now we're 11. If we went forward with these cuts, we'd go back to the top essentially.
You're going to be running that apparatus
very frequently.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand before we make any final decisions. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Fire Chief, as you can appreciate, we're all here because there has to be some reductions somewhere in the apparatus of public safety. But I wanted to understand better, we have all these surplus buildings. When we build a new fire station, the old temporary fire station is no longer needed. I understood that the fire station or the modified home on Herndon and Grantland that you guys are operating from, you're going to continue instead of selling to generate resources for the city. Why is that?
That is actually going to become a housing asset.
What does that mean?
That's the thing I mentioned this at the last meeting. Paging Phil Sky. We put an RFP out. We did surplus land. We're doing a surplus land act to put an RFP out for that to be used as some sort of housing resource to get it off of the fire department's books.
So if you could just slow down for a bit, we have not declared a surplus yet because that would have taken council action.
It's exempt or something because it's so small. Let me get you the details,
okay.
Unless Phil is listening and can help me.
And the reason I'm asking is,
answer if you would like to know.
Go ahead, please.
It's 2 adjacent properties. Is there some feedback?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, I'm hearing some feedback. We were advised from the city attorney's office that because it was 2 adjacent properties, there was an opportunity with the new Surplus Land Act requirements. We did have to apply to HUD, but that there would be an exemption, and I believe that we did bring that. Randall, if you might recall, we did bring that to council. No?
No.
Okay. In any event, we'll get something for you.
The reason I'm asking is, if I recall that station, it's a 4,000 square foot, what I would call mini mansion in a new suburb. 5,000 square foot? 2,500 square foot. So it's a 2,500 square foot home located in a residential neighborhood, I think a cul-de-sac. Could probably fetch $500,000 as market rate housing in a market rate neighborhood. So why wouldn't we sell it for $500,000, take that money and put it back into the fire department? The fire station that's no longer going to be used. What's the fire station number?
It was the old 18s.
The old 18.
Old Station 18, yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
It's an
Councilmember,
old
we'll get back to
Granville
you. We
home.
looked at all those options. We have the information. I just need to compile it.
Yeah, I think it's worthy of a council conversation. If we're going to engage in taking from Peter to pay Paul, why are we sitting on a $500,000 asset that could be put back into a fire department? If you turn into affordable housing in a neighborhood filled of, officers and CHP and sheriff and firefighters, you're going to get a replication of what we've seen in the past around NIMBYism. So I don't know if it's
We
why
did
we're not
consult
having a
with the
discussion.
council member for the district on the preferred use of that. And so
The preferred use is affordable housing?
It's affordable housing is not the proper term. I believe that, Councilmember, let us get back to you. We'll have. I'm happy to
Okay.
email you today. I just don't have the right staff.
Thank you, and I'm not trying to open a bag of worms. What I'm trying to understand is these are all assets that we can put in. It probably won't do a lot of relief, but surely for equipment, surely for apparatus. It might pay for a year worth of a squad. I don't know, but I was under the impression that every time we vacate these old buildings, we sell the asset and put the money back into a fire department. So,
Actually, we've not done that. No, I mean, the one that we just brought to you a couple weeks ago, which had been fire department, had been the police department back, that's the first time that I'm aware that we've brought something for you to sell a building, and that was the item that we're going to pay for the police helicopter payment on. But traditionally, we don't. We kind of just hold on to them, and this one really rose on the rank because it keeps getting broken into, and we keep having to board it up. Yeah. And we finally came to this one isn't the one.
No,
but
it's the other one.
we were paying landscape maintenance costs, and the fire department was very frustrated that they were paying landscape, and we said, what are we going to do with this? So
Okay.
I'll have information to you today. I just don't have the right staff here.
Yeah, and I don't mind it going back to the new fire station in that area, and that means we bond out less money and pay less interest rate. But I'd like to understand why the rationale for it.
Councilmember Bredefield,
Yeah,
you have the floor.
I just want to finish with this. I guess the recommendations are, do we have a vehicle go out for medical, or do we cut back on some of the staffing? And I'm just wondering if there are, you said, city manager, you're going to look at other options and bring all the options to us.
And they will be and when I say other options, it will be what's already on the menu, but perhaps reorganized. It's going to involve a squad, an engine, inspector, a safety officer, because there's just not a whole lot left in their budget to work with. And that is why they did not have to face the same level of cuts that every other department, did. Every other department got at least a 6.18% attrition reduction. The fire department got, I believe, a little over 1.4%. Almost every other department recognized a 3% budget cut. The fire department, because there's just not a lot to work with there. So there's not a lot of other new options, but I think what I'm hearing is, we need to go back and look at, which stations, which squads will generate how much savings.
Okay, well, I mean, there are, I don't want to be involved in cutting service for people who potentially need medical care. That's not something I'm comfortable with. At the same time, I also, want to have staffing levels that are appropriate and safe for firefighters as well as them doing their job. I don't know how far the council wants to go in terms of perhaps using some reserve money to ensure that the medical issues are taken care of for the community. I don't know. But I want to look at what potential options are there. because I just don't, I'm not interested in cutting services.
Can I add something? I absolutely share your frustration. So let's wait and see what the proposal is. In the meantime, Councilman Bedefeld, why don't you and we can look at, I think some of this might be a policy call, maybe reprioritizing what we're spending money on in the department. And maybe you and I can get together and say, this is where we can save some money. I'm already eyeing not fixing these council seats. That's $60,000 right there. No, I'm only kidding. But maybe we can find a way to through policy decisions, save that money.
Sure.
And preserve.
Thank you.
And when you say reserve, are you talking about the city's emergency reserve or some other reserve?
No, that's what, I mean, I was just, again, I'm not saying we
Okay.
should do that. I'm just saying I'm not interested in cutting services to the community when there's a medical emergency.
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
think we need to look at all possibilities. That's all.
City Attorney, can you remind me, when we talked about a month ago, we had, you guys were going to look at when we can get into the reserve. Have you, I don't remember if you did that analysis. If not, I think it's probably we need to make sure that we all have that information as to, because I don't believe we can access the reserve this year. I'm not saying not in future years, but I don't think we can, and I don't remember if that analysis came out.
We looked at it, and under the current resolution, we don't think that you can, but we've also advised the council, obviously, they could overturn that policy by a vote of a majority, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, I do have one question. In this proposed budget, are we adding more money to reserve?
No, we
Not
are
one
not.
penny? Okay, thank you.
Chief, if we defund 2 fire inspectors, is that going, how will that impact our ability to inspect and final projects that we have?
So the new inspectors they basically do our annual inspection program. So a handful of years ago, 4 years ago or so, we were very behind on our annual inspection program. We've done really, really well with the increased staffing there and giving some inspections out to the field. That would be where we might have some impact in the first year. Their first 6 months are going to be in training, and so then it'd be the next 6 months of them going out and actually doing inspections in the field. So that would be, in year 1, that would be our biggest gap. But 3 years down the road, when they're trained up to do the smaller plan reviews and the new construction inspections, that's where we'll feel potential delays. But year 1's impact is going to be a potential to get behind again on our annual inspection program.
Okay, and that was my concern, is I want to be sure we're not slowing down projects. We already get criticized that our process everywhere across the board is slow.
Yep.
We heard from the planning department yesterday that we are meeting our timelines adequately. I think it was like 90% of the time.
Yep.
I want to be sure if we're cutting, we are not indirectly slowing down the overall process of getting things approved and new businesses open.
These positions would not slow down plan review. So.
Okay, all right. I think that's it. Council colleagues, any other questions, comments? Nope. All right. Well, thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here.
Even though you beat me in cornhole this weekend.
Thank you.
Let's go find the savings in police.
All right. Up next, we have the police department.
Paco's got this one. He's here to watch. Come out swinging, Paco.
I have to around here.
Right out of the gate.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Paco Balderrama, Fresno Chief of Police, and I'm here to present the proposed fiscal year 25 budget. Before I do that, I really want to thank a couple of individuals who have been just instrumental in putting this thing together. That would be...
Okay, I'm saying another.
Bernard, it's number 2.
Thank you,
All right, Police Finance Manager Desiree Perry, who just works extremely, extremely hard, helps me a great deal. Michelle Wooden, who's her right hand, and under the leadership of DC Burke Farah, who's taken a more of a leadership role in the finance department. So thank you very much to them. So before I go on to talk about the budget itself, I think I would be remiss to not talk about some of our wins. You know, this is the output of the previous fiscal year budget. This is where your investment went. As most of you already know, last year was a tremendous year in lowering all crime across the city. We were able to reduce homicides by 42%. That was the largest decrease in the nation of large cities, second to Buffalo, New York. Shootings were down by 18%. Rapes were down by 18.8%. And in the area of property crimes, we were able to reduce business burglaries by 44.2%, residential burglaries by 25.1%. During that time, we also hired 107 police officers during that fiscal year, during a very difficult time in the United States to hire officers altogether. Also up in that picture, you will see a press conference that we had just a couple weeks ago. That is Operation Gridlock. That's the second largest operation of its kind, wire operation of its kind, second to No-Fly Zone, which occurred in the spring of 2022, where 40 separate locations were hit, 32 felony arrests were made, 60 illegal guns were confiscated, and $40,000 in illicit drug proceeds were confiscated all in one day. That took about 800 personnel altogether, not just the Fresno Police Department, obviously, but several local, state, federal partners from around the country. So very proud of that. Year to date, to show you where your investment is continuing. I checked the numbers just today, and our shootings are down 41.8% from last year's number, so the downward trend is continuing. Homicides are about even from last year. Last year was a good year, but we're actually under all other comparable cities that we compare ourselves to, you know, Oakland, Long Beach, San Jose, Bakersfield, Sacramento. We are under all of them right now. Commercial burglaries continue to decline. They are down by 36%, and residential burglaries are down by 19.2%. One interesting number that really jumped out at me, because when you talk about public safety, when you talk about people not being hurt in our community, shootings is something that really stands out to me. If you remember, in 2020, we had a record year of 732 shootings. In that year, 337 people were shot. 337 people were hit by a bullet. So far this year, it's been 54. So obviously, violent crime is a fraction of what it was a couple of years ago. And, you know, I can give all the credit to, number one, the men and women who are on the front lines, but also the men and women who are behind me. The leadership of the Fresno Police Department is second to none. I don't care, across the country, second to none. And if we're having a great deal of success, it's really because of them and their hard work and the way that they support me as chief. Moving on to the next slide, this is the actual budget. The total budget is proposed at $288,364,100. Now, if you look at your top right column, 75% of this is personnel costs, $217 million. Non-pers is almost $33 million, and interdepartmental costs is $38 million. So breaking that down, $288 million, that includes $255 million in the general fund, and it also includes $5,341,200 from contract law enforcement services. If you remember, that's where we allow police officers to work on their off time, not their on time, and some of these contracts are paid through businesses who pay a set rate. Everybody pays the same rate that goes through the city general fund, and then we pay those officers. One thing that we did the last year is that we started prioritizing the contracts, meaning that the reason we do this is, yes, we allow officers to make extra money, but we know that the visibility of police officers also helps reduce the calls for service. Therefore, if we know that a place like Walmart that has a lot of traffic, thousands of people going in and out, when you have more people, you tend to have more crime, shoplifting, things like that. So we know that Walmart, if we don't have a police officer there, Walmart is going to call us X number of times a day. So simply by having that police officer there is like having Walmart pay for their own police service, and it does reduce our calls for service overall. Now, in the proposed budget, line 2, $4.1 million above.
budget propose ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
And we're muting that right away. Apologies. Continue.
All right, $4.1 million above the fiscal year 2024. That attributes to a total of 926 police officers and 404 civilian positions, which is a total of 1,330. Really, the big jump in the budget is due to contract raises, pensions, and workman's comp. As you remember, 3 years ago, we are up for another contract. 3 years ago, we managed to sign the largest contract in the history of the Fresno Police Department, really paying the police officers what they're worth for their time and energy and dedication to the city. And obviously, that was not cheap. Line 3, fiscal year 2025 proposed non-PERS. That's about $1.9 million below. Those are one-time costs that we removed. Things like fixes to the regional training center, equipment. There was one-time equipment, so those were taken out of there. Okay, it's not going over to the next slide. Here we go. All right. When I got here in 2021, we had a total of positions, not police officers, but a total of allotted 838 positions. At the time, we were about 100 police officers short, and we also had over 100 police officers out on COVID leave. So really, we were running this city with about 600 police officers, which is not near enough. I can say that now we've added 88 actual positions on the books to bring us up to 926. Currently, we have 860 police officers, which is the most that we've ever had. And the last time I counted, we had hired over 300 police officers in all in the last 3.5 years. Again, this during a time in history when other police departments are having a very, very difficult time hiring police officers in general. We don't seem to be having that problem. Secondly, I'm very proud of our recruiting unit because of those police officers that we have hired, about 72% of them are either minority or women, which is another high water mark that a lot of other police departments are trying to meet. Really, there's no changes in the PERS or in the FTEs, the number of employees. What you see there in the 4.5 is really partially funded positions in fiscal year 24, which we are going to fully fund this year. I can't say this enough. I try to repeat it quite a bit, but out of our professional staff, they are simply just as important as our sworn police officers. They provide a great service to this community. They provide very, very important work. The ones that really stand out to me are I-Bureau techs. They go out. I see them as I'm walking, to the gym in the morning at 6 a.m. and they're generally going to a call, and they're happy to go out there to process the crime scene, to do their job to the best of their ability, and I'm very proud of them, along with our dispatchers who also do a great job, and our records clerks who are featured there on this particular slide. Okay, this next slide shows our contractual obligations, starting with our Northwest Policing District lease. It's going to go up $5,300 a year. So that's a pretty low level impact, but that is a raise or an increase. Our Skywatch hangar is going up $3,700 a year. Our janitorial services for all police buildings is going to go up $33,000 or $33,600. One contribution which I'm happy to make is an increase of $40,000 in our Fresno County DA Regional Forensic Crime Lab. Now, some of you may ask, why are we giving the county DA money? One thing that has really changed in the last 10 years is the frequency of computers and smartphones and even smartwatches being used in felonious activity. Just this morning, I ran into one of my felony assault detectives, and I asked him, Can you give me a ballpark figure of how many phones you guys have to dump on your particular cases? Keep in mind, this is a felony assault detective. He goes, Chief, it's got to be 90%. Just about every felony crime involves a smartphone, a computer, a tablet, whatever else, even a computer inside a vehicle that we have to dump. I don't have the money to run my own lab. Therefore, a couple of years ago, the county and local police departments came up with the idea of all of us joining in and starting the Fresno County Regional Forensic Crime Lab. That gives us unlimited number of phones and computers that we can data dump, which is critical to making these cases. Frankly, when I'm paying the county, I could not even come close to operating my own crime lab, so that's money well invested. And then our Axon body-worn camera taser agreement is going to go up by $700,000, over $700,000. For many years, we've been a developmental partner with Axon. We're very proud of that because we have been cutting edge as far as technology, as far as tasers, body-worn cameras, drones, and we've even helped develop a lot of different products, 3 that I can think of right now that we are one of the very first in the world to utilize. So because we're developmental partners, we get a huge break. To our estimation, about a $19 million break on those services, which other departments who are not developmental partners don't get. But eventually those deals run out, and some of them are running out this year. That's what is causing that hike. What we did is we sat down with Axon and we restructured our contract to consolidate everything because we had so many products and different contracts. We consolidated everything. So although this is going up, we're still getting a huge reduction, and we're getting the latest on the market, body-worn cameras, Taser 10s. We're adding licenses, and basically we are getting the best package that they have. So for that type of money, it really is well worth it. When you consider saving lives, having digital video of an incident that occurred, of a violent crime that we have to go to court and litigate. Anymore, the district attorney's office is simply not filing felony charges unless we have that body-worn video. That's become pretty relevant in any single case. Not only that, a lot of times we can diffuse and deconflict a lot of potential litigation by showing what actually happened on the body-worn camera. Other increases have been $206,000 in PG&E. I think we all know, what that's all about. A lot of increases there. Vehicle budget includes $300,000. That's going to be for a biannual lease payment to replace one of our helicopters. I don't have to tell everybody here, there's a picture of it right there. Although it looks brand new, it's simply because we take extremely good care of it. You kind of have to when it's an airship. But it's becoming more and more difficult to operate because they're simply not making any more parts for that particular model. So that would help us replace one of the helicopters. All right, next slide is our state and federal grants. I'm not going to go over each one of them because, as you can see, there's about 17 of them. The JAG grant is something that we've gotten for years. We replace ballistic vests. We help operate the Skywatch helicopter, buy parts for it, fuel. We buy new motorcycles with that money, radios, and help upkeep our K-9 facility in our K-9 unit. Another grant that we've gotten for years is the SAKI grant. This helps us to make sure that we test every single sexual assault kit. There's been a lot of other police departments across the country who have not done that. They've gotten a lot of heat for that. We've been fully tested and up to speed on testing all of our kits for many years now, and that's been partly because of that grant. It's allowed us to pay for a new refrigerator to keep the evidence, and also for 2 more detectives. Going down to your bottom column, STEP grant. I brought several examples of the STEP grant. That is something that we utilize throughout the year. Just today, we put out 2 press releases to tell the media and the public that we're going to do some proactive DUI checkpoints. That helps us to keep DUI fatalities down, helps us to enforce the law in that area, but also pedestrians. As everybody on this council knows, Fresno is a highly pedestrian city. We have a lot of people walking the streets, biking the streets at all hours of the night, and not always legally, not always with reflective vests or with reflective parts on their bicycles. So we do programs throughout the year to enforce the law and to really educate the public so we won't have any fatalities. Just in case you're curious, our federal and state grants make up about 4.6% of our total budget. Can you move the next slide? It's not working for me. This next slide is not monetary because none of the programs that are reflected on this slide are funded through the general fund. We fund this through partnerships with the Police Activities League, a new program, Fresno PD Flag Football. They just had their championship last weekend. Faith in Blue through the U.S. Cops Office. That is funded through the Chiefs Foundation. Bigs and Badges, really proud of this program because it's mentors who happen to be police officers who are mentoring some of our kids in the inner city that may not have a positive role model. The First Responder Camp, which we do with the fire department out of the training center, a very, very popular program. We've had to actually expand that because we had so many kids who wanted to attend. We also started a couple of years ago the Pivot program. This is for I believe, fifth graders that we've done in partnership with the Fresno County Department of Education, and we're expanding that program with some of our SROs can teach that. The Hero Camp, this is strictly for young ladies who want to be police officers, and it's similar to our First Responder Camp. We do that also at the Regional Training Center. And then the Residence Police Academy, which coincidentally tonight is the graduation. I will be there handing out certificates. But all of these we're very proud of. One of my favorite quotes that I came up with is that it is impossible to effectively police a community that does not trust you. And continuously building bridges, going out to our community, talking to them, engaging with them, that's what helps us to have lower violent crime. People are not afraid to call us. People want to see us in their neighborhoods because it makes them feel safe. All right, this is the last slide. The goals for fiscal year 2025 is going to be to have an adequately staffed police department. As I said earlier, we have 926 allotted positions, 860 current police officers, and we know that we do have a budget deficit. One of the questions I asked Deputy Chief Burke Farah, who is over our administrative bureau and recruiting, is even if we hit the pedal to the metal and recruited very aggressively, which we have been doing, we have not stopped, we're still not going to make up that 6.17 attrition rate, which we're going to carry anyway. So that's going to really help us to balance our budget, because even though we're going to work hard to fill those positions, we're always going to be chasing the tail and be a little behind attrition. So we hope to keep that number at around 865, 870. We have 33 police officers or police recruits in the academy right now. We have 41 in field training. They're out there with partners. They're learning how to do their jobs. And then we even have 25 who are, we call them warehouse. When we don't have enough field training officers, we assign them to several units so they can start to learn about the police department, about the processes, about what different units do what and what their goals are and what their duties are. So that's a highly effective program as well. We also project to have about 50 graduates in the police academy in 2025. So those academies will start later on this year, but they won't graduate until next year. Another goal is clearly and obviously to continue the downward trend in violent crime. As I told you before, year to date, we're showing the same momentum downward trend as last year. So what that has effectively allowed us to do, it's allowed us to refocus on quality of life issues, things like vandalism, graffiti, homelessness, trespassing, and blight. I'm sure you guys remember earlier we had a press conference with a couple city council members and the mayors about graffiti, about the blight. We put together a task force. It was more effective than I thought it was going to be. It really sent a strong message. We made various arrests, and those large-scale taggings went down tremendously. So once we get violent crime under control, it really allows us to better serve the city in things like street racing and sideshows and things that may not be higher priority. We can focus on those things as well. I talked earlier about the ORT grant, our Organized Retail Theft Task Force. Many of you know that that's going to add 26 police officers. It's going to add a supervisor. It's going to add 2 analysts who are going to work on this grant. This focuses in 3 specific areas. Number 1, reducing catalytic converter thefts, which we've done already. Since we passed an ordinance last year with the help of Councilmember Maxwell, that has gone down about 76%. And we're happy about that. The other 2 areas are going to be auto thefts. Auto thefts are up. They have been up since last year. I've talked about the TikTok challenge where they really focus on Kias and Hyundais. That really hit Fresno kind of late, and it's been really affecting us. About 65% of the vehicles stolen right now are either Kias or Hyundais. And guess what? They're recovered, typically within 24 hours, fully intact. So what we know is these are groups of juveniles who are stealing these vehicles, using them as joyrides, and then they never intend to, break them apart or sell them as traditional car thieves would. But we're working together with the 2 manufacturers. They are hardening their security systems. The newer Kias and the newer Hyundais are not as easily stolen. Not only that, the manufacturers have given us a lot of these steering wheel locks. We've given hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those out through the districts. So now what we're seeing is the auto burglaries go up a little bit. Now those auto burglaries are actually unsuccessful auto thefts. They break into the car to try to steal the car. They can't steal the car. So, then they grab whatever they can. So, but those numbers are coming down. They were alarmingly high at 86% increase, and right now we're at 73% increase. So we're seeing that trending down. I have researched this particular topic because this is the one thing that's really going up with major city chiefs, specifically the Fort Worth chief, who said, hey, as soon as you get your license plate readers up, and as you know, through the ORT grant, we're going to have over 100 of them throughout the city. That's going to really lower that very, very quickly. That's how those cities managed to get that under control, so I'm looking forward to that. I won't talk about number 5. I've talked about this last year as far as, what we're doing. I'm sorry, number 4. Or anyway, I'll move on to number 5. One of the real focuses this year for me as police chief is to address the needs of our patrol officers. One of the biggest complaints that I get is that, Chief, we just don't have time to train. There's no time to train. Right now we have a patrol shift called the platoon shift, which has Wednesdays as overlap. So basically on Wednesdays, we have a very unreasonable excess of police officers, sometimes plus 50 police officers on a Wednesday night. Not very effective, not very efficient. So what happens is that most people take off. They use that as their one day to take off because the platoon shift also has 5 consecutive days, which nobody likes. Nobody likes working those 5 consecutive days. So we put a working group together to really analyze what other types of shifts we could implement in patrol to give people more time off, to have more officers on the streets, to increase officer safety, to reduce the time it takes us for a cop to get to your call, and to just be more effective. And we have come up with a couple of options that I know personnel is negotiating with the union, but I'm very, very hopeful. One of those options is a shift sequence that no other police department is using. No other police department is using in the country that we have seen. And what it does is it takes that overage of 50 cops and it puts it horizontally and it spreads them out. The new hybrid platoon shift that we are proposing, number 1, it lowers response times because it gives us 4 to 5 cops on every shift, every district. Can you imagine on a Friday having 25 extra cops on any shift? Okay, the police officers will not be working any more hours. When you have 5 extra people, it's very reasonable for somebody to just take a day off with little notice because they forgot it's their anniversary or they have a sick baby or whatever else. When you have more officers, you have more officers out there on the streets, they can lessen the workload. When you have 25 extra cops on any given shift throughout the city, that means you're taking fewer calls. If you're taking fewer calls, you're able to be more proactive and go after, the wanted felons, the violent felons, and, do some real police work instead of just taking reports. But I think two things that are very important is just to have extra backup. I never want to see an officer hurt. I haven't had anyone, killed since I've gotten here. I hope that never happens. But having adequate backup is instrumental to doing that. Not only that, when officers can take more days off, then it improves their mental health, their wellness altogether. They can spend more family time. And right now, I know that the current shift does not allow them to do that. So that is really my big goal for this next year: continue the success that we've had in the past, and make our patrol staffing a lot more efficient and a lot more effective. So that concludes my presentation. Open up to questions.
Thank you, Chief. Up first, we have Councilmember Maxwell.
Hey, good afternoon, Chief Balderrama. First of all, I think it just goes without saying, again, how much my office appreciates what you and your officers have done. Your folks are pretty much at every community event that we have, and it's not gone unnoticed by the folks that we serve in my district. We sit up here all month and we argue back and forth for things like more housing and better transportation and cleaner parks, but at the end of the day, I don't think any of that's worth anything if people don't feel safe going out to shop, going out to the parks, buying a house here in the city of Fresno. So just really appreciate what your folks are doing for the city. I have a couple of questions for you. You talked about the first slide kind of focused a lot on what crimes have gone down, and it seems to be most violent crime down in the city of Fresno. You did mention briefly some crime is on the rise: auto thefts, auto burglaries. We did receive a grant last year that would allow us to hire additional officers for things like auto theft and retail theft. Do we know where we're at in the pipeline with getting those officers online to address those specific types of crime?
Yes, about half of those teams have been put together. Staffing is always an issue, and typically when we pull people, we pull them from patrol. So the last thing I want to do is cause a deficit in patrol.
Sure.
So right now, out of that ORT grant, we still owe 15 police officers to those districts. That's 3 officers each. 2 of them are going to work day shift investigations to work these cases, to put these cases together, and then 1 will be added to each one of the DST units so they can continue their proactive work. So
when will we be at those levels, Chief, where we have everybody where we need them in place?
I'm hoping that we can accomplish that by the fall. I have a plan to do 5 every month, and coincidentally, it's also a matter of dollars and cents.
Yeah.
As soon as we move those positions over, those are fully paid for by the state. So there's no impact to our budget. So it would benefit us budgetarily by moving those 15 positions. So the plan is to do 5, 5, and 5 through the summer. By the fall, have them fully staffed.
Understood. What other types of crimes are on the rise in the city of Fresno?
Well, I got the today's report. Homicide, as I said, we're under all of the comparable cities, even though we're up by 1 from last year. But last year was a really good year, and we started really, really slow. Shootings are down. DV cases are up by 2.5%. About 4257 compared to 4154.
Our domestic violence cases, Chief, we always refer the victims, I assume, to receive some sort of assistance.
Right. That's actually an area that had me pretty worried because they had announced some reductions in some VOCA grants, which provide assistance and resources to victims of domestic violence. Just last week, I received word that some of that funding was going to be reinstituted. What we do is we do a threat assessment. Anytime we go to a domestic violence call where we have a victim that's been hurt, we do a threat assessment. And if we feel that that person is in danger, we go ahead and reach out to the Marjorie Mason Center so they can have an advocate talk to them. So we try to find them emergency housing, get them out of the house so they're not there when the perpetrator returns and possibly puts them in danger. I was really worried that that was going to go away, that they were not going to have the funding to have that person working 24 hours a day. But hopefully through this VOCA grant, that's going to return. But you know, that's one of those crimes that is disproportionately high or higher in the Central Valley, and really through education and, you know, different resources, that's the only way we're going to get that down.
Appreciate that. I know a perception that I have, and I think a lot of the folks that I represent have as well, Chief, is just daily driving in the city of Fresno has gotten out of whack. I mean, so many distracted drivers, texting, not using signals, running red lights. I mean, it seems to be a really big problem to me. I don't know in reality how big of a problem it is, but I certainly notice it almost every day. And, you know, I get a lot of complaints from constituents that there's just a lot of distracted and dangerous driving on our roads. What are our current motors numbers that we have out there on a daily basis?
This month I authorized for 5 vacancies to be filled. So we're going to be down to 12 vacancies. Our total motors units, if fully staffed, we have 60.
60 available.
60, right. But that also includes our motors units that work a reconstruction. So
crew team.
Fatality accidents, they come out and they do a full reconstruction of that. So they're really more investigators than motors officers. But we have a total of 60 if we were fully staffed. Right now we have 12 vacancies. And we've carried about 15 vacancies over the last couple, 3 years. Now, last year we went ahead and instituted the street racing team, which is 10 and 1, 10 officers and 1 supervisor, and they work in teams of 5. So that's been fully staffed since the inception. One thing that we have seen, or one area where we have seen a decrease, is sideshows and street racing. Yes, it still occurs. Yes, we still get the occasional email where this happens, but not nearly at the frequency that we were seeing in 21 and 22.
So we have 48 filled motors units, and you said some of those are folks that go out to collisions.
Right.
What number is that? What number should I be subtracting from that 48 to get the true number?
I believe we have 5, but I can get you those numbers.
So
exactly.
around 43. And Chief, are these out there, these motor units, they're out there Monday to Sunday?
They work 7 days a week. We fully staffed. We have 5 teams of 10. So that's where you get the 50, and then the street racing team. One thing that has been really, really impressive is, despite holding 15 vacancies, our citations have actually gone up. In 2021, the Fresno Police Department, or our motors unit, gave out 19,287 citations. In 22, despite having low staffing numbers, that went up to 24,092.
The first number you provided was what again?
Total citations that our motors unit.
What was the number?
19,287. Okay. In 22, it went up to 24,92. Last year, it went up to 25,773. So, you know, we have to be proactive when it comes to traffic safety. Bottom line, if we're not out there writing citations, then people are going to drive however they want, and we've seen that. This year, we're up on fatalities. I believe we're up to 28, and 16 of those have been, you know, pedestrians, either bikes. I believe it's been 3 bicyclists, and then 13, you know, people in the middle of the roadway, which in most cases it's their fault. It's at night. They're not wearing, you know, bright colored clothing, things like that. I believe our DUIs are down a little bit. I think we've had only 4 or 5 DUI fatalities, but this is something that continues to be important. You know, I talk about, you know, how great our homicide numbers are down, and that is great, right? But when you have twice as many traffic fatalities as homicides, I mean, it's all public safety.
Agreed.
And we have to keep that down.
So you want to bring online 5 additional motors units this fiscal year? Is that what you said?
This month, I just approved that, yes. So by the end of the month, we're going to transfer those in there.
Okay, so if we're at 43 now, we could assume to be at 48 motors units. And what kind of beats are those folks assigned to? Is it shift?
They're not assigned to beats. Basically, we go off of stats and data.
Okay.
Wherever we're having collisions and complaints, that's where we focus. So at times I get, you know, emails from council districts about a certain intersection. We'll send a team over there to be there 3-4 days and send a strong message very, very quickly. You can see it on Nextdoor where they're like, hey, you better watch out, the motors are out there, that type of thing. But we try to just really base that off of stats.
Okay.
We want to address the areas that need addressing. So if we have a lot of collisions in a certain intersection, that's where you're going to see motors.
I did have opportunity to speak to city manager yesterday about the top sites for collisions across the city of Fresno. I want to say something like out of the top 15 or 20, I don't know, it was something like 70 to 80% of those were in District 4. I think my priorities are the same as yours, your department's chief. I want to fight violent crime. I want to get more guns off the streets, but I really want to see more involvement day to day in the streets. I mean, it's getting really bad in my district. I mean, 70% of collision sites happening in District 4. I see it every single day, and I don't want to take away from doing the good work of, busting gangs, going after guns on the street, but I do think there needs to be a more focused approach on, these daily driving violations that we see. I think a lot of people are becoming very emboldened in our city, and it really shows. And so I don't know what that looks like. I'm telling you what my perception is. I'm telling you what some of the stats I've got.
I think your perception is correct, Councilman. I think your perception is correct. And, one of the things that I can do is just support my traffic unit. Very proud of them because they flex their hours. We do have grants that we use to do operations. So these guys are not only, guys and gals, are not just working their normal hours, and they're coming in and working some of these overtime grants just to do traffic enforcement. And then we also use them for the big events, such as Boots in the Park and big concerts at Chachansey. I call my motors unit, they're really the Swiss Army knife of Fresno PD. They do it all. They do it all very well. If I could, I would have them fully staffed tomorrow. But it's really, for a chief, it's a balancing act. I mean, it's such a finite balancing act. And, it's like I'm on a high wire. If I pull people from patrol, then we're off balance here. If I pull people from our magic team, well, then the gangs, start getting out of hand. If I pull some motors, well, then you see traffic collisions go up. So it's really trying to be consistent, trying to work really hard, and overwork our staffing deficits is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know Councilmember Carbasi and myself have been working really closely with the city attorney's office to see what more we could crack down on these kinds of violations. It's really difficult. Our hands are tied by the state on a lot of matters when it comes to impounding vehicles or revoking driver's license. So, I mean, other than just like day-to-day enforcement, I'm not really sure what the answer is, and I get you have a balancing act. But I think, going forward, I know it's not going to happen in this budget, but if we're going to actively pursue grants and put time towards, applying for grants, or if we're going to be adding future positions in the next budget, I would like to see that go towards, at least a portion go towards motors and cracking down on these kinds of violations.
I would
That's
as well.
going to be a big priority for me.
Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, Chief, do we still have a dedicated bicycle unit for Shaw Avenue corridor?
Yes, we do. We have, I believe we have 2 bike units in every district. The long-term goal was to have 3, minimum of 3. The one exception is Southwest that has a Metro bike team. But again, priorities, and some of the movement that you see is that a lot of these guys and gals, they're looking for opportunities. They go to a unit like the bike unit, they do a really good job, and then they put in to go to something else, So then we have a 2-week gap where that is unfilled because we're announcing the position and we interview for those positions, and then we fill them. But certainly they're a priority. The direction I've given them is to be seen every day in those neighborhoods.
Sure. Are we fully staffed right now in District 4? Do you know?
I don't know, but I can follow up with you afterwards and I can find out.
Do you know, are they out there every day? Is it Monday to Friday? I can't remember.
They don't work every day, and sometimes we do pair them up with code. Our bike units have been doing a lot with code to do some of the inspections for the smoke shops. Our bike units tend to be pretty relational with the business owners, so they know the good businesses and the ones that are a little shady. So they work directly with code and sometimes with our investigations units to do some of those inspections. So sure. They just kind of do it all, but obviously being out there and being visible is pretty important.
Yeah, and we talked about this, right? I mean, given the need of your department, they might get pulled to other parts of the city or even the district. I just want to make sure that there is still a concerted effort to concentrate those forces along Shaw Avenue, whether that's Fresno State Campus, Fraternity Row, Fashion Fair Mall, or some of the problem smoke shops or hotels and motels we have on Shaw Avenue. Because as soon as majority of their time is spent elsewhere, I mean, for me, that's not really a dedicated bicycle team. So I just want to make sure, you know, if we've completely addressed all the issues on Shaw Avenue, I'm happy to have them spend a majority of their time somewhere else. But until then, I do want to make sure that we are concentrating those efforts on Shaw Avenue and the Shaw Avenue area, broadly speaking.
And council member, just so you know, one of the things that is kind of unique about Fresno PD is how I run the police department, is that each policing district, each captain is like their own chief of police for that part of the city. That's why they have all the resources that they need to make an impact. Every district has patrol officers, every district has bike officers, every district has folks that are working, they work in POP. We have community service officers. I mean, they can do it all. That's why you see them at, you know, some of your community meetings. They're able to be there, and I can't be at all of them, so they're there to represent me. And that's why it's worked, because each policing district really functions like its own little police department.
I appreciate you, Chief. I think in the 3.5 years you've been here, you've become a known force in the city of Fresno. I appreciate, you know, all your brass. I appreciate all your, you know, day-to-day officers. Again, they're at, I think, every single community event I have. When I meet with business owners, they're usually always there too when there's an issue with homelessness or some sort of petty crime, retail crime. They're always there, and it makes a big difference.
We appreciate your support, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, Council Vice President Carbasio.
Thank you, Madam President. Chief, I want to start off by saying this is the second year of amazing numbers, and I know what it goes into for you and your leadership team. It is not easy, and the officers that are on the ground. You've done an amazing job reducing violent crime in this town, and it's consistent. I've said it till I'm support blue in the face. Public safety is our #1 responsibility, and it is. And I think it shows that given the prioritization this council has placed on your department. We ask a lot, but we also get a lot in return. And I think there also is, based on this data, a correlation, at least to a certain minimum. More bodies does make a difference. And I don't just think about the stats going down. I think of the number of calls for service, the number of incidents where people, especially those that are vulnerable, children, foster kids, people facing poverty, that's less opportunity, they're victimized, it's less trauma they carry with them. And you were a big part of that. So not just for you, but for all your rank and file members, this is the difference you're making in this town, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
So I want to focus on other crimes, and also similar to what Council Member Maxwell had mentioned. I want to focus on traffic safety and street racing, and also on petty thefts. So the council member did ask a little bit about staffing levels. So we have the street racing team, and then we have, of course, our traffic division. Now, full disclosure, there are times when a principal will call me and say, I have a problem in this area, and I have a couple of phone numbers of some great officers in your traffic division, and they're so darn responsive, and they get out there as needed. There's a lot of school sites, and not as many officers to meet them all. I understand there's a gap there. But let's talk about numbers. Can you let me know, so you said there are 60 available. How many positions, let's do a street racing first. How many vacancies do we have in street racing?
We don't have any in vacancy, or any vacancies. We have 10 officers and 1 sergeant.
Okay.
Our total number of motors is 60. That includes street racing.
Okay, gotcha.
And right now, we have 12 vacancies.
Okay. I did send a memo request for information just to see how our current vacancy rate compares to the last 3 fiscal years. And I understand to get qualified in motors is not easy. It's
really difficult.
It's hard to find people, but at the same time, I do want to emphasize it is a priority for this council that those positions be filled, because the results are really important. And I'm going to come back to that in a moment. We face not just DUIs, which is a big issue, and you're always very strong to publicize and show the aggressive way you go after DUIs. And I think the public knows that, which is good. But there's also the issue of distracted drivers, these darn cell phones. Even though we've been using them for a long time, it's just worse than ever before. And you've got red light runners, stop sign runners. It's still an ongoing issue. And you've got excessive speeding, not just speeding in street racing, but just the excessive speeding that doesn't quite get to the sideshow street racing level. And I can tell you that I do continue to get reports. Now, I'm fairly fresh off the campaign trail. This is one of the top 5 issues that got reported to me. Gosh, people just drive like crazy in Northwest Fresno, or I'm afraid to drive at night, and I always slow down before a green light because you never know. And I can tell you, I see it. We were going to lunch the other day. We were on like Black's Abbey. We almost got hit. You almost lost the council minority right there, but
we don't want to lose you.
But this guy wasn't paying attention. We had the green right through a red light, and I don't want it to happen to anybody, and it's because the person was on a cell phone. I mean, we could even see clearly this person is on their phone not paying attention. And so for me, it's not just about data. The success for me is I want to hear my constituents complaining, man, police they're everywhere, they're giving tickets left and right, because I think that there is a correlation with the number of tickets we give and that number going down. I don't feel yet the perception is there. Like early on, when we had Operation Stay Safe, Don't Race, this is many years ago, I would hear from my constituents about that. I have not personally seen a street racing operation in my district, especially for the west area, West 99, in a while. I have seen some arrests of people on Veterans, which is great because they've been speeding down Veterans Boulevard. It's a wide boulevard. But that's one thing I'm going to be looking at. To the point when I get the data, I'm going to ask city attorney as well to look into this. I'm going to look at the average rate of unfilled positions, knowing that it's difficult to fill those positions, but also where we're currently at. And it's going to be kind of a use it or lose it thing. If the positions aren't filled, that money doesn't go back into the budget. It's either going to be reallocated somewhere else or go to helping prosecute crimes or to victims fund. I want to make it clear it's very important, at least to me, and I believe Councilmember Maxwell and hopefully the council, that the traffic unit and street racing team, although that's fully filled, is constantly just emphasis on filling those positions and seeing them out there. And you're free to comment on that if you'd like to, of course, Chief.
Yeah, as I said before, it's all about funding. It's about bodies and where you allocate them.
Right.
And I mean, I can't stress this enough. I mean, I agree with you 100%. I do. That is important. That is a priority. But there's an old saying that goes, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority.
Right.
You know, I can also tell you that our investigations unit has about 15 vacancies.
Right.
That's. I mean, you're talking sex crimes detectives, child abuse detectives. Those are unfilled because we just don't have enough bodies. Right. One thing that I'm very hopeful for is this new patrol shift, because this new patrol shift allows us to have to spread out the bodies to where you don't need as many in patrol. And some of those individuals want the opportunity to go to motors, or they want the opportunity to go to investigations, and I want to give them that opportunity. But the fact of the matter is that in order to balance this budget, you know, we have to stay at our 6.17 attrition rate. And I mean, it's a matter of, you know, I don't have the cops. I mean, I take responsibility. It's my police department. The buck stops with me. But I can't assign cops that I don't have to units that I want to fill.
Well, at the same time, you've also done a tremendous job of recruiting and filling positions. What was the number? 100-something new?
107 this last year. Over 300
new police officers. So I'm not, and I definitely don't want to talk about reassigning or moving people. It's that we have these positions on the books. They're not just being filled. Mm-hmm. And it's, to be fair, to put a little more pressure to whether we get them from outside or somewhere else, especially when it comes to traffic, because a lot of these deaths are really, it's not even purposeful criminal behavior. It's people just not, it becomes criminal, but they're not paying attention. So I think it's really avoidable with enforcement. And I feel like we need to remind people that we're serious about it. So I don't want to take anything away from, I get what you're saying, but I don't want to take anything away from any of the other areas. And that's why we're exploring options. So we'll move to
and I thank you. You know, this budget meeting really gives me a good picture of what is important to every council district. And I mean, I don't have to wait to this presentation. I communicate with you guys throughout the year. I can tell you that when we have our executive staff meeting every single Monday, we sit there and then we look at staffing and how many people we have in patrol, how many overages do we have, and I ask every deputy chief, what is your highest priority need? And when we can, we start moving those positions. But it's, I wouldn't say it's a revolving door, but it is, you know, people leave. You know, I've got 3 people that are retiring just later this month. You know, by the end of this month, they're going to be gone. And then we have people who go out sick, people who go out hurt. And, you know, it's just a constant game of just moving bodies around. But I completely understand. I agree with you. You know, I drive in the city. My family drives in the city.
Sure.
I want it to be a safe city to drive in. You know, I couldn't put it better myself. This is the most distracted drivers in the history of the world. I mean, we are more distracted now than we've ever been.
Well, we have these cell phones now everywhere, and I mean, you know, you'd think even with hands-free, you're right. In the history of time, I mean, I don't think they're on carriages with cell phones distracted with horses, but I agree with you, Chief. This is definitely a time where there's a lot more out there getting our attention, and when you're driving in a 3,000-pound vehicle, 2,000-pound vehicle, whatever it is, and you should be paying attention to the road. It's just not worth it. But things happen, and we want to protect the innocent people out there.
Absolutely.
So, okay, the other area before we break I'm going to go to is, again, I do not want to take attention away from violent crime. What you're doing right now, keep it up. Don't stop that. But there are petty crimes. These are crimes that people will call their council member about. It's porch piracy, mailbox theft. It's stealing things from the porch itself, like a fountain or something, or even plants, for crying out loud. It's the craziest thing. And while it's not as important, I would say, as a violent crime, by any means, there's no comparison there, it's still something that we do get complaints about. So I'm wondering, I also think that we also live in California where, for one reason or another, there's been a decision to reduce prison populations, and because of that, we have decriminalized a lot of things, and we don't even cite things anymore that we should. So I'm not saying these are gateway crimes, but you're not intervening earlier when someone starts committing crimes. Question I have for you is, would it help if this city, some cities do this as well, if the city attorney's office, for example, took on the responsibility of maybe having 2 attorneys that specifically go and will prosecute misdemeanors for some of these levels? In concept, this is not something that's formalized, but in concept, could that help your officers? Because to ask you to go out there and do something about this and cite a person if they're not going to get charged, what's the point of all that?
I think if you reintroduce accountability to the criminal justice system, I think it's going to help. Okay. And you know, there's a lot of petty crimes that are just dismissed because they're just not serious enough. Just like you said, there's many misdemeanor crimes where you don't go to jail. You know, people don't realize that on a DUI, if somebody can come pick you up, you get a citation, we tow your car, you don't even go to jail. Right. So, yeah, there has to be accountability. If people know that there's not going to be consequences, they're going to continue on committing crimes.
So what I'm going to do, one second. So I've been working with Council President Perea, and she's been leading working with me on this to potentially look at tasking our city attorney with this responsibility. So we're going to meet the city attorney in the next few days to continue hashing out this idea and potentially make this a part of our budget to allocate funding and positions for this. And we'll, of course, work with you and the district attorney as well.
Thank you.
On taking on some of that responsibility. One last thing. So, sorry. And this is just completely something I've come up with. I probably should have asked earlier. I did not go to my captain. Forgive me for not going to you for this. But in light of recent reports, I don't want to take away from the responsibilities our detectives have right now with crimes in my district. But in the Northwest Police District, which encompasses my council district and beyond, I'm going to make a motion to allocate funding and a new position for a new detective to focus on petty crimes, mailbox theft, porch piracy, and residential burglaries as well. And that is the motion I'm going to make on the record. And I'll email it over as well.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman President.
And I appreciate that motion. Just for your information, as I explained earlier, there's going to be 3 positions added from this ORT grant this summer to each district. So Northwest District is going to get 3 more bodies. 2 of those are going to be detectives.
But I don't want to take away their focus from the more serious crimes by saying, I can't in good conscience say, well, leave that crime and go focus on a petty crime. If we can find someone later to fill the position and find separate funding, that's my idea.
I'm just telling you.
Gotcha.
That's what the grant is for, is to also address petty theft.
Great, thank you. We'll put that on the books, and then we'll talk in the meantime, and maybe through the budget process, we'll make a change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate your information and your service.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Councilmember. Just wanted to confirm, was there a second?
Council President.
I seconded, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you. All right, Chief, we're going to break for lunch. I have about 4 others punched up for questions. We will come back at 1:30, and we will resume with the police department.
Thank you.
We will be back at 1:30.
Thank you.
5 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We left off with the police department presentation. We moved on to question and answers. We finished with Councilmember Maxwell. And so at this time, up next is Councilmember Arias.
All right, Chief. Well, my colleagues warmed you up for the really good stuff.
I've been waiting for this all week.
I know you are. I do appreciate, Chief, that you are the first chief I've met that embraces tough questions and conversations and doesn't simply expect complete loyalty with no questions to be asked or answered. So I do thank you for that. First, I do want to say thank you for this. When I got on the council, engagement in my district was primarily around military equipment being paraded in parades and block parties and things of that nature. I was never comfortable with that. Military equipment's meant for, usage in significant scenarios, not for that. Since then, there's been quite a bit of community events where your folks are doing what they're supposed to do, engaging with the community. Block parties have become block parties again. I prefer bounce houses over SWAT vehicles in neighborhoods when it comes to engaging the youth of our city, so thank you for that. I also want to appreciate the fact that during your tenure, essentially a third of the department has been refreshed. A lot of retirees. We were told that nobody would want to be a police officer again, that, nobody wanted to select this career, and you've proven that you can actually fill positions when we compensate folks for the work load that they have in our city, while also hiring people that reflect the city that it serves. I've told this to a fire chief in person, completely opposite in my experience to what we've seen in the fire department. Your graduations, your promotions are a mirror image of the city that officers are serving. So with that, I do have some questions on your budget and some concerns that I want to bring to your attention. My first question is around your personnel. We're not adding additional positions in the proposed budget, but we are adding additional funds for the department, correct?
Yes, we are.
What's the total additional money for the department?
Well, basically, you'd have to take the 261 million from last year or subtract the 288 minus the 261, and that's basically what we're adding. And as I told you earlier, about 75% of that is personnel costs, which means the H&I step that we added 3 years ago, they're starting to kick in. So it's just more expensive to hire a police officer and to keep the ones that we have.
Understood. I know early on, a lot of people focus on the cost of utilities, which are going up, but the vast majority of our cost increases relate to personnel.
Absolutely.
We pay people more, we hire more people, and the budget has grown to reflect that. My other question is, where are we at with dispatchers? Early on, a few years ago, there was a lot of feedback around dispatchers' vacancy rates. We also adjusted to make them a highly compensated position compared to their other agencies. So where do we stand with vacancy rates around dispatchers, and how is that working out?
It's working out quite well. Just about 3 weeks ago, we were down to single-digit vacancies, and we've had a few people leave, so we're back to double digits. But that's one area I told you earlier about attrition. That's 6.17 for police officers. That is not in play with the dispatchers. We're full speed ahead. The goal is to fill every single vacancy, and it's starting to get a little bit crammed in there. That's why that new communications center is going to be so important.
Okay. And on the communication center, city manager, remind me, best case scenario, or assistant city manager, Ms. Quinto, best case scenario, if we had the money tomorrow, how soon would we be away from initiating construction of the communication center?
I will defer to Mr. Morrison on that one. I know we're not yet complete with the design. I think we're 60% on design. Randall?
And if you could, Mr. Morrison, give me an idea of, not so much when we do the ribbon cutting that everybody likes to show up to, but after that, when do we expect it to be open and fully equipped and operational?
Good afternoon, Council. Randall Morrison, Capital Projects Director. So the project is nearing final design completion. We do anticipate to go out to bid this fall or late summer. That'll set us up for awarding a contract this fall and probably an early 2025 construction start. It would continue through 2025 into early 2026 for completion.
Got it. So before we would have to look for additional money for equipment, I mean, furniture, additional staffing, we're looking at 26 probably?
Yeah, that depends on the police department's budget, and I know we're working with them on all of the furniture and fixtures that are associated with the building. Some of it will be included in the construction contract, but some of it will be purchased outside of that.
Okay.
And some of it will also be transferred from the current center. We are taking inventory and doing an assessment on what we can utilize that we currently have, so we're not needing to invest every single new thing.
And the current center, is that in the headquarters?
That is in the basement of the headquarters.
And what are the plans for that facility if and when it becomes available?
You know, there's no solid plans. It would not be a bad idea to keep it as a backup dispatch center for some time until we figure out what we're going to do with that building, but there's no solid plans.
Okay. We heard from your officers over the last few years around the quality of the radio receptions. Our IT staff presented a couple of days ago that has been addressed, but I believe adequately with the money that's in the budget. But I wanted to ask you directly, have you seen reception and connectivity with your officers to be a problem, or has that been addressed appropriately?
It has been a problem in the past. I can tell you that this administration has taken this very, very seriously to the point where we had a closed-door meeting with the city manager, assistant city manager, myself, and the fire chief, and nobody else. And we were pretty candid at that meeting and expressed our concerns for the radio system and any dead spots. Since then, we've had monthly meetings to address the problem. We've looked at several, and I know this has been given to you already by ISD, but I know that a contract was given to a vendor to come and assess the entire radio system so we could determine what is needed. Last that I heard, we're going to upgrade the signal to a digital signal, which is national standard now, and to bolster the strength itself, and then add at least one more tower.
Okay, thank you. There's been a lot of conversations around Skywatch and getting the police department another or second helicopter. The cost is significant, but I also recognize that you guys have been utilizing drones more often. Can you walk me through why it is that you can't simply get more drones instead of a multi-million-dollar helicopter?
That's a really good question. And by the way, we actually have two helicopters, and they're both in excess of 20 years old. So we're trying to replace one. The cost would be somewhere between $5 and $6 million each. We have had a drone program for about 5 years. We use those drones anytime a police officer goes to a house and there is a threat of life, and we need to get a better view of that house. They can deploy a drone unit up above them and to basically give them a 360 above the ground view. That's very useful, and that is a lot quicker, a lot more efficient than a helicopter. But a drone can't follow a pursuing vehicle that maybe has kidnapped somebody, and we have to keep track of them. The battery life for one of those drones is only about 30 minutes, and they improve every year because of the technology. A drone cannot operate in high winds or during inclement weather, which we don't get a whole lot here, but it could happen. So they both have limitations. We are looking at several drone programs. We're going to pilot a program right now with a company called Flock, where a drone would actually respond to a call first before an officer. And the plan is to set up these, what they call nests, in downtown, Chinatown, and the Tower District as a pilot program. This is not a set program yet. We're not purchasing these. We're just going to pilot these programs. And basically, a call comes out, the drone is deployed, they go out there, and they can give the responding officer or dispatch video of what's going on. For example, if it's a call of a man with a gun, they may go out there and not see anybody, and maybe cancel the call altogether. So that's a lot of other cities are starting to use drones as the primary police respond to not send a police officer when we don't have to.
Okay. As you know, we've been talking about ShotSpotter for a while, and I think you guys are up to $1 million a year for the ShotSpotter technology.
Just shy of $1 million.
Just shy of $1 million. And as I noted to you earlier, major cities have terminated their contract with ShotSpotter. They have found that the technology cost is not justified because it hasn't resulted in arrest, in convictions. There's really no correlation to reduction in gun violence as a result of the technology. It is clearly helpful when identifying victims of shootings and gun violence and responding providing medical care to those victims, so I recognize that value. But that seems to me, if ShotSpotter has become primarily for the purpose of identifying gun violence victims, why isn't it paid for by the fire department, whose primary purpose is medical calls for service, instead of the police departments?
Well, I think that's a question that's a matter of opinion, which I would reserve to the city manager, why they're not paying for that. I mean, maybe another good question is why isn't EMS personnel paying for that as well? I appreciate the research, and I have read some of those same documentations of studies done about ShotSpotter. I can tell you that here it's very, very effective. It costs us almost $1 million, right? But what if we save one single life a year? I mean, would that be worth $1 million? To me, it would be. I can tell you that we respond to a lot of violent calls where the narrative begins, police officers responded to a ShotSpotter activation. A good number of our shootings, they start with that. We recently did an internal report, which I'd be happy to share with you, which shows that of 169 total activations in 2023, we were able to recover about 96.7% of the shell casings, meaning that ShotSpotter is very accurate. They let us know when a firearm is being fired within our city limits. It allows us to go there quickly without anyone even calling 911. And a lot of times those shell casings can lead to arrests, apprehensions, and sometimes it gets us there before EMS so we can provide life-saving measures.
Do you have any evidence that ShotSpotter has led to the arrest and conviction of anyone shooting a gun?
If we go back, and this would take quite a bit, if we can go back and pull the cases where we've recovered casings and we ran them through NIBIN and we made an arrest, it would be significant. It would take a lot of legwork to do that, but I can tell you that timely notification to police of a gun being fired in our community is critical to solving that crime.
I understand that, but we just had a discussion with the fire department. They're short $2 million. They too save lives when they respond to medical calls. So if it's a matter of saving lives, there's multiple ways to do that. And so I want to be thoughtful of the technology was sold to us as you can arrest people because you know where their shooting occurred. I haven't seen evidence of people being arrested or being convicted as a result of ShotSpotter. So, but that again will be a discussion that will continue beyond my time. I do want to bring two areas of concern to your attention. And I brought these areas of concern to other folks in your operation, and some of them continue to not be addressed, in my view, effectively. One of them is park rangers. The complaints I've gotten from the residents in the community is park rangers are parked inside their vehicles, on their phones, and not walking the parks, not interacting with folks, not engaging. I happen to be on the zoo board, so I go once a month to the Roding Park early in the morning. I've observed it myself. I intentionally park at Caltrans to walk through the whole Roding Park before I get to the zoo entrance. I walk through multiple people doing meth, engaging in human trafficking inside the park, around the tennis courts. I get to the entrance of the zoo. The park rangers are parked idling there. I leave the zoo board meeting. They're still idling in the same place. So I've seen that in multiple parks in my district. We're not seeing any interaction. It was a request of this administration to put park rangers underneath the police department, but I have not seen that level of engagement. So I'm not sure what else we need to do. I know that with our security guards, they have QR codes all around the physical buildings and the parking lots where they're required to scan into every few minutes to ensure that they're walking the premise of the property that they're being paid for to secure. Is that something that we have to do with park rangers, or how is the department proposing to ensure that they're actually walking the perimeter of the park and that they're engaging with the public? Because I don't see any other system of oversight and making sure that they're actually performing the work paid for by the Parks Initiative.
Well, Council Member, I've written down your points, and they will be addressed. I think that can be fixed through training and direction. Our direction to them is for them to be visible, to be seen, to be engaging. Obviously they can't walk the entire time that they're working, but we do expect them to be out there making contact. The QR code idea is not a bad idea. I mean, it's not out of consideration. But I would like to remind you that, if there's people out there doing drugs, if there's people out there who are combative, who are intoxicated, their job is to take note and call us. We don't want them engaging. We don't want them getting into a physical altercation, with anybody who might be high on meth or something like that. That's not what their job is. And the last thing we want to do is get one of them hurt, because they're not trained police officers. They're park rangers. So we're trying to walk that fine balance between being engaging, going up to people who may be breaking the law and saying, hey, you can't do that here, you got to go, and getting them hurt.
The reason I bring this to your attention now is because, as you know, this week is the end of school for most schools in the city, and the zoo is going to be full of kids Monday through Friday. And one of the things that the residents have complained about is that the restrooms, there's active drug use and other activities taking place in the restrooms, and the police department has stopped patrolling parks because there's park rangers. The park rangers are being stationary in the park. So we're going to have an abundance of kids, thousands of kids every day at Roding, same thing at Woodward Park and every city park. These kids, we are asking them, go to the parks, and I'm concerned that we need to address it now. And, it's hard for us to tell when somebody's taking their break, when somebody's taking their lunch, but in my observation, more often than not, I'm seeing people in an SUV, in a truck, in an air conditioning arrangement, which I understand, on their phones, and there's no interaction. So I want to get a report back on how you plan to ensure that park rangers are engaging in our respective parks. And then the second concern that I brought to your attention and others in the past is vacant buildings. So we all have vacant commercial buildings and residential buildings. We've told our residents that you should call the police when somebody is trespassing into a vacant building, and the police will show up and get them out. Don't engage with the folks. What I've observed in my neighborhood and in my district multiple times, and through the complaining constituents, is they call the police because there's vagrants, homeless, living in a vacant home. They have an active fire in the back. They're living inside. I've literally seen officers respond while in their car, shine a light to the building, then drive off. They are not entering the building. They're not, and the folks are in the backyard. They're inside the building. And then we have a fire a day later, and the residents are mad. We've had a couple meetings in the Tower District where residents brought numerous examples to the folks about this experience. I've had it in a couple of commercial buildings where I call police, I wait for them, they come, they do the walk around outside the building, they don't enter the building. In the most recent case, they did enter the building, folks were gone, and I do appreciate the fact that these folks constantly leave and come back, and it's a mouse and cat game at times. But is there a expectation that when we respond to a vacant building call of a trespasser, that your officer is supposed to enter the building and clear the building? Is that the expectation for policing purposes?
The expectation is if we have a letter on file for a certain business which allows us to go in there and enforce the law, we can do that. Number one thing is to have a secure building, and I get it. Homeless people are going to find a place, a way to get in. I would like to see officers make sure that there's nobody in there, because that's in essence, it's more than just a trespassing situation. And in many cases, it's vandalism as well. But anytime an owner can grant us access to a building, we should be going in there and we should be checking it out. And I've gotten several emails from you where you receive follow-up for a particular building where we've gone back, we've checked it, we've taken pictures and the whole jazz. So I know that it is being done, maybe not every single time, but at the same time, if an officer pulls up and shines the light, I don't know if he's getting a hot call right after that is higher priority.
And that's the reality that we're working with, right? Mm-hmm. But our challenge is when we tell building owners we responded to your place 50 times, of the 50, only one time did they walk the premise, right? It's driving by, they see nothing, so they drive by. And it's a difficult scenario. I just want to bring it to your attention and that of all your leadership. I've observed it myself, where they just drive by, and that was the extent of the response. So I can't judge whether they didn't get called to a more urgent call. but it's happened so often that residents are now upset about the fact that police are not clearing the vacant properties, especially when we have a letter on record, and we've asked them to call police. And not
I agree with you. I would encourage those business owners to contact their district captain. And it's really up to that district captain and that administrative lieutenant to work closely with business owners. That way they're not calling you directly, they're not calling me directly. They can work that out with them. And several dozens times just in the last 6 months, we've gone back out there with the owner to make sure that it was safe and secure.
The last thing I just mentioned too, and just an observation, Chief, is in my first few years, the city had an expectation that captains would be in an area for a while. They would get to know the businesses, the neighborhoods, the community leaders. There would be monthly and weekly community meetings. Everybody would express their concerns. There'd be follow-up. In my tenure, I've experienced multiple captains in my 2 precincts. So it's really hard to figure out who's in charge this week, because then they're promoted, and I know part of that you don't control. People retire, and you got to backfill. But is there any expectation that people should serve in a leadership role in a precinct for more than a year before they're moved into a different position?
Absolutely. It should be about 2 years.
2 years.
But in some cases, as you said, people retire, people get promoted, and I'm not going to hold them back from promoting them because they haven't been in a place a year. I can say that the Southwest captain, that assignment is a very important assignment. So Southwest typically gets somebody that's very engaging, that's going to get out there in the community, that's going to take care of that community, and we've done that consistently. I can also promise you that right now, out on patrol, I probably have the best core of 5 patrol captains that maybe we've ever had. I mean, they are all top notch, and they're here with me, and they're listening, and they're going to handle these problems that you guys are bringing up.
Thank you. My last comment to you, Chief, is I have observed your new officers, mostly younger officers, interact with the public in Porch Fest downtown, the Art Hop, a bunch of downtown events, and I've never seen a better level of interaction with officers and the general public. I don't know if it's the fact that they reflect the community that they live in, or that they have some history in the city, or that they're just younger, but it's a night and day than what it used to be 5 years ago, where folks are clearly engaging. And it's not limited just to the bike cops, it's everyone who's in patrol and interacting. So thank you for that, and those are all my questions.
Thank you for mentioning that. That is the goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Up next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, sir.
I wanted to go back to this question of staffing. So the 926 sworn authorized positions we have, does that include the ORT positions, or is that separate?
No, it does. So our total allotted number of police officers, including all of our grants, our COP Spike grant and our ORT grant, is 926 police officers. Of those, we have 860 right now. Some of them are in FTO training. Some of them are waiting to train.
And and how many of the ORT positions again? I think you mentioned this earlier.
It's a total of 26 positions.
But how many are currently filled? Sorry.
I believe 15? It is 15. No, I'm sorry, 10.
10. Okay, 10 out of the 26. Mm-hmm. Okay.
At the end of this month, we'll have 5. We're going to move 5 positions, fill 5 of those. The next month, we're going to do another 5, and then the following month, they'll be completely full. So that will add 3 detectives to each policing district.
Okay, so as we're staffing up, we're prioritizing the ORT positions?
We really are, not only because they're important. I mean, they're going to address a lot of the issues you guys are bringing up, but also because it's cost savings. It'll allow our budget to go a little bit further.
And grant requirements and such, probably.
Right. Yes, sir. Yes.
How are we doing in terms of civilian staff? How are we doing with respect to dispatcher staffing?
As I said earlier, at one point, about 3 weeks ago, we were in single digits. Now we're back up to double digits. I want to say that we're 12 vacancies, Mindy? Dispatchers. Okay, about 9 or 10 vacancies, which is really good for dispatchers.
Okay.
I-Bureau is fully staffed.
What's fully staffed? Sorry.
I-Bureau, our I-Bureau
okay.
techs,
Got it.
CSI folks.
Excellent. Can you detail for the benefit of the public and council how many PD staff are allocated to the HART team currently?
I believe it's 5 and 1 supervisor.
5 and 1 supervisor. Okay. City Attorney, I believe you had indicated to us, either to us or maybe to me privately, about potential changes in the law with respect to a Supreme Court decision coming down the pipeline. We might expect this summer. Could you talk a little bit about that case and how it could potentially affect our ability to for HART to enforce?
And that's 6 and 1. I correct myself. 6 and 1. 6 police officers and 1 sergeant in HART team right now.
Okay.
Councilmember, I think you're referencing Martin v. Boise. It's a Ninth Circuit case, essentially using the Eighth Amendment to prohibit cities in the Ninth Circuit from enforcing anti-camping laws. Basically says if you don't have enough beds to house the homeless in your community, you can't criminalize homelessness. And so the Supreme Court is currently having the case under submission. We're hoping to see a ruling probably in the next couple of weeks or so. If it was completely overturned, the police would be able to continue enforcing our anti-camping ordinances that we currently have on our books.
Okay, Chief, were you aware of this already?
Yes, I was. It's something it's a topic that's been talked about quite a bit at Cal Chiefs. A lot of California cities are struggling with this, and they're really hoping that it's overturned.
So if it is this team you have 6 with the 1 sergeant, is that going to be a sufficient number of officers in that unit? Do you have the ability to allocate more?
Well, we could always use more officers, as I'm sure you know, but I think that's going to be a city policy. One of the things that I was very thankful for when I became chief here is that, I'm a more progressive chief. I don't believe that homelessness or mental health should be primarily police issues. I mean, obviously, if there's a weapon involved or a felony crime or public safety is being threatened, of course, we should be involved. But, a lot of these issues are just very complex. They deal with mental health, they deal with drug addiction, they deal with other things that we just don't have the capacity to take on. And I think the police department has been the proverbial easy button for too many years where we were expected to kind of solve everything. And this is something that, in my opinion, the state really needs to step up and provide long-term care facilities for some of our homeless. I would really refer that to the city manager and the mayor, what approach they would want us to take. I like this approach because it's balanced. It really puts the homelessness issue on the city's shoulders, and we just provide security. But again, our HART team, I mean, these police officers are specially trained. They're compassionate people. It's not the cleanest job in the police department, I can tell you that much. But yet, every time we have a vacancy, people put in for it because they truly do want to help get some of these people off the streets and get them some care.
Sure. Chief, and very well put. I wholeheartedly agree with you with respect to everything you said about us serving the unhoused population. But I'll rephrase my question. So if the ruling comes down in such a way where it is overturned, any estimates or any kind of idea as to what level of, I guess, how would I put it, sort of demands we would see for the HART team, and what kind of staffing it would take? Any estimates or
Sure.
ideas?
Actually, we have discussed this before. We had a working group focused on blight and exactly this type of thing with the city manager. And one of the things that I proposed was some money set aside, the number $150,000 in overtime money, so we could run 2 separate crews of HART. That would also take the help of Public Works, obviously, so we can interject the cleanup efforts with the big trucks. And that's the problem now, is they're very effective and very efficient. I get these pictures before and after, I'm sure you get them too, where, it doesn't even look like the same street. Problem is, as soon as they leave, they come right back. So the plan would be to be more focused and have an evening crew that could keep up with the cleanup efforts, and I think it would greatly beautify the city.
Okay, so that's been there, it's sort of been in the wings, but ultimately a policy call.
Right, it's something that we've been proactively talking about.
Okay, I appreciate that, Chief. Yeah, I asked that question because, I mean, I want to make sure we have the resources. And I think depending on what happens with this ruling, we don't know, no one knows. But it could change how, you know, not necessarily how we operate, but at what level, what capacity. I want to switch gears to contract officers now. Of our 860 current field positions, how many are on contract full-time?
None. So contract law enforcement, that's something that's kind of a side gig. You sign up for some of these contracts. Now, what we do...
Not side. I mean, do we not provide full-time SROs and full-time?
Right. We have 33. We have 33 SROs, and they're paid for, you know, through an MOU with the school districts.
But that counts towards our 860, right?
Right.
So 860 minus
right.
33.
If they terminate the contract, I'd be minus 35.
How many with the housing authority?
2, and actually that contract, I haven't got an update on it yet. DC Landon, do you know if they've come back with that? Okay. They actually proposed cutting one of those positions, and I was not in favor of it, but I understand they have budget constraints, so what I told them, I said, look, it's either 2 or none. We can still cover these sites, but the duties of that one officer would be way overwhelming and frankly unrealistic, so I don't want to put those types of metrics or demands on one police officer. So they went back. They're going to try to see if they can fit it in our budget. But that's 2. So you're talking 33 SROs, 3 sergeants to oversee those SROs. We also have some CIT officers. I believe that's 4 at this time. Oh, never mind. Those we pay for those.
Okay.
Other contracts, FACS. Those are not filled. We've been operating. We have 1 sergeant in there. We've been using contract. We've been using kind of it's
been operating sort of as an overtime type opportunity as opposed to filling it full time.
Right.
So the only really full time opportunities we have a contractor are going to be the school districts and the housing authority.
Right.
The rest are what you referred to.
Right. If we had the staffing, yeah, we would fill the FACS positions as well. I want to say that's 4 or 5 as well.
Okay. Yeah, nothing doesn't count towards. I mean, the positions are filled and such. It's just
everything counts. It's all in that 926.
Okay, good. With respect to the park rangers, can you provide an update on just where we're at with the park rangers? What's the current amount? How many rangers there are per policing district or council district?
Yeah, so they are divided equally amongst all the policing districts. They're assigned different parks based on the size of the park, how frequently it's attended. Obviously, there's some pocket parks in some affluent neighborhoods which really don't need a whole lot of time, but they go and stop by there when they can. The last count was we were almost fully staffed. I believe we had 2 vacancies. We're up to 18, but I think we lost one of them. One of them resigned not too long ago, and a couple of them have opted to go into the police academy as well. But those positions have not been terribly difficult to fill. They're appealing, and people are applying for them.
Okay. So moving away from the staffing, maybe this is a city manager question, maybe it's for you, but just wanted to ask you to provide a status update on the call center construction project and maintenance at headquarters.
Yeah, so the maintenance at headquarters is we're keeping it alive. That building is adequate, and it does fill our needs, although every summer it kind of worries me that the AC unit's going to go down, especially on days like today. It's just not going to be habitable. So we're going to have to do something about that. But I know that the city manager set aside some money to make sure that the maintenance is kept up on that. But I think long-term for headquarters, the long-term solution should be to look for an alternate site. That place can't be remodeled because of the asbestos up in the ceilings and the wall. I've looked into that, and ultimately it will have to be torn down. As far as the call center, we're working on, hopefully breaking ground in the spring, and then maybe I believe it was fall of 26, which it would be move-in ready.
Okay, great, Chief.
Early 26.
Early 26.
Yes.
All right, so about a year and a half or so. My last question was with respect to the Neighborhood Watch program that we've had up and running again the last couple fiscal years, I want to say, last couple. How has Neighborhood Watch fit into, or how have our CSOs or captains worked with Neighborhood Watch? How is that, from your perspective, operating? Is it supplemental? Is it? I mean, I want to hear your opinion and perspective on.
Well, my opinion is that it's important to get neighborhoods involved. My opinion is if we don't have neighborhoods involved, connected to the police department, then it's going to make our job a little bit more difficult. I do appreciate the fact that it's been modernized. Now there's a website, there's a new logo, there's kind of a greater emphasis on getting people connected to Neighborhood Watch, especially those neighborhoods who may not have a Neighborhood Watch program. But like any other program, it can always be improved, it can always be finessed, it can always run a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think you've seen throughout your several budgets here that we tend to, give the police department the adequate resources, but that we also do tend to also set aside, a very minuscule amount, small amount at least, to invest kind of in these more civilian-led type programs that I believe work hand in hand and are very complementary to the sort of the sworn duties and enforcement that you folks are doing on a daily basis. All right, Chief. Well, that'll conclude my questions for you. I do have one motion. First a question, then a motion. City Manager or Chief, is there any funding currently allocated for Neighborhood Watch, similar to what we've done the last couple of fiscal years? Yeah, I think the last several fiscal years have been a few $100,000 or $100,000
Correct. I
or so.
believe we had 2 allocations. I want to say 180 at one point, and then I can't remember the second amount. There's 200,000. There's not additional money in the fiscal 25 budget.
Okay. Well, considering that's been I think a useful program, had an impact, but also considering our budget predicament, I want to make a motion to fund the Neighborhood Watch program at $75,000 for this fiscal year. Keep it running at least that minimum level.
I heard a motion from Councilmember Esparza and a second by Councilmember Butterfield.
All right. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Up next, Councilmember Butterfield.
Hi, Chief. You've been here for over 3 years now, right?
3.5.
And I know that you've instituted a number of programs. Could you just give a brief synopsis since you've come here, kinds of the things you've initiated and brought to the department?
Man, it's quite a bit looking back. Well, one of the first things I did was, at the time we had a 38% clearance rate in homicide. So one of the very first things I did was add 2 homicide detectives to homicide, since our clearance rate was so dismal. Since I've been here, it's gone from 38% to 73% to 83% to now 100%. Another significant thing that we did together as a team was add a second magic tag team in the evenings. When I was given the stats about Fresno and how we had 20,000 plus gang members, and to find out that we didn't have a gang enforcement unit working every night was pretty backwards to me. So we went ahead and took apart an old DST team from Southwest, and we added a second group. That way there's always a magic gang enforcement team working every night. We went back and we decentralized robbery. We noticed that there was a spike in robberies a couple years ago, and we were trying to tackle the problem as a city. So we decentralized it. That's when we added detectives to each policing district. That's really what gave us the idea of making every policing district kind of like its own mini police department. So now they have detectives. They work simple assaults, robberies, larcenies, all out of the districts, and the big felony crimes are worked out of downtown. We started the Central Valley Crime Gun Task Force, which has been highly touted by the U.S. Attorney here in the Eastern District for making some really, really big cases. That was something that was new. I was actually on a Zoom call year 1, and they were talking about strike force and how they were going to supplement the ATF federal agents in the Bay Area in Southern Cal. And I spoke up and I said, hey, well, what about the Central Valley? We need to do something here. So about a year later, that's when they finally came in and joined forces with us. So now we have our own task force and several other, I named it the Central Valley gun crime task force so other members could join in. The sheriff's office has an agent there now in several other smaller cities. So just little tweaks here and there. Recruiting was a huge refinement, just the way we approached recruiting and how we went after a multiple group of people. We were the first large agency here in the Western United States to use the Skill Bridge program and hire military members, young military members who were about to exit the military and transition into the police department. We were the very first ones. We try to keep it a secret, but then other departments found out about it and they started using the same thing. So I could go on and on and on.
A lot, it's obvious. And how much has the raise that we gave in the last contract, how much has that helped in terms of your recruiting? Because as you said, you haven't had the difficulties that some of the other departments or the other police departments.
You know, it's really hard to gauge. I think when people feel appreciated, I think when people are valued, it gives them a sense of belonging and they want to come and work here. Now, in full disclosure, Fresno PD is not an easy place to work. Our call volume, it dwarfs any other city in the Central Valley. We are busy every single night. You work here for a year and a half and you're a veteran. You've seen just about everything. But despite that, I think it's the culture of excellence that we have. I think it's the fact that, you know, the people behind me have made this place a top-notch police department, but also a really good place to work. But obviously you want to, you know, you have to be competitive. And when, you know, places like San Francisco and Oakland and LA are paying, you know, much higher percentages than we are, that's a challenge.
Yeah, even though they want to cut their police and don't treat them well, don't respect them, you're right. We have 926 allotted positions. You have 860 current. With the attrition, are you still moving up as opposed to, you know, just trying to tread water with the attrition? You're still moving towards the 926 number?
We're moving towards the 926. I don't think that we're going to achieve it. Looking at the numbers that we have now and our attrition rate, you know, we're going to continue to chase our tail in a sense and just not quite catch up. But, you know, now we're put in a situation that because of the budget, we can't really catch up. You know, if we're fully staffed, then we're not fully funded. So we are relying on 6.17 attrition, which is our natural attrition. You know, we don't have to slow down at all. We just have to keep going at the same rate that we've been going to. We can stay in level waters and not be in a deficit.
And that attrition, 6 officers is?
Well, it's 6.17. You know,
per what?
Just overall for the whole department. Okay. Percent.
I mean, is it per month?
No, it's just a continuous.
On average, okay.
Right, on average for the entire year.
For the year, okay, gotcha.
So we'll go up, we'll go down, We'll catch up, you know, it just kind of up and down.
On the dispatchers that you were asked about, you know, we increased the number of dispatchers, and we did that with the purpose of increasing response times.
Right.
Has that improved?
I can cut you a memo. I believe it has. That's something that I haven't looked at here recently.
Okay.
So I don't want to just guess. We could look at our response times or our waiting times. We have those numbers, so we can put that together for you.
Yeah, because that is something that I've been concerned. I'm sure other councilmen, I'm sure you are as well. You know, the whole point of increasing it is to get it down where it was not, people can be waiting 5 minutes or more.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Absolutely.
And we've got the helicopter online for purchase, correct?
Correct. We've signed a letter of intent with a vendor that we are interested. That way we can lock in the price of the helicopter. I mean, believe me when I tell you that this thing goes up like by the week. So we've signed that letter. We've cleared it through legal, and we're waiting right now to put our order in.
And that's going to make, that helps obviously in your fighting crime.
Of course, it keeps officers safe. It keeps the public safe. It helps us, you know, find lost kids. You know, folks that walk off from the home that may have dementia. It helps us in many areas.
Okay, and the question, you listed all of the stats, and in most categories, crime is down. I was just thinking, as you were listing that, I'm wondering how that gets reconciled. How does that happen when you've still got Prop 4757, AB 109, all the other stuff that decriminalizes crime? So how do you think that our numbers are down because we've increased our police presence throughout the city? I mean, what do you attribute it to?
Well, definitely the violent crime, I attribute that to just consistency. I mean, we do these operations. You saw the press conference 2 weeks ago. We've sent the message here in the city that we're not going to put up with violence in this town. So any serious crime, like a shooting, like a stabbing, like a homicide, you're not going to get away with it. And I've quoted this before, but one of our Magic Commander actually asked one of the gang leaders, asked them personally, said, hey, why do you think that all this is down? And the two things that he said was that you guys just don't give up and people aren't getting away with it. And I think that's very telling, that we are consistent. We've continued to be consistent in violent crime apprehension, clearance rates, but also when even the gangsters, when they see that people aren't getting away with it, there's fewer retaliation shootings, and the willingness to commit these types of crimes go down. Now, the crimes that I noted, the crimes that we follow are all felony crimes. As I stated earlier, what is up is auto thefts. That is up. Auto burglaries. You know, a lot of these are attempted auto thefts that don't turn into burglaries. That is up. Domestic violence is up slightly, and larcenies are up by 3.7%, that petty larcenies. But overall, we're doing quite well.
Okay. And in terms of traffic officers, you know, one of I think the criticisms that we hear a lot, of course, are people running red lights, and the streets are dangerous, and you know, where's an officer when you want to get them to cite somebody? And I think we all see it, people on their phones and running red lights. What's your suggestion to get through this, where there is more of a presence with the motor pool, where people understand there may be a penalty if you run that light? What's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts is that everything's going to level itself out as we lower violent crime. As I told you earlier, it's no coincidence that once we lowered violent crime, other property crime went down. Why? Because those officers were not tied up on a crime scene. They were out there being proactive and enforcing the law. I think it has a flywheel effect. As I stated earlier, we are going to fill 5 motorist positions this month. More motorcycles, more citations, and you know, it's not because of a lack of effort. I mean, we've proven where we've gone from 19,000 citations to 25,000 citations in 3 years. So despite having 15 vacancies, we're actually writing more tickets. And we are encouraging our police officers out there on the streets to be more proactive. You know, if we are able to negotiate a deal with the union and come out with a more equitable and more efficient patrol shift, that's going to put more cops on the streets every day, every shift, every district. And you're going to see more citations. Why? Because cops aren't going to be just bothered by call to call to call. They're going to be free to actually enforce the law. So I think that's going to take care of itself as we make improvements to the police department.
Okay. Well, Chief, I just want to commend you and all of your police officers and the people that support you. I know most of these folks sitting here. I've worked with them. They are phenomenal people, police officers, and all of the people out there patrolling now. We are grateful as a city. The people here are. We've demonstrated that with our support in contracts, and we will with this contract that we're talking about, we'll be negotiating. We love our officers, and we respect them, and we support them, and I think we always will. Perhaps not like other cities, you know, don't, but we do, and we always will. And we're grateful for the service and the sacrifice, and we recognize it is a tough, tough job. I think all of us have gone on ride-alongs and recognize how dangerous it can be at any second. So I want to thank all the officers that are here, and thank all the officers that aren't here for what they do for us every single day.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Chief, most of my questions have been answered already, but the one thing that I do want to focus a little bit on are the bike cops. I think you mentioned that we have funding in this budget to keep them funding at full levels. Is that right?
That's
We're
correct.
not making any reductions to the bike cops?
That's correct. I mean,
Okay.
they're fully funded. Actually, they're funded up to 35%. The city has picked up the rest of that money. It's through a COPS grant. It's just a matter of, again, you know, every Monday looking at our priorities. You know, what do we need more? A bike officer at a certain, and I think every single district has 2 of the 3 that I committed to. But you know, when you have to choose between a sex crimes detective and a bike officer, you really have to kind of weigh that. What we do try to do is when we do have overages, we'll put one of the overage police officers on a bike so we can make up for the third.
Okay, when does that grant expire?
It was a 3-year grant, and I think we may be on the final year and a half of that grant.
Okay, and you said
September of 27 is when it
27,
expires.
okay. And you said right now we have 2 per policing district?
2 per policing district, that's correct.
And
except for Southwest, which has a larger team.
Understood, okay. And what's their schedule more like? Are these out there during the day? Are they out there on the weekends?
We flex their time. They're on the specialized unit team, so we can not pay as much overtime, so we're able to flex their times. So, for example, if you're going to have a special event at Tower, we'll make sure that we have bikes working on that particular day. So it varies, but we like for them to be visible every single day at some part of the day.
And what kind of calls do they typically respond to?
Anything that they're close to. I mean, they'll respond to anything. A lot of times, because of the bikes, they're able to, and traffic, they're able to get to a call quicker than a police car. So there's no limit on what they can or can't respond to. Just depends on the proximity.
Okay. I understand priorities and needing to shift where needed, but the bike patrols are a really important part of my district, and so I'll be looking to make sure we continue to keep those funded even after the grant expires.
Absolutely.
I saw there was an increase in janitorial services. Is that with all of our departments, or why just the police department?
Brian Barr, do you know the answer to that?
It was an increase of 33,000.
You guys have your own janitorial contract? Des, you know? Can you? I do know that we were going to try and do a citywide janitorial contract. Would PD be part of that, or would they still be separate? So, Des, why don't you talk about the increase right now?
Hi, Desiree Perry, Fiscal Affairs Manager, Fresno Police Department. Good day. Yes, the Fresno Police Department currently has a separate contract from the City of Fresno, and the City Purchasing Department is currently preparing an RFP to go out to bid where every department will be on this citywide contract. So this contract with our current vendor expires in February of 25. So there is an increase between now and then.
Okay, so we're obligated to pay this increase until then, and then it sounds like there's a citywide RFP we're putting out.
Yes.
Moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Desiree.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Chief, like I mentioned earlier, all of my questions have been answered already, so thank you to you and your team for all the good work being done in our city. It's much appreciated. Councilmember Chavez, did you want to? Okay.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chief, for the work that you and your folks have been doing, particularly the graffiti that you referenced earlier. I think, our residents have seen a big change in what we were seeing before to what we're seeing now. I think the task force did an amazing job. So I wanted to publicly thank you and our team for that work. I know it's still ongoing. We're still gonna, keep our resources focused on what we need to do. But I wanted to ask, we also got a chance to work on the elder abuse unit. Big thank you to our detectives that came out to our senior event at Mosqueda. That was very helpful for our folks to get that information. As you know, and we've chatted, I sit on the Fresno Madera Agency on Aging. We did a comprehensive survey of thousands of senior citizens. That was probably one of the biggest issues that popped out of that survey, and I just want to make sure that, we have the resources that we need in order to follow up on those calls, because I think we're working on consolidating the phone number so that folks can call in and report that. So I just want to kind of get a status on the elder abuse.
Yeah, I actually just shot a commercial for that organization to increase awareness on elder abuse. Our Family Justice Bureau is one that we are currently revamping. We're looking at just the types of calls and the types of cases that they're working with Deputy Chief Salazar to make that a more efficient, more effective bureau. And if we need to move detectives around to work those cases, then we're going to do that. I know last year we added a couple. We had a press conference about it, and from what I understand, they're holding their own. But they could always use the help. I don't have a single unit that's got their feet kicked up with nothing to do. We could always use some more.
And I'd like to get some of those stats that we were getting periodically. I'd like to just kind of gauge that so I could report back to our folks over at the FMAAA and
we'll
have
get you some updated stats on elder abuse.
Sure. There might be some opportunities to get some resources there in the future as well for our folks that are doing that. The last question that I had, Chief, was regards to, you know, great job on the recruitment effort. You gave some stats earlier. What does that look like? I know that our officers' contracts coming up. I do kind of just keep an eye on other surrounding jurisdictions, and we were all competing for the same pool of folks. I think you mentioned we had 33 cadets in the academy right now in the queue. Is that correct?
Right. We have we actually have 33 cadets in police academies. We have Fresno City College 174 and Fresno City College 175 with a total of 33 cadets. We have 41 in FTO. They're in field training. They graduated from the academy, and they have a partner in their training. They're in various phases of their training phase. And then we also have 25 on deck. They're waiting for an instructor. We actually have more new cadets than we have instructors. So, but you know, we don't waste their time. We take them through various orientations. We take them through a struggle well class, which is about wellness early in their careers, and they get to spend some time in various units so they can learn. So all those folks are in the pipeline. But you know, again, you know, we'll go through an academy with 20 people, and it'll take 6 months to train them, and we may lose 15. You know, to retirement, so net gain of 5. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. It's just a slow process, and we've been very successful, so I won't complain about that, but it does take a little bit of time.
Yeah, along those lines, Chief, what kind of retention rate have we had for all of our new recruits? So of all the new officers that have came on board, do we have what does that retention rate look like?
Well, we'd have to do a study as far as long-term retention. You know, I'll be real honest with you. This younger generation that we're dealing with right now, a lot of times they take a career like law enforcement, and the mentality is like, hey, I'll just try this for a couple of years and see how I like it. And even though they go through all the struggles of a police academy, I can tell you that our cadet program is one of the most successful cadet programs in the country. There's other police departments who will start an academy and they'll lose 45% of their people in one academy. Literally, if they have 100, they'll lose 45. For our cadet ones, it is upwards in the 90 percentile that they'll complete the academy and they'll go on to be police officers. And we do lose one every once in a while, but it's pretty rare for us.
Well, and the reason I bring that up is, you know, during the last contract conversation, we were kind of using metrics from surrounding jurisdictions that there were some folks that were poaching some of our officers, right? We had Visalia, you had Clovis, and so I know we're coming up on the contract. We used the phrase a number of times recently here that our officers are the best paid officers in the Central Valley. You look at what is happening over at Clovis, I think they're scheduled to get a bump this year or early next year, which I think would make them the best paid, or is that
no,
not
that's actually not true. When you look at the actual benefits, the fringe benefits, we're actually above them. I'm not on the negotiations team, so I think probably Assistant City Manager TJ Miller might be better equipped to answer that question.
So they would not be able to tout that. That's what I'm. Salary and benefits, or just salary?
Salary and benefits, go ahead.
Salary, they will be, but when you add all the benefits and the hourly wage, the base, what goes to retirement, we're well above.
So take home. So it's not just like health insurance benefits, it's the fact that our contribution to retirement is far less than theirs. So our take home pay is still more than theirs.
We need to find a new tagline to accommodate that. We're like the best compensated. How about that? We're the best compensated
overall
police officers.
That's a good tagline.
On there. And I say that because I know we're having conversations right now with our bargaining units, but I think for you, Chief, and your recruitment efforts, that was one of the pitches, right? Come to Fresno. We're gonna be one of the best paid police officers, and we don't want to, you know, handcuff you. No pun intended, for that effort that you guys have been doing. And I agree with what my colleague said. I think the interactions that I've seen from our officers now with our residents has been amazing. Great job. They're always at events. They come out to our functions. It feels like the police department is more of a part of our community now. It's not just law enforcement. It's community-based policing that we've been trying to get to, and I think we're getting there, Chief. But
thank you for saying that. That's by design.
But thank you for that. That's all I had, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap up and thank Chief Balderrama and his entire team. I think, as you saw from the presentation, the results are remarkable. The reductions alone in violent crime compared to where we were certainly when Mayor Dyer first took office in 2021 are amazing. And, his ability to move things around, to be able to react to the current crime trends, to be able to address what you all are hearing and what the public is hearing has been great as well. So thank you, Chief. You've done an amazing job. Your team has done an amazing job. We appreciate all their efforts. The recruiting, any of you who have been to the swearing-ins have seen how far we have come along, whether it be like the diversity of the department. I'm just constantly amazed by not only the diversity, but just you hear the backgrounds and the qualifications of the new officers that are coming in. And it just is great. I also want to acknowledge, and I had to step out a couple of times, I'm not sure if he mentioned it, I will also talk about where we were a couple years ago with the long-term absent list. We have made great strides in that area. I mean, I know a lot in comparing non-COVID to non-COVID, so thank you for your efforts on that as well. Just to sum it up, thank you, Chief. Appreciate you being a part. He has been an amazing team member to the rest of the department directors. I know because, sometimes police and fire may get the lion's share of the general fund. People may think that, they're kind of off on an island, but both Chief Balderrama and Chief Alcorn have been amazing teammates to rest of their departmental colleagues, and I know that they appreciate it. And I always say, be still my city manager heart when I see these guys huddling after department director meeting on their own, meeting to talk about some problem that everybody needs to work together on. And I appreciate your willingness to do that. I know you've got a very busy department to run, so thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. And if you will just indulge me for just 1 minute. I know I'm the one up here standing and maybe getting all the credit, but I can tell you that my command staff, is second to none. If there's a better command staff in the state of California, boy, I'd love to know who they are, because the men and women behind me really make my job a lot easier. I do have to give kudos to my city council. Where else in California are you going to get this type of support from both sides of the aisle? And at the end of the day, it's about public safety. At the end of the day, it's about using our resources the best way that we can, because it's not our money, it's the public's money. So serving as chief has been a struggle at times. I've had a few nights where I'm like, what the heck did I get myself into? But I can tell you it's very rewarding to see the success of this police department. And, I can't forget our mayor as well. He told me a while back, I can't give you a contract, but I give you my word that as long as I'm mayor, you're my guy. So, so far so good. Thank you for your support. Can't do it without you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for cleaning up after the mayor.
Up next, we have Parks, After School, Recreation, and Community Services. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council. Aaron Aguirre, Parks Director, here to present the FY25 Parks Department budget. But before we begin, I want to express my sincere gratitude to my entire team. Their hard work, dedication, and passion are what truly make this department exceptional. I'd like to personally thank Ed Genevieve from my team and his team on the work on this budget. His unwavering commitment, support, and drive for the excellence exemplifies the positive culture we're building in parks. The Parks Department remains dedicated to enhancing our community's quality of life. We achieve this by providing safe, clean, and accessible parks and community centers along with a diverse range of programs and recreational activities that cater to all ages. The first slide we have here, there we go. Bernard, am I driving? I am. So the first slide we have here is the total FY25 proposed budget in parks. You'll see a number of 155 million, roughly 155.3 million across 3 categories: personnel, non-personnel, and interdepartmental. I do want to point out the personnel line item you see there, the 28.3. That does have all funding that supports operation and or capital activities. In addition to that, park staff being in there, we also have our partners in Public Works, their landscape maintenance division, who maintains our parks on a weekly basis, providing the manicuring of our lawns, the repair of our irrigation systems, and the ongoing maintenance. In addition to that, part of the ordinance requires an auditor, which is administered by the Finance Department. You'll find that salary as part of that personnel line item as well. Moving on to the non-personnel item, you'll see the $109 million there. That's primarily a capital budget. We estimate about 54 million of that is a carryover from FY24. Moving on to the interdepartmental, 17.5 million. You'll see a reduction from the previous year of 2024, approximately $2.6 million. What that is, that's where we house the police department park ranger program. So FY24, there were a bunch of one-time costs for vehicles, equipment, and so forth to get the program up and running. Since it's been purchased, that's why you see that reduction now of the 17.5. Again, getting to the total of 155.3 roughly in the Parks Department. I do want to note in this funding source here, the 155 that I mentioned, this does not exclude or does not include Measure P, Category 5, which is part of Public Works budget. I believe Director Mosier spoke about that yesterday, but I just want to note that this does not reflect this in here. And again, just a breakdown of the 155, how it's broken out. Operating expenditures across the department, about $60 million. Again, the capital expenditure program, about $94 million. And then the debt service for a previous bond back, and I believe it was 2006, ongoing payment of the 1.9, almost $2 million. Next item here is the positions in FY25. You'll notice there are no new positions in the Parks Department. The 3 new, net 3 that you see there in FY25 changes. Really what that is those positions were budgeted in FY24 at a 9-month rate. This is just bringing those positions whole in FY25. So 162 positions is where we stay. No, like I said, no new positions in the department. You do see some movement of some of our divisions. And what that is that's really just centralizing our customer service focus. So you'll notice back in 2023, 24, really there was nothing there, and you'll see in 25, you see 7 positions there. And really what that is moving those folks who at one time were in different divisions, whether it was after school, in park operations, or whatever that may be. So that's what those changes reflect in that slide there. Some highlights we have here, department impacts. You'll see description 1 here, Dolores Huerta Park, which is in District 1. This is a Prop 68 grant that we received late 2021. Funding was realized in 22. We are moving forward with this project, talking to the community members at various meetings. This project was promised to them over 20-some years ago, so we're bringing this to the community. All intents and purposes, that will have a notice to proceed late 2024, early 25. It's approximately about 4-acre park. Next park you'll see here is a South Peach Park project in District 5. This was an old USDA property. This is a master plan facility. Right now we have funding to complete phase 1. Of that $11.2 million, you'll see a variety of funding, ARPA funding, Measure P, and park impact fees. The next project is in D7, Radio Park Rehabilitation. This again was another Prop 68 project that we were awarded back in 21-22. And same thing here, funding is out of Prop 68 and some park impact fees. Next item you see is the estimated cultural arts. This is the category 4 of Measure P, expansion of arts and culture. So what we have in 25 is estimated $5.6 million. These are actually $24 that will be passed along to the Arts Council, who administers that program for the community. And just to note, out of that 5.6, 2% of that will remain for administrative services for the Fresno Arts Council to oversee that program. Moving on to number 5 here, Senior Activities Center. We're excited to present this here. We're utilizing Measure P, Section 108 loan, and some additional general fund funding in that. That 5.4 is out of our department. As I mentioned, Measure P is about 4.5 of the 5.4, and the remaining 865 is out of general fund. And then finally, you all have seen this in other departments, but utilities. This is our PG&E water sewer for our over 80 parks and community centers. That $4 million, PG&E represents about $2.5 million, 2.6 of that $4 million there. And then just moving on to some other funds we have available to the department, some federal grants and some state grants. You'll see ARPA, as I mentioned, $12.8 million, and that's going into projects such as South Peach, the El Dorado Park, Reedy Park improvements, Rotary West fencing, CDBG, that will go towards Bigby Villa, Lafayette Tot Lot improvements. And then, of course, we have the BGA grant, which will be coming back to council next couple weeks. And then moving down to some of the state, as I mentioned, Prop 68 is funding Dolores Huerta as well as Radio Park. That's that sum there at $13.2 million. The CalVIP money, the $830, that is what we use for the Camp Fresno, the match dollars. Office of Traffic and Safety, this is something that we have citywide, really to get the message out and provide safety measures for pedestrians and bicyclists throughout the city. And then the two others there are from the Parks and Recreation, one pertaining to Maxi Parks and EOC settlement, and then a grant for Romaine Futsal to wrap up the fencing and landscaping design elements there. So in this FY25 budget, new or expanded programs, we have two. One is our customer service enhancements of $120,400. This is software to improve our check-in at our community centers. We're still using, believe it or not, paper and pen to sign people into our facilities. This will be kind of like a gym where you have a barcode and you can actually scan in real-time information that would then house the information of the youth that are there, seniors or any other participants. Just to kind of give you a reference with our centers that we have operating, we're expected to see over 120,000 youth, seniors, adults come through our programs this year. That's a huge increase from years past. And then the second piece here is the youth cricket and futsal. Through many of these community member meetings that I've attended, I often hear we don't have a futsal league, I don't have a cricket league. So this is, again, aimed at our youth ages 3 to 17. And the sites that we are considering for these two locations would be Romaine Gym and Holmes Gym. And then as far as cricket, Inspiration and or Joswat Singh Cover Park. So, oops. So this slide here, just really wanted to kind of highlight the community outreach that we've done here in the Parks Department. When I came in, you know, oftentimes people would ask, what does the Parks Department do? So we've made a big effort to really promote the parks programs, the services we provide, and all the great things that we've added over the couple years that I've been here. I do want to note our reservation policy has been revamped, and with that we've seen some great success in a short amount of time. Just to give you some significant numbers in regards to reservations, our diamond reservations at our parks, these are our baseball, softball facilities. We've seen an increase of 311% in our reservations at these locations. Field reservations, soccer, football fields, we've seen an increase of 111%. So it's working in that sense and really getting the community to buy into their parks. And then also with that, we are very dependent on technologies, driving people to our website to sign up for camps, classes, and programs. Just want to note that our customer service team that I mentioned, we are on pace to exceed over 40,000 phone calls this year. So a number of phone calls come through in addition to the electronic communication. And then again, just kind of going through Office of Neighborhood Community Engagement there. We partner with public organizations, again, with those communities impacted by violent crimes. And then our Capital Projects Administration, of the $94 million that I mentioned, we expect in the next few months to have about $50 million of that dollars out in the bidding environment and or under award for construction of these new parks. Next one here, this is a requirement of Measure P. The commissioners have two opportunities in the fall. November 6th and November 20th, we had budget meetings for the commissioners and the community. This gives the community as well as the commissioner an opportunity to voice their opinions on how the budget should look, what items they'd like to see in our budget. In here, you can see motion 1, $50,000 for translation, Measure P information into other languages. How that's reflected in our FY20 budget is a column on the right. You'll see $46,300 of marketing and outreach in our budget, of which $20,400 are designated for translation and interpretation services. In addition to that, outreach and capital projects has another dollar amount that we use to translate our material and meetings in 4 different languages. Next one here, I believe Director Mosier spoke about this yesterday in his presentation, but this was aimed at Public Works. Allocate $200,000 to establish a new urban forester position. The language here from Public Works is in the FY25. Their budget consists of 5 full-time positions in the tree program, and then the landscape division has 2 licensed arborists. In addition, $2.1 million will be available for preventative maintenance geo-based tree trimming. Next item here was a motion made, $2 million for nonprofits and other community organizations who provide after-school recreation and community services and workforce development. In our FY25 proposed budget, as you all know, with sales tax being where it is, we were able to dedicate $66,300 for the programs I mentioned, youth cricket and futsal. I know it's not the $2 million that the commission, but that's what we were able to locate and identify in this proposed budget. Item 4, amount not to exceed $350,000 to begin an assessment and development of long-term implementation. Again, this was another kind of Public Works item here, but the proposed budget in Public Works, not Measure P funding, general fund funding, is for the Sustainability Division within Public Works. Next item here is a motion, $3 million for nonprofits and other community organizations to establish the Dr. Francina Puta Fund to provide after-school recreation and community services and workforce development program through park systems so they may apply for Measure P grant support. With City Council recommendation that guidelines be provided by the Commission for City Council consideration and adoption. Again, our FY25 budget shows the expansion of youth cricket and futsal. And then,
Director, one question.
Yes, sir.
Does Measure P allow us just to take $10 million from the Measure P bucket and re-grant it to CBOs or establish these, special funds?
I believe we've asked the question of the city attorney's office and the opinion. I'd be happy to get that for you. But I know that question has come up because I believe there's some other buckets that have, same kind of requests have come up.
I would just urge you to inform the commission that we have a master facilities plan for parks, and us diverting millions of dollars for special funds or CBO awards would remove our ability to actually fix the parks that the plan calls for us fixing, including those in high needs areas. So it's not a slush fund.
No, and I agree. And the bucket that this money would be eligible for would be Category 3, where we provide a bunch of our programming for youth, seniors, and youth jobs. You'll see that entire funding is 3.6 this year, and that would be the I guess the competition that $3 million would be up against. So to your point, right. Sorry, and then last item, as far as the motions, we had, again, another round of budget meetings with the commission on May 20th and again on May 29th to go through the same exercise. Again, this was after the budget was proposed, so we don't have this reflected in our budget, but again, I just need to read into the record what those motions were. A trade memo has been provided to the council members. I apologize, you all did get that a little late, but do want to read those into the record. So motion 6, this is a Public Works item. This was funding to be provided not exceeding $100,000 for the street improvements along Cesar Chavez between Maple Avenue and Chestnut Avenue. Motion 7, allocate $300,000 to the Frank H. Ball Park for improvements in the restrooms. Motion 8, again, this is kind of a reiteration of the earlier motion, but the $3 million Francina Puta Fund. 9 was a modification from motion 1 of the previous November motions, increasing funding from $50,000 to $75,000 specifically for the Arts Council to implement and technical support to carry out the arts, program. Motion 10, a sum not to exceed $30,000 to fund the engineering and construction of a 20 by 20 shade installation over a table human gathering area of the Puppy Love Small Dog Park at Roding. Item 11 was a shovel-ready project for Storyland. This would restore outdated restrooms at Storyland in need of ADA upgrades, requesting a sum not to exceed $400,000 to restore those restrooms. Number 12 was allocation of $300,000 for the which includes irrigation repair, design, and turf rehabilitation. Sorry, just two more. And motion 14, $25,000 to be used for a feasibility study, whether the basin to the south of JSK can be used for an expansion of the park. And finally, motion 15, the commission recommended adoption to the City Council of the fiscal year 2025 Parks Department, Department of Public Utilities, Public Works Department, and Capital Projects Department Measure P budget on a unanimous 8-0 vote. With that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. Up first, we have Councilmember Maxwell.
Good afternoon, Director Aguirre.
Good afternoon.
Hey, quick question. Is there funding in this budget for a youth sports fee waiver program?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay, what's the amount?
I believe it's about $150,000 in FY25 for that.
And that's pretty much what we've been doing in the past?
Correct.
Okay. Folks been taking advantage of that? I know that we kind of went back and forth on, you know, what rate we wanted to allow people to take advantage of that program, and is it been expending those funds? Is there higher demand? Is there not as much of a demand as we thought?
You know what, I think there is a demand, and again, as we expand these programs, as I mentioned, cricket and futsal, we'll really dig into that even more.
Sure.
But again, the programs that we've offered, the t-ball, basketball, flag football, they've all taken us up on those offers, and I have numbers that we can definitely provide to you in a memo format, so you can get an idea of what we're serving, how many participants have signed up for a particular program, and how many of those are actually youth fee waiver recipients.
I appreciate that. Would you like me to put in like an official request for a memo?
If you don't mind, yes,
okay.
please.
The other thing, I don't know if my staff has put in an official request yet, but trying to get another estimate for the Cary Park hockey rink. Is that in the works right now?
It is in the works.
Okay.
I know General Services Division or Department Director Barr, we had a conversation, and they are working with their jock contractor and working on getting that number. So yeah, we would be happy to give you an update on that.
I appreciate it. Director Aguirre, you and your entire team, your assistant directors and all your staff have been very helpful for me. I just want to go over a few of the projects that you guys have been really helpful working with me on. I mean, number one has been the senior center. You know, that was a big priority of mine last year as council president. It was a little bit of a headache to cobble together, but with the help of you and your team, we were able to make that a reality and get the funding to do that. We'll be doing the groundbreaking for the senior activity center. I think it's later this summer, early fall. So I appreciate, you know, all the outreach that you guys did for that. I know you did extensive community outreach. You met with me and my team a bunch, and you guys got really creative when it came to how do we make that a possibility. And I just wanted you to know that was really important to me because it's really important to my constituents, and I think the seniors of the city of Fresno. Just wanted to say thank you guys for that.
Absolutely.
I wanted to say thank you for El Dorado Park. I think for 3 years we went back and forth and had negotiations with the folks over there, and you know, we had our ups and downs, but overall it was a fruitful dialogue that we had, and we were able to get a lot of success out of that, and I think some good things still coming out of those discussions. Reedy Park, I know we're still in the midst of conversations there, but your entire team has been really helpful as well when it comes to negotiations with the nonprofit that we have there, and how do we make it a better park and a better overall experience for the airport community who rely on that as one of their only real parks in that neighborhood. Community events, we do an Easter event, we typically do a midsummer event, we do a Beat the Heat event, we do a Thanksgiving event, we do a Halloween event, and we do sometimes a Christmas event at one of our parks. You guys are always very helpful in making sure that we get that park space available. We open it up to literally hundreds and hundreds of people that are able to take advantage of those parks, and that's been transformative too, because some of the parks when I came into office, folks were a little hesitant to use. I mean, especially after COVID-19, a lot of those parks had a lot of encampments on them. But as we've gotten more and more use out of those parks, we've seen less encampments and more families using those parks. And I think you came on just shortly after I did. And so a lot of the work that I've done in this position and success that I've had is because of you and your department. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and we value those partnerships because, as you mentioned, those type of activities is really what brings in the right element to our parks, right, and chases out the bad element. So we appreciate that and appreciate partnering with you and using our facilities. And in those instances, we've seen trunk or treats, that we've had there where years before we had 400 people, we've had 850 this past year. So, that type of, again, just activity with your office and our staff, and again, just getting the message out, what Parks does, what resources we have available has really been an asset to, I think, the community. The great stuff we hear from PRAC, the PRAC commissioners on the excitement behind what we have. So I appreciate your partnership.
Thank you. I'll say, I think 75% of the projects that we've worked on have been pretty expeditious and successful. There's a lingering 25% that I won't go into full detail here, but I'm sure you're aware of what a lot of those frustrations are.
Yes.
Whether it's, bleachers at a park that I feel like I've been trying to get for 4 years. I've been successful and lucky in earning another 4 years up here on this council. Had I not, that would have been pretty embarrassing to be fighting 4 years for bleachers at a park and not be able to get that in 4 years. There's certain projects like that, and again, they're not the bulk of the things that we work on, Director, but there are certain projects that I've been working on my first term. I don't want to make those my second term projects. I feel like there's a whole new set of things that I want to fight for my second term in office. I don't want to have to carry over the things I've been fighting for since 2021. I know a lot of it's out of your hands. Some of it's emblematic of a larger systematic issue. But again, I think we need to get creative about how we address some of these systematic issues that we face when it comes to ordering equipment or doing bids. It's, I'm sure, a frustration as much for you as it is for me. But I need to make sure a lot of those smaller projects are being delivered on for the folks that I represent.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in the same boat. We want to get projects out of our queue and out to the community, whether it's a bleacher project, whether it's a brand new park, whatever that may be, the need is there. We want to make sure we are doing everything in our power to present that to the community.
I appreciate it. And some of these projects we're working on, I do expect to be like a 2-term project, restoring the Rossler Winery.
Right.
That's a large undertaking. But some of the smaller projects, I would appreciate, your office helping me and my team, making sure that we're able to execute as many of those as we can before the end of the calendar year.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate you and your team.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, Councilmember. Up next, we have Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Director, for the presentation, and thank you, more importantly, for the work you and your team have done. I think you and I have been here a while back when it was slim pickings for the Parks Department, and now through the generosity of our taxpayers and the organizations that put that ballot on the initiative, we were able to now be fully funded. Still a lot of work to do. But I just had a couple questions on your slides. I'm trying to kind of get a gauge on what the plan is for the budgeted positions. I think it's the second or third. Budgeted positions under the after-school recreation. I noticed that they actually decreased from the previous year to this year from 97.5 to 85. I'm assuming those are FTE positions, correct, within the program?
That's correct, yes.
And what's the reason for the decline of those after-school programs? Are we cutting back on after-school programs, or are we just working with partners?
So no, we are still fully staffed in our after-school program. We don't have a void in the after-school program. As I mentioned, in those positions there, you'll notice customer service and community outreach. Previous years had really nothing in there. You had one. You'll see the move to 7. What that is centralizing customer service. So those were customer service folks that we have in our office who were allocated into that actual division. They weren't performing the work. They weren't working with the kids at the centers. They were more of an admin function that were in the wrong division. So it's really just a cleanup effort if you don't, in I guess, simpler terms.
No, thank you for clarifying that actually helps. Along those lines, what's kind of or I'm going to say your vision for including the after-school program? I mean, we have obviously the senior hot meal programs that happen in the mornings, but then, even during the summer, like give an example, Mosqueda Community Center has their aquatics program. Right. I know that we've been kind of working through the online function. I think our deputy mayor, Jordan Sanchez, was working, trying to fix some of the issues. Have we gotten those issues fixed now where folks will be able to sign up for the aquatics program, the next group?
They are. So we had the, I guess, too much traffic to our website. We kind of broke the internet that day, you know, and just, again, the popularity of swim lessons, right? People trying to sign in. So most of those people found a kind of a back way, which was the phones that our staff were answering. But again, that system is back up and running, and we'll have availability when we go to the second round of aquatic sign-up. So really that was kind of, we worked with our vendor. It wasn't a City of Fresno ISD issue. It was our vendor issue. That's been resolved.
Okay, well, that's a good thing, actually. That means we have demand for them. How many lifeguards did we end up hiring this year? Do we know what those numbers were?
We'll have to get final. We're still kind of going through that process.
You're still trying to find some more lifeguards?
I think we're there. You know, we're going through some of the testing components of it, but be happy to get you that information.
Yeah, and I like to get the information too on just the partnerships we have. I know that some of our high schools opened up their blue space,
right?
So that'll free up some capacity for kids to learn how to swim and be safe.
Yeah, and those have been great partnerships, you know, because we actually go to the pool decks at those high schools, and we actually recruit some of the water polo players, the swimmers, and you'll see, I think Edison was our largest school. We had over 20 kids from Edison that have been hired on as lifeguards, and on down the line. We can definitely provide that information, what schools we're retaining kids from, and so forth. But
that, and I mean, just, you know, on our end, that's, whenever we do a post on our district page, that's probably one of the programs that gets the most hits. Folks just wanting to keep their kids, you know, busy during the summer,
right?
And even during school. I think we've done a really good job of including a lot of the residents that live around our community centers and having them participate. Where in the past budget cuts we didn't have that, but now we're in a position to do this. I just want to thank you and your team for the work that you've been doing and engaging our folks. Those are all the questions. I do have one motion. A couple of days ago, I think we might have sent you something over. The city manager and council had a conversation about projects that take quite a bit of time to materialize, and as a result, inflation, price goes up. So working with Councilmember Esparza this past year, we worked on the Tellerian 11th Park. We need some gap funding for that, so I'm going to make a motion to allocate $180,000 for the remaining funding to make sure that the park gets completed. And I'm sure you've driven by there, but the sidewalks are in now. Kids will be able to have that sidewalk. I mean, I don't think that neighborhood's had sidewalks in over 100 years, maybe more. But we have those sidewalks in now, and I think that park will be helpful for, you know, what the residents wanted. Then we did survey the residents. We're going to pass those on to you.
Perfect.
The Jackson Neighborhood Association folks did, I think, about 200 surveys. So they opted not for the garden, which makes it easier for us, but they just wanted the green space there, maybe a couple of you know, tot lots for the kids to come in and play and recreate there in the area as well. So we'll be forwarding those to you. Make the motion, and then Councilmember Esparza seconded that, just for the record. Henry will be emailing you a copy of that motion. With that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Up next, we have Councilmember Arias.
Director, I'm sure you heard my concerns with the police department, the park rangers program. I see the relationship between the parks department and the police department as one of a customer, and the other one's the provider. So you being the customer who is paying for those park rangers out of park funds, have you spent any time auditing or assessing the effectiveness of the park rangers provided by the police department?
So I meet with PD on a monthly basis to go through kind of what we're seeing, what they're seeing. I meet with my staff as well, just, hey, how are park rangers working? I have physically not done a ride along. I have not walked through a park, as you mentioned, from Olive going south to the zoo. I have not done that. I've driven through parks, you know, on the way to a meeting or on the way home, driving through, and do see them there. So that's the type of visual that I've given it as far as my own personal self. But I have not done kind of the audit you're talking about.
Are you, as a Parks Director, setting the expectation for what you want from the Rangers, or is that the police chief?
So I work closely with Chief Balderrama and the 5 policing districts where these park rangers are housed. We meet and we go through the various criteria, what's called out by our department, what's called out in the ordinance, so, the lock-in and lock-in of parks, and giving them, and as they come online, I think those responsibilities grow. Early on, it was, we had 10, 12 park rangers and just trying to get them out into our over 80 parks. Responsibilities will continue to grow as we move forward and get to the full 20.
So my concern with the park rangers going to the police department was that they're reporting to 5 different captains, and those 5 different captains have 5 different expectations. And what I wanted to ensure that we did was that there was the same level of service, irrespective of where the park was placed in the city. How are you making sure that, whether it's Roding or Woodward Park, that park rangers are providing the same level of service across the city?
So I really think that's data-driven, based off of phone calls, what we're seeing in the Parks Department through Fresno, complaints that we're having with our staff on site at Woodward Park, Roding Park, our site that's on staff at community centers, what they're seeing on a daily basis, and really just getting that data put together. And the beauty of the park rangers being in those policing districts is they're working hand in hand with the sworn officers and can let them know, hey, I need backup at this location.
Can you provide us a report on the data that you captured related to park rangers?
Sure.
I'd like to see and have the council assess what kind of calls we're getting, what kind of response times, what are they actually spending their time according to the data on.
And let me clarify, when I say, responses, I'm not saying response times. We're relaying that information to PD when we see something, and then we work with them, like I said, on a monthly basis to fine-tune that. For instance, the mobile food vendor, I met with Chief Valderrama, DC Landon, and the 5 captains, and went through that ordinance. What is this? What are we responsible for? What goes over to code? So, those meetings have been helpful as things arise.
Yeah, what I want to make sure is that we don't have rangers spending time on the guy selling fruit,
right,
and walking by the guy selling meth,
right,
or doing what they're not supposed to in the restroom, and just that's not the deal.
And we went through the resolution. How wide can your cart? A 3x8 cart, right? No canopies, no tables, and went through that specifically before Easter, because knowing Easter was a busy holiday and park rangers were active in our parks. Wanted to make sure we didn't have any of that, so wanted to make sure that information was clear.
Speaking of which, I do want to give you kudos. This is the first Easter break that I've not received any complaints from folks utilizing our parks. And I drove by and there's nowhere to park and every bench is full. So whatever you all did and the amount of preparation work was great. It was nice to see the parks full. Roding is full every single weekend with families, which is good to see. That's why we're starting to see more complaints about where's the park ranger, why aren't they cleaning out the restrooms? If it's not them, what is the support from the police station or precinct in that area?
Sure.
Is a park phone call number 1 priority or 0, 1, 2 priority? Those kind of questions.
Okay.
I will be making some motions tomorrow as it relates to parks in my district.
Okay.
Primarily, as I indicated to you, I'm exiting the phase of planning and designing things and to construction. So I know there's several projects that are short to fund the completeness of the construction. I want to move dollars to finish those projects and away from the designing, because the next council member may not want to follow through with that project. So I don't want to waste Measure P dollars on designing things that may never occur.
Okay.
Instead, focus on what we can get out the door. I do have one motion, though, as it relates to arts and culture funds. My motion is to provide the Arts Council with $170,000 for the purpose of auxiliary services, technical assistance, translation services, material to be printed in multiple languages, marketing outreach, and technical assistance for the grant application of Measure P arts and culture dollars.
I'll second that.
That's my motion. What I've heard from the Measure P arts and culture experience is that a lot of our local industry of arts and culture and artists are not experienced grant writers. A lot of them didn't know how to submit a grant proposal where they set aside administrative overhead versus not. So what I want to be intentional is the Arts Council, who manages this work, is that they're providing technical assistance
significant technical assistance prior to the next round of funding being open, which I understand to be October. And this would come from the Measure P funds. And also, I didn't see a lot of material made available in multiple languages. Arts and culture in Fresno speak multiple languages. I want that to be addressed up front so they're not having to shortchange themselves in the level of outreach.
So, Councilmember, just to elaborate on that motion, so the 175,000?
170.
170,000, is that coming out of Category 4?
I will leave it up to you guys on what is appropriate category.
Okay.
Just want to make sure it's a Measure P category. So I don't want to identify the wrong bucket.
Right, because they do have the 2% in there, so this would be in addition
In
to
addition
the 2%?
to, yes.
Councilmember, I feel it's important to put this on the record that when we were going through all of the drama a year ago, when we were intending to administer the program and the Fresno Arts Council, we went through, we know what the ordinance, and one of my concerns was their ability to do the work for the 2% admin cost. And we were assured that they knew they had done Arts to Zoo, they knew how to do it, and that was sufficient funding for them to do all of the work, including technical assistance, including translation. So it's a little frustrating, and they were very, very adamant and aggressive about that. So it's a little frustrating to hear now that, I was right and they were wrong. But
Well, I think I would put myself in that position. Every year you all tell us that you can do all this work for that amount of budget that we approved, and then you come back to us with a budget amendment asking for more money because it required more money to do all the work that we approved. So you're right. You're both right.
okay.
Everybody underestimates the cost of executing the work, and there's improvements to be made. But for the record, the city manager was right, and so was I.
So we may need to amend their agreement because what you suggested was in their scope of work for the existing amount. So we may have to come back with an amendment to their agreement.
Yeah, and I do recognize that allowing them to do this work is allowing you and the Parks Department to focus on capital projects and programming, which is what, we're also asking you guys to do. And even in that space, it's quite a bit of work to process. So my only other questions, Director, is where are we at with the cricket courts at JSK and Southwest Regional?
So those are actually in design. I can get you an update through a memo and get more specific, but they are in design. So
Got it. And I will be making a motion on the Tetsi Wills green space, and this is where I want to be thoughtful, Director. I, as a simple council member, non-city manager material, would not think that you have to design how to seed grass, and the design of seeding grass would take 2 years. And a cricket court, when I saw it, is just a piece of cement in the middle of a soccer field with stripes painted. So I'm not going to accept that it's a 2-year design process and it's $1 million project. So and I will be looking, as you know, with the AC project at Maxi Parks. I'm not asking for reconstruction of the facility to put up an AC unit. I'm asking for y'all to find the most economic option, and if that means put it on the floor with the cage around it and save us $1 million, and so be it. So I will be making those motions tomorrow, though.
Okay.
Thank you, Director, and good work to all of you guys in Parks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
So I appreciate you mentioning Radio Park in your initial comments. That's a really big deal in our district, and there's that work and there's work around there that we want to do as well. When do we anticipate the breaking ground for the Radio Park Prop 68 project? Is that still on track, or has it been bumped?
No, it is, and Radio Park, we are looking at later December, right? December of 2024. So we are set to go out to bid here in the next end of June, early July, and then be back at council probably sometime September, October for awarding of that construction contract, and then a notice to proceed would be issued after we get contract signed and on board. So right now, once we get to that point, really dependent on the contractor, but all intents and purposes, we plan on being ready to go and breaking ground end of 2024.
That's good. It sounds like good timing, right as it's about to get really, really cold. Have kind of that weather where there's not quite as many people utilizing, potentially.
We hope, and as I mentioned early on, there's a number of projects that are all going to hit the bidding and construction around the same time. So hopefully, some of these local contractors, it gives them an opportunity to stay home and work on local projects versus going out of town searching. So yeah, we're excited and extremely optimistic for this coming fall.
Sure. Okay. Good. Director, I had asked about the park rangers earlier with Chief Balderrama. They've made a difference. They certainly have. But as you're well aware, within my district and kind of the central part of the city, we just have a lot of different issues, right? A lot of different folks who don't always bring a positive element to our green space. So I wanted to ask if there are any parks currently in the city that utilize security cameras to deter crime or certain behavior. Do we have any at all within existing parks that you know of?
We actually have two, and that's at Romaine and one at Holmes. And these were directives from a previous administration, I want to say about 10 to 14 years ago, based on an incident that happened at each of these locations. But other than that, we do not have any cameras in our parks. We are looking at adding cameras to the Senior Activity Center just from that security standpoint. But I have talked to PD, I think it's called the flock system that they mentioned in their presentation. There could be opportunities. Oftentimes, our parks are aged, to say it kindly. Our age and the infrastructure may not exist, so these new ones are solar or don't have the same infrastructure requirements as some of these other cameras. The one thing just to note on cameras, we don't have staff sitting there monitoring those, right? It is helpful to go back and look if you do see or have an incident, but so currently we just have those two locations that have cameras.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I mean, if there were cameras, I'm not sure it would even. I mean, yeah, it'd be sort of within your purview, but probably more so within the public safety purview if we did have them there. Right. But that's what I'm referring to. I'm referring to being able to sort of capture certain people and patterns, and then try to abate that behavior and stop it from continuing. Right. We have an inquiry in with your office right now.
You do.
With respect to what it take to what it would cost and what it would look like to have some of these more advanced cameras that now exist. We have a park or two in mind that could greatly benefit because what we're looking at is really a cost-benefit analysis of how much are we spending on sort of repairing the same things over and over and over from a maintenance standpoint versus what it would cost us to install a camera and be able to kind of hold folks accountable who are engaging in this behavior on a regular basis.
Right, and I think, in some of those instances, these basins that we operate 6 months out of the year, once we leave, we get our routine with our staffs coming through daily to service restrooms, clean up trash, and really kind of break up their routine. We start seeing a difference of them kind of moving on. It's when we leave in October, they know we're gone for 6 months and the facility's locked up because it is a drainage basin when they tend to come back in. So those are some of the kind of cat and mouse games we play there. But again, I think there are opportunities to look at your motion. And just so you note that that memo is working its way through the process.
Okay, great. Director, how does the department determine which parks will have programming and which ones won't?
So programming is at all of our community centers. That's going to be your after-school programming and kind of your drop-in, your camps. We do have other camps, as you know, Camp Fresno, that's outside of our regular community centers. So that's really what we provided, those staples at our community centers where we do have permanent staff there. In some cases, 7 days a week. In most cases, 5 days a week. So that's how we determine that. And then really what we've done in the last year, we're really increasing our camp hours. Early on in the whole, even going back to last year, we had camps from 10 a.m. to 12 working parents, that's a tough time to drop your kids off and come pick them up for 2-hour span. So what we've done is we've actually made these 4-hour blocks, making them, I don't want to say more meaningful, but at least allowing parents to drop kids off on their way to work, picking them up on their lunch hour, and having these 4-hour camps. So that's a change you'll see when it comes to camps. And with that, I've actually seen people that don't even live in the community that are bringing their kids to these camps, whether it be at Romaine, Dickey, Einstein, you name it. So I think our camps and our services are really citywide. They're not just around that community center, which is great to see.
Good, very good. So with respect to kind of this topic, I have just budget direction. If your department could provide us with, my office or just us in general, with a monthly calendar that includes the programming being offered within the boundaries of District 7, just so we can take a look at that and obviously disperse that information accordingly, and then look at what improvements can be made or what we want to see. I know what I get a lot from residents, as you had kind of alluded, I think it was you alluded to earlier. If you have a lot of the good element, if you have people, the foot traffic, and you have sports there, right? Basketball tournaments, baseball tournaments, softball tournaments. That tends to, just having the good activities there tends to deter a lot of the negative element that we see kind of creep in. And I know you had alluded to kind of the timelines of when we have control of the basins and such, but even now during these hot months, that element's present, not just in the parks, but really just citywide, right? It's out in full force. Which keeps our public safety apparatus very, very busy. Well, that's all my questions for now, Director. If I think of any more, I'll punch up. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council Vice President Kerbasi is next.
Thank you. Director, you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I want to compliment you on the work at Pinedale Community Center. We allocated $250,000. There has been a lot of work done. The remainder is underway, and that's just been fantastic. Just you being very hands-on, and of course, Kyle and everybody are doing a great job out there. Couple things. I'm not prepared to really make anything more than just one motion today. Okay. I do appreciate the memo from May 29th following up with information, detailing revised estimates and whatnot. I do want to bring up one thing in the memo. The multi-use courts for pickleball and tennis and what have you at Logan Park. Mm-hmm. You guys did a really good job with Orchid. It's all done. Everyone's really happy. For Logan Park, I may have misunderstood. I was under the impression in the past that they would have been completed by now. They haven't been done. And on it says that there's an estimate that's scheduled to be received by the end of May. But we allocated funding in the last budget. I think it was up to $50,000. I may be wrong. For the multi-court, it's much smaller than Orchids, the number of courts. I need to know if there's a gap. If not, I think the money should already be there. And then just no need for information. Okay. Just want to make sure that we push for those, because I've had a group of ladies and they're very dedicated, and they put their own striping down. I think you've seen it.
I have, and that's a park that is close to kind of where I live.
Okay.
So I go out there, and I do see the community and how they're using our facilities. Not just that, but many other facilities. Right. And I do see the temporary chalk that people put up, and it kind of gets in your head. Are we really providing the right surfacing here? Are we really providing the right sport? Bike polo is big out there too. Right. So seeing, the chalk, whether it's volleyball or for pickleball or whatever it may be, it really has, when we say multi-sport, there's so many sports we could put out there. It would just look like a bowl of spaghetti, right, with all the lines.
They even do the rodeo out there?
The bike rodeo.
Bike rodeo,
right.
Yeah. That's interesting. So, okay, yeah, that's one I really would like to see done from last year. There have been a lot of progress on kind of like Councilmember Maxwell had mentioned. We have a limited amount of time here. Every year we want to make sure we're chipping away at it, so when we're done, we're not scrambling the last minute to get things done. A lot of progress on the Milburn Overlook. It says that by early June we should receive the 90% design documents.
That's correct.
And I believe that one's already fully funded, if I recall, or it was identified last year's budget.
It is. That was out of Category 5, Measure P.
Okay. So when do we if we don't have it now, that's fine. I didn't give you a heads up on this. When do we think we can actually start breaking ground on that? And we can come back later. I didn't give you a heads up on that. It's kind of out of the blue.
Let me go through the 105 project list
No,
here.
we'll do it later. It's fine. We'll come back to that later. I just wanted to know.
March 2025 is what I'm hearing on the breaking ground of Milburn Overlook.
Oh, that's great. All right. Thank you for that. I know the work you've done having the community meetings out there. It's been great. Thank you.
She's great, yes.
Okay. All right. And it's recorded March 25. But thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be really nice. Going from when I first started, the incident we had out there, to just a complete redesign with neighborhood input and a beautiful overlook.
I agree.
Excellent. Two things. Logan Park tot lot improvements and Orchid Park improvements. So the one motion I want to make is regarding Orchid Park. Now, this may be a mistake on my part, but I had some notes from a few months ago, a meeting with the department. For Orchid Park, I put on here Orchid, tot lot, shade structure, and softball. The estimate was 188. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but it says estimate here, Orchid Park tot lot improvements is 539,700. Maybe I didn't have the full number.
Oh, gotcha. So the initial number was a cost estimate given at
Just
the
for
30%
design?
stage.
Oh, 30.
Construction, right. So
Okay.
as they get further along in the design, you get to the 90% stage, those numbers become a lot more clear and a lot
Okay.
more accurate than what you would see at the 30%. So we always try to
understand.
caution at 30%, that number could fluctuate a little bit.
Okay, so gotcha. It says in the memo, we need an estimated $274,700 to complete the project for the Orchid Park tot lot improvements. So I'm going to make a motion to allocate $274,700, funding to be determined by the administration. That way you can decide whether it should, yeah, thank you, Council President. That one's done, that one's done, that one. And then we'll come back with some more information regarding Logan, because that one, there's redoing and then refurbishing, and the estimate to redo is $909,000 to a completely new structure.
Right.
Whereas the estimate to refurbish it is $569,000. Those are both very high numbers. I don't want to be greedy. I'm okay with the refurbish, because it'll leave money for other districts and other parks. But is it worth it paying almost double to completely have a new structure versus refurb? I think you've already refurbished that one once, I believe.
Yeah, I know over the years when I was with Public Works and seeing the work that Parks did at that point in time, I think they replaced some of the decks, the landing areas, I think they've probably repainted some of that area that's rusted. Again, these playgrounds, tot lots, I think we have an estimate from Capital Projects. Lifespan is about 20 years on some of these. So depending on the age of some of these, it could be beneficial to go new versus refurbishing, depending on what was done previously with the tot lot. If it was, replacing a swing, that's one thing. But if you're replacing structural components, you might want to consider I guess the trade-off with that. But we can definitely look up the age of that tot lot there and
It's
see
a recommendation.
right,
Yeah.
and let you know which way could work.
Okay. There's that. And then, so Collegian Park, where there were motions from last year for separate lighting for the volleyball courts and the soccer field. So I don't think, it says here in the memo, CPD anticipates receiving schematic design submittal in early July along with a revised cost estimate. So without having those numbers, I don't want to, the reason why we only funded design, my intention was to fund it fully in the budget, have the money secured. Again, I didn't want to be selfish and keep money just sitting there when it can be used for other park projects, because we'd have to go through design anyways. Right. But I also don't want to get stuck in the game of, well, design's going to take a long time. And I know you have a lot on your plate, but how can I make a motion without actually having an idea of what it's going to cost? Because I want to chip away at this every year.
So we do have some preliminary costs from capital projects.
Maybe just send it over to me.
Right.
It doesn't have to be a memo. It could just be, we'll talk
Absolutely,
afterwards and we'll
right.
look at that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much,
You're
Director.
welcome.
And again, really good job by your department. I really do appreciate the support. Your staff's very easy to work with. And any concerns I have, I always bring them to you, and you're just so quick to respond. Right. So thank you very much, Director.
And we appreciate your support. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
Councilmember, which item were we chipping away at?
We're chipping away at a lot.
I know, but the thing you were just asking, the estimate, I'm sorry.
This is regarding Collegian Park.
Oh,
there
thank
were
you.
lighting,
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, hi, Director. I don't have a lot to say. Just want to thank you and all of your staff for managing all the parks as well as you do, obviously throughout the city, but certainly in District 6 with the dog parks and all the things we have to contend with. You're always very responsive, and I greatly appreciate that. I just have one motion. It's using money that's actually in our infrastructure budget, but I want to put it on the record. I want to move $250,000 of our current infrastructure dollars into the Parks Department to go towards the BMX park updates. These updates will include a new starting gate, building up the corners of the track with asphalt, a new audio system, and additional lighting. Also will help, obviously, with economic development, bring more races to Fresno. So thank you for the second, and that's it. And thank you again to you and your team for all that you do.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
All right, Director. I'm going to close this out by just asking a few questions. Highest needs,
Yes.
the definition, that's going back to the PRAC for reconsideration and possibly updates, correct?
That is correct, yes. So we are in the process of getting that contract fully executed, and then we'll start with that outreach on the components. We anticipate getting a trade memo out so council understands the process of what that looks like and some timelines. Again, we do have to have that adopted by the end of this calendar year by council. So
The new definition.
The new definition, correct,
Okay.
as well as the percentage. You know, currently we're at 33%, so we'll define not only the criteria but also define what that percentage looks like.
Okay. And then for Quigley Park, it looks like we're carrying over some money to finish with design, but there's no money for construction. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then for Trolley Park, it looks like there's 89,000 carried over for, do you know, for what exactly? Or do we have a little bit of discretion to utilize that 89,000?
So some of that is project closeout. I can get you a better estimate as to how much we anticipate project closeout going against that 89,000 to give you a better number to work with.
What would, just for my knowledge, what does that mean, project closeout costs?
So as capital, I guess not public works anymore, capital projects now, you know, construction management, they go through the punch list items, making sure, you know, warranty items, whether it's a shrub, whether it's a tree, lighting that may fail, things of that nature. Any kind of construction deficiencies, they would be able to kind of handle that process. I don't know if Randall's here to, is that right? Accurate, Randall, on project closeout? Just kind of the basic duties. So that really covers that piece of it.
Understood.
Contract closeout.
So if there's, let's say, 50,000 left over after project closeout costs are handled, can we use that to tackle some of the requests that we've been getting from residents? There's been some lighting requests. There's been some requests to start chipping away at a potential shade structure.
I believe we can, but let me get back to you. The 89.2 you're talking about?
Mhm.
Yeah. Out of Measure P, yeah. Let me get back to you on that, but I can confirm.
Okay. That's all I have. Director, big thank you to you and your team. Trolley Park is an amazing asset to my district. It's full almost every day with kids and families from the area, and people come from far away just to visit it. So thank you to all the work you guys are doing. It's all much appreciated. Please extend that to the rest of your team.
I will. Thank you for your support
Thank
as
you,
well.
Director.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you all.
Up next, we're going to hear from the Personnel Services Department.
Is this the director's first time in front of council?
This is.
Is your
Well,
is your baptism as director?
as director for the budget presentation, I've come up,
Well,
previous
welcome
items.
to the show.
Thank you.
Welcome, Director, and welcome, Jim Barrows, to the chambers.
Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon, Council. Before I kick off the presentation, definitely want to give kudos to my staff. The year started off in almost in a hectic way. We birthed 2 new departments with our capital and animal center. So that was a little chaos to kick off the year, and they've been putting in a ton of hard work to ensure that we're delivering on our customer service for all of our departments. To kick us off with our total budget, 2 areas to highlight in terms of changes from fiscal year 24 to our proposed 25. The first is going to be our contingency cost. There's an increase there for our workers' compensation fund. That cost, I'll dive into it a little bit later in the presentation, but it's primarily being driven by actuarial claims cost projections along with our costs for our TPA administration along with our excess insurance premiums. You'll also notice in the personnel cost, there's a difference in about $2.5 million for our proposed. That's mainly tied to YJCB funding, grant funding that we received, and we anticipate spending less in this upcoming fiscal year. For our budgeted positions, we're requesting no additional positions within fiscal year 25. You'll notice that the total changes is 1.15. That's just realizing we had positions that were funded at 0.8. That was due to approval process last October. We're just realizing those to be full-time equivalents. Our most significant impact is going to be our workers' compensation fund. We're seeing drastic changes in wage replacement, which is affecting ultimately our claim spend, indemnity payments. We're also seeing excess premiums rise. Our retention level for our SIR is $2 million. We've thankfully, knock on wood, not had a claim that falls at that retention, but we have about 10 to 15 that are creeping up to that level, beyond 50% of that $2 million mark, which is impacting our renewal. As we get closer to utilizing the coverage, carriers generally raise rates in anticipation of having to pay in. On our state grants, this is our youth services grant, our YJCP grant. We recently just brought that item for acceptance about a few weeks ago. This is continuing on with our youth services. As far as outreach, to hit on the YJCP program, we're working deeply with the community to get individuals that have been impacted by the justice system or who otherwise had a barrier to employment that we're trying to bring them in, either through the city service, get them some gainful employment skills, try to connect them with partners in the community. We've been putting heavy outreach. Susan and her team have done an incredible job at ensuring the effectiveness of that program. In our recruitment examination team, we're trying to reach a broad and diverse workforce. We've done over, over 14 job fairs, over 26 job fairs this fiscal year alone. We're trying to hit on all the different aspects to have a diverse workforce that would match our population, and we're continually trying to attack that. With that, I'll open up to any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, Director. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Motions? Councilmember Arias.
Director, you're one of the most critical departments. I think it's overlooked, partly because you use fancy words to describe some very big cost implications to the city.
I know, the word actuary is scary.
Yes, actuary, workman's comps, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But in essence, what I want to know from you is where is all the additional liability coming from that reflects the increased costs that you guys have in your budget? What departments broke it down?
Okay, when you're talking about liability, are you talking about liability as a general term or liability as in the liability division? Just to clarify.
Both.
Okay, in general, our department is going to mirror our large customers. Our largest customers are going to be public safety. So predominantly for both workers' compensation along with liability, the police department is driven by, that's going to be the majority of our losses. They're one of our highest paid employees, so when they get injured, their wage replacement is going to mirror, obviously their income. On the liability aspect, we're in a state with no tort law caps. The litigious nature of California and the recent changes in, I'm going to call it public sentiment towards law enforcement and policing activities has generated a larger, I'm going to call it demand for defending actions that were previously determined to be policing activities. And because of that, we're seeing a rising cost in defending those costs. Subsequent to our police department, it's going to be fire, and then after that, it'll be transportation.
Transportation. Can you provide me a list of all settlement claims
the city has approved in the
Yeah.
last 4 years.
4 years?
I want names, I want amounts, and I want to know what department it came from and when the claim was settled and paid.
To clarify again, we're talking about settlements. Are you talking about liability settlements, or are you also talking about workers' compensation as well?
All of them.
Okay.
And you can break it down as workman's comp and
Yeah, it's going to have to be, I mean, we'll illustrate that.
And I want to know too, when the garbage truck hits an Uber and we have to settle, when a tree falls on somebody's car and we have to pay.
Yeah, we'll be able to break it down into buckets
When
like that.
somebody falls on their bike and, we pay them because of the broken curb and gutter. I want all settlements broken by department, the amount, and the year.
Sure.
Thank you. Additionally, a while back, I remember it's been maybe 2 or 3 years, there was talk about it was hard to recruit people in your department to handle labor negotiations, things of that nature. Do you currently have any vacancies?
Yes, we have a vacancy in our chief labor negotiator PCN.
How long have you had that vacancy?
I don't have the specific date, but it's been vacated for, at least 1.5 years, 2 years.
So should we just not make a motion to terminate the position?
I'll say this, we currently have 8 active MOUs with one, or active bargaining contracts with one on the way with our airports. Bargaining recently formed, so I'm going to butcher the acronym, it's FAPSOA now. We are a skeleton crew in terms of serving across all these various boards. It's definitely a critical area where if we could find the right candidate, that would definitely be an operational need.
The reason I ask is we've recently settled all labor agreements. We're in,
No,
right?
we're
last
in
2
negotiations
years?
with all, those were past due. We are literally in negotiations with all of them again.
Yeah,
So-
with everyone but 39 and 18.
But we settled most of them, what, a year ago?
No.
Then they were retroactive 2 years ago, and we're back in negotiations.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, do we need a position? Because we've been pretty effective without it.
Well,
Remember, we have a
the period
$2
in which there was a
million
vacancy was the period in which those contracts were all what I'd call locked up. They're now open again. And then with that as well, it's a challenging area to recruit for because it's a niche position.
Are you paid enough?
That depends.
So can I make one little, so when we're out in the market for the chief labor negotiator position, we did not, either we couldn't afford the really good candidates because they wanted a really, really high level of pay that would have thrown our entire executive team out of whack. But what we find is, we went through this really even on the public utilities. While it wasn't a good market then, the market changes with employees. And so I would be hesitant to eliminate the position because once we get over this next hump, being able to go out and recruit or having a candidate we learn about that, oh, hey, did you hear so-and-so's? To be able to have that flexibility is hugely beneficial. And I will also add, I'm assuming that this position may be helping this department meet its attrition savings?
Yeah, absolutely. In order
Yeah.
to meet our mark for our attrition,
Your 6.18 attrition savings.
this position is critical for that.
So if you were to find that amazing candidate, you wouldn't have savings anymore, and you would be over budget.
I would have to go to the city manager and either request for an exception or...
We would juggle something else. If they
Yeah.
had another vacancy and another, like if 4
Right.
months from now, human resources analyst leaves, we would say we're going to hold that one instead and fill this one.
I'm not sold.
Okay.
I'm wrestling with this seriously because we have
Sure.
a bunch of new assistant city managers that we successfully recruited. All the top executives have been, successfully recruited. And we have this position kind of in the middle that we've been unable to fill. So either
It
we're
took
not
me
paid
4
enough-
tries for assistant city manager. It took me 4 recruitments for assistant city managers. And I would tell you the candidate pool between my first 3 tries was completely different from my last try as far as the quality
my
of
question,
candidates.
city manager, is: are we trying, or are we trying to keep this vacant so that we find the attrition savings?
So what I'll tell you is we were trying. We had no choice because we didn't have the position to to do a Plan B, which was to have some of our existing team members fill in that capacity. And we simply, right now, at this moment, while we're in active negotiations, do not have the bandwidth to be doing this recruitment at this moment while we're negotiating. As soon as we start rolling off some of those negotiations, then we could dial it back up on recruitment, because the same people that would need to interview candidates are all of the same people that are in labor negotiations that are tied up.
I can appreciate the situation you're in, so you're acknowledging that this position won't be filled anytime soon, because we'll be in negotiations for quite a while. And we're assuming the savings.
Hopefully we're not in negotiations for quite a while. Hopefully we can get that buttoned up quick.
Have you not done negotiations before in the city? It takes 2 or 3 years. All right. Those are all my questions for now, Director. Is risk management under you or is it under the finance?
Myself.
Ooh, okay. So my pet peeve of the year and of my 5 years is the authority that risk management has historically had around requiring insurance, levels of insurance.
Okay. I'd like to add further comment to that, but could you clarify a little bit more, please?
So in my 5 years, before getting a block party permit was $20.
Yeah.
And then somebody in risk management decided that those block parties are too much of a risk, so they required a $2 million insurance for neighbors to have a block party permit. That, of course, makes block party permits financially unfeasible for some neighborhoods. When we go to, I got more examples, City Manager, wait before you ring your bell. When we're doing contracts with vendors, risk management gets to say, here's the level of insurance that we require.
Sure.
Right, as you know, level of insurance dictates what kind of companies can do business with the city. Only really big companies have really big levels of coverage and can afford that level of coverage. Insurance has become more expensive across California and everywhere. So my question to you is, when you guys are re-benchmarking or changing the historical requirements for insurance, who makes that decision? Is that a decision made by you, city manager? Because I know it's not the council, and you're essentially exercising your willingness as an agency to manage risk versus liability. So who decides that? Is it one person inside risk management alone?
So let me answer the why first, why this is so critical. So what you're describing is our contractual risk transfer, right? Whether we engage in a special event, construction project, things of that nature.
A concert, a special event downtown that all the promoters complained that are moving to Clovis because insurance risk is requiring too much of insurance coverage when there's no history of incidents.
So why we do that is...
I understand the why.
Okay.
I understand the why. And the why is because every department...
To be stewards of the public trust, we need to ensure that our constituents, right, are responsible for the activities that our city does.
Yeah, but let me pause you on that. What I see is when the city is spending more money on insurance claims and settlements related to police, facts, fire, sidewalks, it is finding somewhere to transfer and to spread that cost across as many other venues as possible. So the average person trying to host a downtown event is now having to pay for liability that another department created completely unrelated to the event they're hosting.
I hear what you're saying. So with respect to special events, the insurance market has to have an appetite to insure these types of events. I can't speak for it. I'm not the decision maker for California. I can't say what is, in terms of with respect to the premiums, I can't dictate that. What I make the decision with, and I confer with city manager's office almost like on a sometimes hourly basis, depending on the nature of it, recommendations on what we do. With special events especially, we have a de facto 1-2 limit, which is the bare minimum. We really try to...
But the bare minimum has shifted. It's changed.
No,
we haven't.
In 5 years, you've never changed the minimum required insurance for special events?
Yeah, go ahead. I was like, if anything, we've gotten much more lax. I think.
Okay, so let's do this. provide me the last 5 years of insurance, bare minimum insurance that you require across all special events, anything that block parties, anything that you guys get to impose insurance liability on.
Yeah,
show me.
Okay. I'm going to struggle to find how I could articulate that in a report, but I'll show you what our current practice is. If that,
Yeah,
that
just
works.
show me,
Yeah.
like, for example, I'm not trying to play gotcha. I'm trying to
No, I
understand this
hear ya.
because
Yeah.
the number one complaint I get from promoters
Sure.
is that they're moving to Clovis
Yep.
because risk management is requiring a multi-million-dollar coverage that when there's been no history of incidents or accidents or claims in downtown
So,
events.
council member, please make sure that you pass those on to me, because I can tell you whenever I am aware of that type of complaint, I sit down
Right.
and we look at what the risk is and what the history is. And there have been many times where I've said, we've done this event for 10 years. We've never had a problem. We lessen them. But the types of things that you're saying that we've lost, I've not heard that. So I know there was a time a couple years ago, and we heard very loud and clear from the oh my God, from the council. I know, yeah, from the council that that you wanted us to find a way to let these sort of block party informal events happen, and I feel like we've been responsive to that. So if there are things that you're describing, like I'm not aware of ones that have not.
What I want to understand, City Manager, I'm not worried about the John Oslins and Putt Broadcasting who have everybody's phone number here and can bring their concerns to our attention about the city requirements. What I'm trying to understand is everyone else who simply files an application and for the first time is hit with get a $2 million coverage.
Yep.
I want to know what is the standard requirement for all these venues.
And we can walk through that full process, and I can get you that information. One thing I'd like to add, which is a very common example since I've been in the risk manager capacity, right? It's timeliness of an event, right? If I'm throwing an event, I plan this event. Hey, the Friday before Thursday, I got to get my insurance lined up the next day. And then obviously, much like any type of business, that's pulling a long one, right?
Correct. And those are not my concerns. People got to be better planners, right? Because the other concern that I used to hear is the fire department is imposing these fees, inspections. The police department is asking for 40 officers when we only need 5, and it's cost prohibitive, right? There's different layers to why a special event doesn't occur.
Right.
But what I want to focus on with your department is what is a bare minimum expectation that you all are setting for a multitude types of events occurring across the city?
Yeah,
and what has been those requirements for the last 5 years?
And I think you should also maybe do comparisons in Clovis, because we have compared to Clovis on other things, and we are exactly the same as Clovis.
Fair
so
enough.
I think that would be helpful as well. And most promoters, like who are in the business, are very used to these types of things and are very aware of our requirements.
And if I could add to that, typically what I have found, particularly when we're talking about promoters, I'm assuming it's like some type of concert or something like that, right? They struggle with the insurance procurement piece because they say, hey, I'm an event organizer.
Yes.
So I go to the insurance market. I'm in the interest of promoting only. They go through their underwriting process, and whatever that is, oh, hey, I'm an event promoter, but I also have live music. I have live, like, that's not vetted out, but then it's the, we get to be the bad guys.
The reason I'm pressing on this now is because the Arts Council is going to award $50 million of grants. A lot of this are going to be events and culture and whatever. And these guys are at some near future in the meeting going to come in and file for special events permit to meet their Measure P benchmarks. And we're going to get hit with, it's cities now making it cost prohibitive. We didn't budget for $50,000 of a fee, things of that nature. So I want to get the information on now.
Yeah, and I would say if there's events that are pre-planned well in advance, there are what I would say like Boots in the Park, for example, right? That was used to be a special event that we ultimately entered into an agreement with, and we have all their insurance all lined up and all that stuff, right? If there's something like that.
I'm not worried about those guys. Those guys are multi-million-dollar promoters.
I think you're saying the small,
Measure
small,
P
right.
awarded grants in the amounts of $5,000 to $300,000. So I don't want to have folks come forward and say, half my costs are going to City of Fresno for insurance requirements, underwriting, fees. So I want to prepare for that.
Okay. And then
fair enough?
the future inverse, just on the record here, is then in the event something were to occur, we're now having the inverse conversation where you're asking for the liability payments, right? Where it's like, if something were to happen, and then now it's a claim.
But we get sued when people trip over the sidewalk, and
Fair enough. And
there's a lot of broken sidewalks.
I'd be remiss if I didn't bring that up.
No, I tell my residents to sue us all the time, and then we'll fix the sidewalk instead of waiting for the budget process. Thank you, Director, and good work, and thank you to your staff.
Up next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Director, we have a lot of issues that this city council grapples with, a lot of pressing issues in the city. But one thing that, one word we seldom use around here is the P word, pension. I think there are some council members that will literally go a year or two without uttering the word pension. And that's a great thing because a lot of other municipalities struggle. And I just wanted to ask you for the benefit of the public, really, could you kind of outline in detail why that is? Why is that not an issue that we're grappling with and constantly worried about? What is the status of our retirement system?
That's a bigger question. I'm going to defer to Assistant City Manager Quinto.
We actually will cover this tomorrow when we go over the general city purpose
Or GCP
budget. Yes.
department? Okay. Yeah. I think we know.
Would you like an answer right now?
No, I mean, I know the answer. I'm just,
okay.
I'm making conversation.
Yeah, small talk.
Yield the rest of my time.
All right, Director, it looks like we have no further questions, so thank you very much to you and your team. Incredible work. You're always very accessible, and I just really appreciate the work that you provide for the city of Fresno. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have the Convention Center / Stadium.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of Council. I'm going to go ahead and cover this department for you this afternoon, right here from this seat. And Derek said he was on his way, Mr. Franks, and he said, should I come in 15 minutes or should I come now? And I said, now, and that was about 15 minutes ago, so I expect him to be here any moment. I don't have the slide advancer, so yes, thank you. Thank you very much. The Fresno Convention Center and Entertainment Center, the Fresno Convention and Entertainment Center, thank you, are vital to the city of Fresno, to the Central Valley, frankly, and we find them to be valuable assets to the city as a whole. And this year, we have the fiscal year 2025 budget reflects the term, I started with the stadium. This year, I am on the wrong slide, how nice. No, I've got it, thank you. This year, FCEC, as I will call it, added several new positions in order to reflect the minimum wage increase, the increase in activity, the minimum wage increase, also the increase in the utilities. And so we do see on this slide, you can see an increase in the total proposed budget. We're back to pre-pandemic levels, and we're very excited to report that. We also created leads in several departments, and they're reflected here on this slide as well. Due to the improved business levels, we've got increased box office hours, and the team members that have been promoted and moved to full-time status include housekeeping and operations in order to improve the campus, the ongoing upkeep actually of the campus, and providing additional security as well. One additional thing that I want to report before I move off this slide is that the city's subsidy to the convention center actually will decrease for the first time in a very long time. So the net operating deficit of the convention center will go down, is anticipated to go down in fiscal year 25 from fiscal year 24, down to $159,700, which is very good news. So moving on to the next slide. This slide shows some operational impacts for the convention center. Of course, we do have the debt service payments paid by the city. We also have the enterprise activities of the convention center noted here. I'm going to talk about some improvements that are proposed on the next slide, so I won't cover those here. We have listed on this slide our contractual obligations that are passed through, our utilities again, and then the equipment costs as well. Moving on to the next slide. Included in the proposed budget are new and expanded programs, if you will, are the proposed painting of the trim, stucco, and concrete of the convention center at $187,000, which will be a nice facelift for the exterior of the convention center. This, again, will paint all portions of the trim, stucco, and concrete. And in addition, $163,000 is proposed for new exterior LED uplighting. It features color-changing lights that will promote various events throughout the year. And we believe this investment will provide an attractive refresh and really will help secure new events as well as retain our existing events. Also, we are proposing $169,000 to just put a pin in it to really drive home the completion of the audio and video upgrades that we started in fiscal year 2024. Moving on to the next slide. Here we have organized the community outreach and partnerships that were sent over from the leadership at the convention center. And those folks are here in the audience. We have Jeff Wolf and Mark Moreno, and I apologize for not knowing. And this person, it should be near and dear to my heart, our financial partner, who is relatively new to the organization, and so I'm so sorry. But if we need any further introductions, I'm sure that Jeff or Mark will do so. But you council members and council president and vice president, I'm sure you're familiar with the community organizations that are listed here on slide 5. So moving on to slide 6, these accomplishments that were also provided by our convention center partners, ASM, I thought were notable and we wanted to include in the presentation to you. These are accomplishments from fiscal year 2024. The loading dock surface, and which provides a sense of arrival for our events at the back of Valdez Hall. Frankly, those were required as a result of some of the torrential rains that we've had over the last couple of years, and were required for because of the Celandrina and Valdez, some of that damage that was caused, and so we needed to do some work back there along with repairing the original plumbing that was underneath the Valdez and Celandrina. Also, you may have attended one of the Broadway shows, and the Aladdin show in particular was one of our highest grossing Broadway shows of the entire season. I just thought that was amazing here in Fresno, actually in the country, yes, in the country for the whole Broadway season. So that is pretty amazing, and I heard it was a great show. I wish I could have gone, but I went to Savannah Bananas instead. So sorry about that, folks, but we have our priorities. And 12 sold out ticket performances, which is a pretty big deal as well. And of course the other events that are listed as well. So moving on to slide 7, we are going to switch gears a little bit to the stadium. For fiscal year 2025, the budget for the stadium reflects the terms of the most recent agreement with DBH Fresno LLC as approved by council in December 2023. And you can see here that our investment, our commitment is quite decreased from the budget of 2024. And this is due to the lack of capital improvements that we will not be providing in 2025. With the new ownership of the Fresno Grizzlies, no additional general funds have been proposed for the stadium for 2025. And the total budget is as listed here, $3.984 million. Moving along to slide number 8, the vast majority of our resources committed are to fund the scheduled debt service payments, and then, of course, the contractual utility payments and the capital reserve as well. So those are included on the list of operational impacts. And I believe that covers it for these two areas of this particular department. Of course, we're here to answer any questions that you may have. And I don't know if Derek made it in. Georgianne, did you see him, Mrs. City Manager? Yep, there he is. Oh, right here in the front row. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Did anyone from the Grizzlies or Convention Center want to say anything? No? All right. Up first, we do have Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate the staff's presentation. I do have a couple questions. I noticed the repeat emphasis on painting will only do the trim, the stucco, and the concrete, which means that the majority of the exterior, which is metal, is going to continue to look ugly and old. Is that correct? Except for the lighting. So they'll have lighting so we can all see the ugliness of the metal in a very bright visual way. Can you guys, what is the cost of doing the whole thing right, like we did for the stadium? And without making eye contact with the city manager, that's the rule here. This is our time.
Good afternoon, council member. So with regard to the uplighting, it's a yes/no answer for you.
Just the metal. What's the cost of painting the whole exterior?
The metal is estimated at 163.
So we're to add 163 additional?
And that's for all 4 buildings across the campus.
So an additional 163 would cover the full exterior of the building?
Absolutely. Times 4? No, that's for all 4 buildings. That's for the entire campus.
Mr. Moreno, that is in addition to?
No, that charge is for inclusive of the entire campus.
My question is, right now, the 163,000, does the trim, the stucco, and the concrete painting, the 163 is for new exterior lighting.
Correct.
The 187 is a painting of trim, stucco, and concrete.
That is correct.
So what would be the cost to cover the actual exterior, the metal part, which is 50%, if not more, of the building exterior?
To paint the exterior metal?
Yes.
That we just don't know yet. I do know, speaking with some of the painters, it is highly discouraged to paint on rust, as that will eventually come through any paint, and it would be an ongoing cost.
And that's why we're proposing the uplighting.
Isn't it painted now?
It's in the millions, likely.
Thank you.
Isn't it painted now, the metal?
It's corrugated metal. It's non-painted. The convention center has powder-coated corrugated metal. Back when the Sound Arena Valdez was designed in the 60s, that was the design, and it was designed to actually attract rust.
Oh, so it was designed to look ugly.
That's why we're proposing the
day.
lighting.
Now, during the night, the uplight will definitely give color.
You guys are struggling to convince me to put lighting on something ugly.
No. Trust me, my initial preference was to go in and paint everything, to make it look nice, to be attractive, to paint the metal. And then when I started getting these rough estimates in terms of what that would be in the millions, and I think there was actually a quote many, many years ago that was well over $1 million. And as you can imagine, today it's probably going to be at least double that, if not triple. That's right. Eventually, I'd love to see that building painted as well, but we were hoping that the uplighting would take away some of that ugliness.
All right. For the record, can we just get an actual quote?
Yes.
An estimated amount for the full painting? That would be helpful. And then, so 163 would finish 169 would finish the audio and video upgrades?
That is correct. The audio for the Williams Saroyan Theater.
Is there any other audio for any of the other facilities needed in video?
The design on this audio for the theater, we designed it so that way it can go across the campus during the dark days, if you will, in the theater. If I have a community show, concert in the arena, it can be down-rigged, taken over, and repurposed there.
Got it. So it's not stationary?
No, sir.
Okay. LED lighting, is this going to be like the water tower where people can change the colors for special events,
So,
things of that
so
nature?
the lighting that's proposed, it can complement, let's call it, if you want to promote breast cancer awareness, things of that nature, we can color the entire campus. And then for awareness, for arrival, let's say we have a graduation that their colors is, blue and red, blue and orange, we can color the buildings that way.
There's references to security improvements. What exactly are those? Are you guys addressing the additional security fencing, or what are we doing with security improvements in the complex?
We have looked at even security with regard to closed-circuit video surveillance as well.
But is there anything proposed for this upcoming year?
The
Fencing. There's references in the budget about security improvements.
The personnel, the number of hours, it was included in your initial budget, that the increase in number of hours for your security staff? Yes? Yes.
So it's not physical
Not
improvements?
physical improvements. The number of hours for your security personnel had been increased.
They have been increased. That's a result of
Has there been
business.
any assessment of physical improvements of security for the convention center facility? I'm sure you guys know we have some pretty valuable artwork.
Absolutely. To my knowledge, it has not yet.
We have that security assessment. Oh, of course, I put a Tootsie Roll in my mouth, sorry. We have taken steps to have eyes on our art there.
But we don't have any additional fencing that's being proposed?
Currently, we do
when the
not, no.
facility's shut down?
No.
Can I get an assessment of what physical improvements to security would be and a cost estimate before the budget is over?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is this council has made investments with cultural arts centers to fund their security fencing to make sure that as arts and cultural activities occur, things are safe. And I want to make sure that the jewel that does our cultural center is actually also secure. So if we can get those, that would be a request for follow-up. One other question, and you don't have to answer it now, but I do want an answer the next couple of days. If this body was to invest an additional $250,000 in capital, what would that money be used for by the convention center? And I want a list. Equipment, flooring, carpet, what would it be in terms of the top priority for the convention center? All right, thank you.
Councilmember, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, ma'am.
When you, I just want to, on what you want us to come back with or them to come back with, when you say recommendations for security, is this about the facilities and the people or the art or both?
Both.
Okay.
And I'll leave it open-ended. I don't know if it's one fence in the backside of the docking, if it's one fence in the entrance. You guys are masters of that footprint, but I do know that that is probably one of the most unsecure facilities when it's not in operation. So I'd like to know what, if anything, we can do there to harden it.
Okay, we'll get that for you.
Thank you. Last question, City Manager, as it relates to the stadium itself. The capital reserve, is that additional money into a capital reserve, or is that the current balance in the capital reserve fund?
Yes.
Page 8.
It's the I believe it's the contractual requirement that
So-
is annual.
So is that, is the contract require us to put an additional 284, or is that the balance of the fund as a result of this proposed budget? Mr. Franks, you want to come up and tell us? By the way, good baseball and good concerts.
Thank you. Thank you. The city's obligation each year is $50,000, so I can't speak to that exact number, but I think there's some carryover, perhaps, or
Yes, it's the carryover, yeah.
So what's our contractual obligation to have in that fund right now? Is it,
Just 50,000 a year,
so we're up to 284?
yes,
So we have to keep all the 284 in that reserve account?
we do, and until we figure out what we're going to spend it on. There's plenty of things to spend it on, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So,
No, I was just agreeing, yes.
so is there no need for those capital reserve funds right now at the stadium, the 284?
We are, as of now, we are putting together a list of things that we would ask for perhaps this off-season, but as of now, no.
I think they've been focused on the clubhouse improvements. Their energies have been focused on getting into compliance with the MLB requirements, and I think as soon as those projects are done, we're going to sit down and talk about what's on their list to work on next.
The reason I ask is I've been getting some feedback around the condition of the restrooms. So I want to know whether it is that we have money there. I don't want to.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to put on the list. And Derek, did you hear that?
The mayor's negotiating with him right now.
Okay.
And I also will just add that I have done several walkthroughs with Derek on the clubhouse improvements, and we're just getting through the punch list right now and wrapping up the very final things. And so the very next thing will be the assessment of what to do next. But
Yeah,
go
Councilmember, you may remember 3 years ago, there was a number of needs: the scoreboard, the turf, the lights, the sound system, the painting, the locker rooms, and we were going to cover and the batting cage. We were going to cover that over a 3-year period. We covered the first year, and that was sound system and the scoreboard, and then there was lighting and turf. This year there was about $1 million left, and what happened was when the new owners, DBH, came in, we did not fund that last $1 million.
Right. Yeah. So that obligation went away with the revision of the lease.
Yes.
And these dollars are still there. Councilmember Arias was talking about the condition of the restrooms. So that's, I think, go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, I think what our plan is we have batting cage and a few small PD major league requirements to do. We will not ask for any funds from the reserve fund for those. So what's in the fund now and what would go into it will be for things like restrooms. That's on our list of needs that we'd like to address.
Thank you. I do want to give you kudos. I was at the St. Martin Center the other day, and interesting enough, as being a fairly new facility, there's a lot of graffiti inside the restrooms, which I found surprising, and which I've never seen in our restrooms. So good work on maintaining the facility well.
Thank you.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Up next is Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, really quick regarding the stadium. I just want to say, Derek, you're doing a fantastic job. Go Grizzlies. The one thing I'd have to add, though, I have received just from a few different folks some feedback about the sound system. Kind of difficult to hear the on-field sound when you're in the stands. Now, there's different places you can sit in the stadium. So I'm going to send a memo request just for information on the history of the sound system. I know there's been some money recently dedicated to it, but asking for some data on that and then coming back because I want to make sure we continue to make this the best. It's definitely the best single-A stadium there is, but also the best triple-A stadium because we want to hopefully one day get back to that. And I continue to believe that going to a Grizzlies game is the most cost-effective, fun experience you can have in this town. So thank you so much for that. That's all I have.
All right, I have no other. Okay, Councilmember Arias.
My apologies. Does city manager, assistant city manager, does the budget for the convention center assume the current cost of the current catering company contract? Or are we projecting higher cost or lower cost in the catering contract? Because I know it's out for RFP. So what's in the assumption in the budget?
The current cost.
The current cost. So if there's a cheaper contract after the RFP, we would have some savings?
We would.
What's the status of the RFP?
The proposals have been received, and they're currently in the evaluation stages. In fact, we have set up interviews for in 2 weeks. And the interview committee has been selected. We're in the review process, and interviews have been scheduled.
Out of curiosity, are people like Mr. Fanks involved and other experts in the world of facility management in the committee? Or
Mr. Franks?
Yes.
No.
Okay. I just want to caution you, I don't want to just committee of
internal employees that don't manage these kind of facilities and caterings at this level. This is a significant RFP, and I want to make sure there's some experts in that room. So, my feedback. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, that concludes this portion of the budget presentation. So we're going to move on to the Department of Public Utilities. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon, Council President, City Council, Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities. Before I start the presentation, I just wanted to acknowledge the business managers. In the last 2 years, I have gotten 3 brand new business managers, and they have done a phenomenal job of stepping in and just really pulling together this budget. So thank you, Ansi, Dari, and Juan. So, we'll start off here. Oops. Okay. So this is the appropriations for the department for FY25. We have $379 million. The first 3 components, personnel, non-personnel, and interdepartmental, is really reflective of the O&M and maintenance component of the DPU operations, and that would be $214 million. We have a projection of $132.9 million in capital and debt service of $32 million. On revenue, we're looking at, for the administration, $6.3 million. Water division will be generating $139.6 million. Solid waste management, $46 million. And wastewater, $90.4 million. For total revenue generation of $282.7 million. I would just point out on the solid waste management, we see a pretty big uptick in FY24 amended budget, and that was on the anticipation that we would have been through the Prop 218 process. We didn't get that initiated in the timeline that we had thought, and so now that is reflective in the FY25 proposed budget. One other thing to notice is that there's been a slight decrease in that projection, and that was due to some restructuring of the finance of the vehicle purchases. For the administration, this is a breakdown of the personnel, non-personnel, and interdepartmental costs, and that's at $7.48 million. Also included in this is $663,000 for costs of the DPU facility. That's the one on East Street. Water Division appropriations is $186.5 million. This, looking at it from an O&M, capital, and debt service, would be $91 million for O&M, a $67 million capital outlay, and then debt service of $27 million. Solid waste management, looking at projection of $54.8 million. That is a reduction about $7 million from last year's projection, and again, that is reflective of the way we're purchasing vehicles. We typically would have done it with an outright purchase. We restructured it so that we will be doing a lease purchase option, and that really helps us smooth out increases, and that was also very helpful in the proposed rates that we developed. Also inclusive in this is $4.38 million, and that's for the ongoing improvements that we need to do at the Fresno Sanitary Landfill. Wastewater management, we're looking at a total budget of $130.8 million. Looking at it again from the O&M, CIP, and debt service perspective, that would be $64.5 million in operations, $61.3 million in capital improvement projects, and a debt service of $4.9 million. Staffing, we're looking at, this is reflective of showing 19 positions. We're really looking at adding 15 positions, the difference being some cleanup of some prior year new staff coming on that were brought on at 3/4 an FTE. This year, they're being finalized with the last quarter FTE to clean that up. But we'll just kind of go through this really quickly. Under administration, you'll notice that the adopted FY24 had 52.8, and then the amended FY24 was at 32.8, and that was 20 positions being moved over to the capital projects department. So this year, we have shown here 3.5, and that's reflective of 6 new positions at 3/4 of an FTE, and then 1 being transferred to ISD. Water division shows an addition of 7 positions. What we're doing here is adding 5 limited, and this is to help support our lawn to garden program. We received a $5 million grant from the state. In order to really be successful in the implementation of that program, we need these 5 limited positions to go out, review designs, validate the work that's being done, processing all the paperwork, and then just we really need an individual overseeing that. It'll be a program manager. And then we also picked up 2 from ISD. Solid waste management, we're showing an increase of 2. This is really just reflective of what I was mentioning before. We had received 8 positions in the prior year at 3/4 of a FTE. This is those 8 at 1/4 FTE. And then lastly, the wastewater management division, we're showing an increase of 6.75. That would be 4 new positions at 3/4 of an FTE, cleanup of 3 prior positions that we had received in a prior year, and then picking up 3 back from ISD that was done previously given to them, and we're just getting those positions back. Operational impacts for the water division. On utilities, we're seeing an increase of $854,000. That's for largely PG&E rate hikes. On water purchases, we're seeing an increase of $338,000. That's largely attributed to getting our full Central Valley project allocation of 60,000 acre feet and accounting for that full purchase. It's reflective of 11% increase from FID's assessment on the water supply. And then some other associated costs for the Friant Water Authority. Specialty chemicals, we're seeing an increase of $2.1 million. This has been kind of an ongoing thing since the pandemic. We're just looking at, perpetuating similar increases for 25. Specialized services, we're seeing an increase of $384,000. It was largely associated to our AMI system, Badger Beacon, to maintaining the software. And so we have to update that, and there's a cost associated to that. And then lastly, on miscellaneous expenditures, we're seeing an increase of $572,000. This is associated to bring in on contract a hydrogeologist that would provide services to monitor remediation efforts. We have, had that individual supporting us when we were looking at the TCP. We're looking at PFAS. It's just helpful to have somebody with that background to kind of help guide us. We also have some costs for Prop 218 and janitorial services. Okay, solid waste management.
Director, may I interrupt you? Are we still charging people when they report their stolen garbage cans?
If it's stolen, we've been replacing it without charge.
Is across the board? Or do we need a police report to confirm?
Across the board.
Thank you.
So for solid waste, we're seeing increases on the landfill tipping fees of about $1 million. Fleet services, we're actually seeing a reduction of about $1 million. Fleet fuel, there was a reduction of about $200,000. SB 1383 organic waste, we're seeing an uptick of $326,000. The Fresno sanitary landfill regrading project, we had budgeted $250 million. We're adding an additional $800,000 because of the increased cost associated to the needed improvements out there. And then also we have a $90,000 increase for collection containers. Just kind of want to point out again that all of this will really require the successful implementation going through the Prop 218. If we're not successful with that effort, then we're going to have to start looking at some cost-cutting strategies. That might be the elimination of the free shred events, the elimination of the free dump days, which is very popular with people. They don't want to wait for OCU. They can take their bulky items to the Cedar Avenue Recycling and Transfer Station and that taken care of for free. We'd probably eliminate the enterprise contribution to our recycling outreach. And then we get into more difficult decisions and cuts, looking at what might happen with Operation Cleanup. And then if, further cuts are needed, we'd be looking at maybe making reductions in the frequency that we pick up recycle and green waste materials. We have to do the solid waste weekly. The others can be alternatively, and from weekly we'd go to bi-weekly.
Brock, hold on a second. So first of all, it's 5 o'clock and we apologize. We're a little punchy. We've been here all morning, and so we're I'm at least getting a little bit of the giggles. Councilmember, we're about halfway through this presentation. Do you want him to do a speed-through version? Do you want, or you want him just to continue? Do you want to go to questions? What do you want to do?
If you can do a speed through and maybe wrap it up in less than 5 minutes, and then we'll jump straight to Q&A. That would be appreciated.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Brock.
Thanks, City Manager.
Okay, so for wastewater management division, some of the impacts are highlighted here. Again, it's just reflective of higher chemical costs. There was the costs associated to biosolids hauling and stuff that I think we're pretty familiar with. On the grant side, we have, 2 federal grants to support installation of smart timers, installation of improvements at pump station 345, and then on the state side we had $5 million to do improvements at Leaky Acres, which was built in the 70s and in need of help. The lawn to garden expansion program, which was previously mentioned, and money towards connecting 3 palms to the water system because of a contaminated well. On the solid waste management side, just kind of a continuation of some prior grants that we had. Nothing super noticeable or notable there. Expanded programs, we continue our outreach with SB 1383, and then with the successful implementation of the new rates, we would create a new appointment bulk pickup service, and that would commence in FY26. This is just a list of our major projects for the coming year. If there's no questions, I'll just go on past that. Community outreach, water conservation, it continues to be a focal point of getting to people, promoting wise use of water. On the solid waste management side, we have Beautify Fresno, the mayor's program. This is a sustainable citywide program to clean our neighborhoods, and a list of some of the actions that we take to promote that program. We have the recycling program. This is continuation of what we do typically every year. And then lastly, for wastewater management, our fat, oil, and grease program, just trying to make residences and businesses aware that we don't want them dumping their materials down the drain because it'll cause blockages. So that is my presentation.
Thank you, Director. Up first, we have Councilmember Maxwell.
Hey, good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
Hey, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you. Over the last couple years, we've had the opportunity to work on a couple different projects together. I know last year for a few months, we worked on the flood control district and trying to figure out which one of those could be potential future park places. In my district, and I know Councilmember Bredefield's district, and I think most of the council districts, as a matter of fact, and you were really instrumental in making that happen, so I appreciate it. As well as breaking down 218 process. It's very complicated. We've had the opportunity to meet several times about it, and you've explained it very well. I am very supportive of that process. To me, it's not controversial. It makes sense. Last time it's been updated, as I've said before, I was still in high school. So I think we're well overdue to get those increased rates to make sure that your team is able to do what they need to do to keep our city safe and clean. I appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
I have a question about the lawn to garden rebate program. I know a couple of years ago your team developed 3 conceptual plans and you posted them on the website for folks to choose from. Do you know if folks taken advantage of those conceptual plans, Director?
I don't know that offhand, but I can ask our conservation supervisor and find out.
Yeah, I'm always looking at ways to make this more accessible to the general public, making it as easy as possible for people to engage with. So I was just curious if folks have been taking advantage of those conceptual plans or not.
Okay.
And I know last year, Councilmember Carbasi made a motion to increase the rates to adjust for CPI. Are you proposing those in this budget, that those rebates are going to go up at all?
There was no increase to those rebates built into this.
Okay. I think for the lawn to garden, what is it, $150 per square foot? Up to 1,000 square feet?
Yeah, we were going to take a step back and look at maybe kind of updating that, but
in what way?
Haven't gone that, taken that step to do it yet. Just short-handed right now on assistant directors and trying to push through on these other pressing matters. But we can look at that.
What were you thinking of updating?
Well, the dollar amount, just to try and help incentivize that program, that, if we could get more people to do this lawn to garden conversion, that would really help us harden our water demands and build a bigger buffer so that we have more to work with in, doing recharge projects. If we get into a real severe drought, I mean, we're looking at doing plans that consider a 10-year drought. The more we can harden our water demands, the better off we stand as a community. So there's really kind of an incentive, but a desire, I think, to try and make those improvements.
I represent Central Fresno for the most part. I could tell you a big obstacle for the folks that I represent is the rebate status of it. A lot of folks just don't have the money up front to pay for all of that. I don't know if you or anybody in your department has had the capacity to even think about ways we might be able to address that. I know it is tricky to provide funds up front, and I'm not asking you to come up with an answer now, but if you could please, over the next couple months, come up with a few ideas. I'd like to meet with you in July, if not August, to think of some ways that we could be more creative about helping folks that would like to save our city water and would like to save some money on their monthly utility bill, but might not have the initial capital to pay for those projects and then wait for a rebate down the road.
Yeah, it's understandable. I think that would be worthwhile to look into.
I will have my chief of staff reach out to put something on the calendar a month or two from now, just so we have it in place and maybe give ourselves an opportunity to come up with some ideas about how we could tackle that issue.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Look
I
forward
appreciate
to
that.
it.
I know because of 218, a lot of your dollars are, prevented from being used for certain things.
Yeah, we have to be careful on that, but maybe there's ways to pursue additional grant funding or something that we could use a little bit more flexibly than we can with the rate collected revenue.
Are you able to loan out dollars from your department to other departments for non-DP related things?
We have made other loans to other departments in the past.
How does that work with 218 regulations?
We have to be made whole. So if we make a loan, even within the department, we have to account for what would the interest been earned on that money, and making sure that we collect that through the repayments back to the department or the division that made that loan. But first of all, we need to make sure that making that loan does not somehow compromise our ability to complete the mission of that division or impact capital projects that are planned.
Are we able to use DPU dollars for non-218 DPU matters as long as we pay it back and it goes towards that initial purpose?
I would say that we don't want to make it a habit, but we have done it a few times. Once again, it has to be a formal loan agreement between the departments or the divisions, and it has to be made whole. And I think, to Brock's point, if, for instance, if we were planning on building a project next year for the benefit of the ratepayers, we can't say, we're not going to do that project, and instead we're going to loan the money for a different use. If we're saving enough money to do a capital project in year 3, and we're gonna, we've got the money just sitting there waiting for the rest of it, and we're gonna take a loan and we're gonna have it all paid back by year 3, I think we're fine.
Which division does that usually come from within your department when we do those interdepartmental loans?
So it has really depended on the financial status of the division.
But it could come from water, wastewater,
I've seen
solid
it
waste.
from water or wastewater, typically.
How much money do you have out on loan right now to other departments?
We don't. I think we've been repaid for all the loans that we've had out. And so I can tell you that part of the Prop 218 and to get the Solid Waste Management Division through, if we're successful, wastewater is going to do a $5 million loan to solid waste, and we were really just barely able to do that. So
I got you.
all 3 divisions are in need of rate updates. So there's just not a lot of flexibility within the department at this time to be taking on additional loans.
Can you give me an example, 1 or 2 examples of types of loans you've given to departments outside of DPU before, and what the amount was?
We did a loan, or we actually purchased the mobile showers, and when we were repaid for that, there was some.
Be specific. Who did you loan the money to? How much was it for?
I
think we paid for it directly, and then we
reimbursed within the same fiscal year. We'll get back to you for sure, because I think we're just going through memory. The Fresno B building was.
And the fire department, we assisted on one of the stations.
Can we get back to you on that?
Yeah, but bottom line, we have given to other departments.
Most of the time, it's been within the DPU department itself. I think there have been a couple instances where it's been outside of DPU.
Okay. I think that was all that I had, Director. I'll have my Chief of Staff reach out to your office, but I appreciate you. I think you have a really great team behind you, and I appreciate you being able to break down a lot of those difficult concepts for me to understand and get behind. So thank you for what you do.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks. And it is a great team.
Up next, Councilmember Arias.
When is Prop 218 coming to us?
June 20th would be the first reading.
When do we get the information on Prop 218?
The information?
Yeah, I'm assuming, is it the typical Friday before the council meeting, all the material? Couple hours.
I'm sorry. I
he was asking when Prop 218 was coming, and I said June 20th. And then he was asking when are they going to get the material. So go ahead, Brock.
We're working on it right now, all the final details, so that we can get it into Granicus.
So do you anticipate we're going to receive in the same timeline as any regular agenda item, which is the Friday before?
That would be the expectation.
So I think the only different information that you'll be getting that you haven't previously received would be the ordinance itself. And certainly if we can get it, if we have it prepared further in advance, we're happy to provide that. What other materials are?
The ordinance, the PowerPoint presentation, which is pretty consistent to all the public ones we did. We pared it down a little bit so it's not as long.
Really?
Good read of the room, Brock.
And the notice that was sent out.
Will the information contain exactly what's going to be funded under Prop 218, including any overpayments?
It has, what we have is the financial report that built the rate. Everything of any detail is in that report. The council report is just more reflective of a summary of that report and, just a mention of the outreach that we've done through this.
Does Prop 218 allow us to utilize the new revenue to pay back past overpayments?
Overpayments.
You don't have
we
to
didn't
answer.
overpay. We didn't overpay anybody.
I mean, we've made payments, and then, then we've contested some of them, so we're in a state of limbo.
So I don't want to get into too much closed session matters, City Attorney, but if I could, in a memo, get a very simple question answered. Are we allowed to use any revenue from Prop 218 to go back and pay any differences in outstanding claims? I don't know if that's the best way to describe it. I don't want to get too far
I
deep.
think between the city attorney and I, we can make sure and get your question answered.
Prior to Prop 218 discussion, that would be helpful. Does this proposed budget include any financing of infrastructure in the southeast growth area?
There's, some improvements that need to be made to the RTMs, but nothing on the water side that I can think of. We have built into the rates. I have a lot of trunk lines that are failing, a few extensions, so there's money in there to get some design started, but nothing specifically for SADA, and we would have to bring whatever kind of design projects that we would let to council, and then they would go through a review.
Would the rate increases, have you programmed into the rate increases any ability to bond out significant amount of dollars?
Councilmember, I want to remind you the rate increase is only for solid waste.
Mm-hmm.
So we generally don't bond for solid. We don't generally have infrastructure for solid waste, except if we were going to, build a transfer station or something.
Or like bond out for new trucks?
We do lease purchasing. We do, and we are proposing that. Go ahead, Brock.
There's no bonding capacity in the solid waste management rates. Okay. It is so lean, I don't think we can do anything other than what is in the budget for solid waste management.
And I just want to say on the record, I'm actually open to the Prop 218, so I'm eager to see the information as soon as possible.
I'd love your support.
Yes, but details matter, and we know the devil's in the details, so I want to understand exactly what the garbage rates would pay for. My other question is, I think we've had this conversation before, Director. Public Works and Public Utilities has a different definition of right-of-way authority. As you know, we get old ladies, I think in my first year, a 95-year-old Southwest resident's water line broke, and Public Works indicates nobody can touch a sidewalk, but the city DPU indicates, we stop at the sidewalk, you have to fix anything underneath the sidewalk, and then the resident has to go get a permit from the city to fix the sidewalk. So what I wanted to understand is, if we were just to have one clean definition that allows Public Works and Public Utilities to fix anything in the city's right-of-way, including the parkway and the sidewalk, what would you require to do that? Is that a city ordinance?
First of all, I'd want to talk with the Water Division. Right now, in the scenario that's being described is that the responsibility of the Water Division and the owner stops or breaks at the backside of the water meter box that's in the park strip. Mm-hmm. From there, it goes under the sidewalk into the landowner's property. And so that is your area of question, is between the side closest to the street curb and gutter of the sidewalk to that property line. And so we just need to, the Water Division would be taking on additional responsibility. I just need to be certain that in making an adjustment from the back of the meter box to the property line, that we have the tools to go out there. If it's cutting out sidewalk and replacing it, there's some additional cost associated with that as well. And so I just need to kind of flesh out those details and before we make any kind of commitment to making that change. But I understand your point, and there's logic that can be followed with that. So
Well,
I
here's
just need to do a little bit
the other
more
logic,
investigating.
Director, is the parkway contains city trees. The residents are told you can't trim the tree, you can't touch the tree, it's a city tree in the city right away. But when the city tree damages water lines, then there's a debate on whose fault is it. And that tends to default on the homeowner and the resident. As a result, our residents don't want the tree replaced because they don't want to have to pay the next time the root system of the city tree damages a water line. If we were to simply take the position, the city's right-of-way is the city's right-of-way for all departments, we will fix that right-of-way, irrespective of whether it's a city tree, a city water line. We don't want residents hiring unlicensed contractors to mess with sidewalks and underground water lines and city trees. That's where I'm trying to get us to, is a consistent description of who owns the responsibility and who owns the work. And like Member Maxwell, I'll come back to you after Prop 218 and reconnect with you on this, but I do intend to bring something forward to clearly define, responsibility.
Okay.
On the rebate program, I did get an opportunity to experience the rebate program myself. I removed 1,000 square feet of parkway grass and replaced it with drip. It was a good experience, but it did take longer than I anticipated. I think you guys have a small crew. I don't know how we do that going forward in terms of staffing, but it is something solid and it does work well once you get access to it, so I appreciate that. And then my last question is, in new developments, or let me say it differently, in downtown, city trees are connected to a city irrigation system. So the public is primarily paying for the irrigation of the city trees, correct?
Yes. I would have to confirm that with Scott. I don't know
Yes.
firsthand, but
A lot of purple pipes, they all have some drip irrigation.
I know we are doing some the city improvements along F Street and whatnot, and they're looking at putting in a whole new irrigation system with that.
So like-
that regards to that is true.
All the city trees in front of City Hall, all the ones on Fulton Street, all the ones in downtown, they're all connected to the city irrigation system. If you go into older neighborhoods, all those city trees rely on residents to water them. We get back to, why am I paying to water a city tree? What I've heard from the tree experts is that the cost to water a tree a year is only $2, is the number that I've heard. Do we have any data on what it costs to water a city tree in a parkway?
Not offhand, but I'm sure we can pull something together.
The reason I'm asking is I like to pursue some kind of water credit for folks whose city trees are not connected to city irrigation, to encourage them to actually water the city trees and give us the tree-lined streets that every neighborhood wants. So if you can get us an estimate of what it costs to water a city tree, that would be helpful.
Okay.
I'm sure you can get it from all the irrigated trees that we have. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Director. Look forward to Prop 218.
Okay, thank you.
Up next is Councilmember Esparza.
Director, I know it's clear that it's been made clear that the budget this year includes the lofty assumption of Prop 218 being passed. But I wanted to know, maybe I missed it, just for the benefit of the public, what would the deficit be this fiscal year in solid waste if that is not approved?
So based on what's in the rates report, it was showing a deficit in excess of $9 million.
That's really increased from $3 million just a few years ago.
I'm sorry?
So that's really increased from $3 million just a few years back.
It has.
Okay. So I think most of my questions are focused around solid waste. Does the budget include funding for the citywide cleanup crew that responds to the areas that have frequent litter and illegal dumping issues?
So litter control is covered in different means. We have the enterprise that handles illegal dumping and going into the residential areas. We also have Beautify Fresno, and we have quad teams now that are funded through General Fund and Measure P, and then they've been really instrumental in pushing forward the mayor's vision of cleaning up our city streets.
Those are the proactive teams, council member, the quad teams, which initially the pilot was the D7 pilot, and now we expanded that into the 4 quadrants of the city.
That's great. Yeah, I actually didn't realize that was funded by general funds and Measure P. That's great.
Yeah, it was initially funded last year. It took us a little slow getting up and operated. I thought there was some community sand meeting. I'll have to money in there as well, but
community sand feeds into the litter control, the illegal dumping side of the operations.
Okay.
Brock, how close are we to having those quad teams up and running now?
They're up and running.
Okay, fully?
So
we're going to do a more formal launch, but we were trying to get them, work out the kinks before we do the big public announcement.
Great. And within these quad teams and just really within each of these apparatus, what's the ability of the council districts to request for certain areas to be serviced?
So we really want to work with the districts on this, and so we started kind of mapping out hot spots. What are those areas within the districts that each council has a concern, so that we can add that to our map and make sure we sweep through those areas and address that. And so the quad teams each, are covering a quadrant of the city, and they have a daily area that has been identified. So Monday they go to a specific area, Tuesday, Wednesday, they all have a specific area. And so we're looking at coordinating hot spots that, might be identified by council and taking care of those as we do our daily routes out there.
So is it safe to say that each district is serviced roughly on each quadrant is serviced roughly on a weekly basis?
Each quadrant is served daily.
Well, so what I mean is, we're talking about 1/4 of the city's geography. They're not going back to the same place every day. So I mean, to get through the entire quadrant and kind of move through, you said they've got. I mean, are they going the same? So this next Monday, are they going the same places?
So each
they went last
quadrant is
Monday?
broken up into 5 areas, and so each of those areas is associated to a day, and so the quadrant then, is serviced in those specific areas once a week, if that's what your question was.
Yeah, just in terms of if we have some hot spots that we've identified, 7 to 10 hot spots, they'll be hit on their particular day, and then again the following week around that same day or so.
Yeah, really kind of our hope is that by being more proactive, that we are going in and taking care of these places. When an area is left neglected, people start just kind of thinking that that's where they'll go and dump material. Through a more proactive and engaged program, we're going to eliminate those kind of attractive nuisance areas, and really hoping to see a decrease in that kind of activity.
And I think what we've actually seen on the Beautify Fresno volunteer effort is I think Mark Standriff has identified that where we have been at particular Beautify Fresno locations previously, and we go back maybe a year later and then a second year, there's less trash there. So I think to Brock's point, I think initially when probably the first many times, probably going to be a heavy lift, and as time goes on, hopefully we'll see the same pattern, come to fruition as we are with the volunteer effort.
Yeah, now that we've been at this a few years, essentially the mayor's entire first term almost, Mark and I have gone back to the same area maybe almost 3 times now, 2-3 times. And so I can see exactly what you're talking about there. Yes, we hope to have a similar outcome with respect to this program.
I think Mr. Veros is your contact, so if you have particular areas that are new hot spots or something that we are not aware of, then just let him know, and he'll, we'll make sure we figure out a way to work it into the program.
Sure thing.
And I just want to be clear, too, that we have the proactive program with the quads, but we'll still be responsive to Fresno and 311. And so what we're working on right now is developing a GIS system that as we get Fresno or the 311 calls, that it populates this map. And then if it overlays or is within an area that's going to be serviced that day, we'll just pick it up when that crew goes out there. Otherwise, if there's some kind of issue, we'll send then the litter control team out there to deal with it more of a reactive type basis.
Yeah, it'd be great to streamline that and sort of kill two birds with one stone.
Absolutely.
The quad team, is it primarily sort of illegal dumping, or are they doing just kind of, are they, you know, if there's a area that's dirty, they're picking, you know, they got their broom and...
So I met one of the guys a couple of weeks ago on a Friday just to kind of, you know, get a sense for what's going on. And he had to go over to an area on Olive Avenue, and he showed me the pictures of it. He's just, you know, out there and he's got his grabber and stuff, and he goes to a site and there's like appliances dumped all over. So he called in for, you know, the bigger support team to kind of go out there, and then he moved on to where I met him over in the northeast quadrant. But, you know, they're communicating. You know, Jim Barros is, you know, kind of instrumental in working with our supervisors. We got some great supervisors working in these group teams. And so just having that constant communication and working together, I think we're going to really see an improvement here.
Great. Well, we're looking forward to it. I know that's one of the, you know, right behind the homeless issue that we have here in the city. I mean, related, separate but related. This is another big complaint that we get, just that the city is, you know, there's just a lot of litter. I think it's very bothersome to residents, and so that makes your department extremely critical to the level of service we deliver here in the city. So
Yep,
thank you.
We're excited about this program.
Council Vice President, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just have some questions for Mr. Averos about the Detroit Lions. No, got nothing. No, we're good. You did a great job, Brock, and thank you for... It's a lot of work. I can tell you that whenever we get complaints from constituents, oh, the garbage wasn't picked up or we need a new bin, the customer service type complaints, you're pretty fast to respond to that. And it really makes my job a lot easier to be able to get that, you know, working with Sue or whoever it is to get those things out there. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Yeah, good job today.
All right, Director, most of my questions are related to Prop 218, but I'm going to reserve those for June 20th. So that will conclude the Public Utilities presentation today. So thank you to your team, to you and your team for everything that you do for our city. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. All right, just as a reminder, colleagues, please submit in writing any budget motions or requests for memos. A reminder, tomorrow we will be hearing from the Office of the City Clerk / Copy Center, the City Attorney's Office, the General City Purpose, the Office of the Mayor and City Manager, and the City Council offices. As a reminder, we will be taking public comment at the very beginning of the meeting. Thank you very much, and that adjourns today's City Council meeting.
Good job.
Brock, thank you for being very detailed. It really does matter to me.